Psalms, chapter 1, verse 1. Blessed is the man that walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of wrongdoers, nor sits in the seat of the scornful. Verse 2. But his delight is in the instruction law of he exists, and in his instruction law does he meditate day and night. Verse 3. He will be like a tree planted by the rivers of waters, that brings forth his fruit in his season, his leaf also will not wither, and whatever he does will prosper. Verse 4. The wicked are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind drives away. Verse 5. Therefore the wicked will not stand in the judgment, nor wrongdoers in the congregation of the right. Verse 6. Because he exists knows the way of the right, but the way of the wicked will perish. Psalms, chapter 2, verse 1. Why do the people nations rage, and the people group imagine a vain thing? Verse 2. The king rulers of the land set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against he exists and against his anointed, saying. Verse 3. Let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. Verse 4. He that sits in the heavens will laugh, he exists will have them in derision. Verse 5. Then will he speak to them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure. Verse 6. Yet have I set my king upon my set-apart hill of Zion. Verse 7. I will declare the decree, he exists has said to me, you are my son, this day have I begotten you. Verse 8. Ask of me, and I will give you the people nations for your inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the land for your possession. Verse 9. You will break them with a rod of iron, you will dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Verse 10. Be wise now therefore, O you king rulers, be instructed, you judges of the land. Verse 11. Serve he exists with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Verse 12. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish from the way when his wrath is kindled. But a little blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Psalms, chapter 3, verse 1. He exists, how are they increased that trouble me? Many are they that rise up against me. Verse 2. Many there be which say of my inner thinking center, there is no help for him in the supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 3. But you, O he exists, are a shield for me, my glory, and the lifter up of my head. Verse 4. I cried to he exists with my voice, and he heard me out of his set-apart hill. Verse 5. I laid me down and slept, I awaked, because he exists sustained me. Verse 6. I will not be afraid of 10,000s of people group that have set themselves against me round about. Verse 7. Arise, O he exists, save me, O my supreme authority, mighty creator. Because you have smitten all my enemies upon the cheekbone, you have broken the teeth of the wicked. Verse 8. Rescue belongs to he who exists, your blessing is upon your people group. Psalms, chapter 4, verse 1. Hear me when I call, O supreme authority, mighty creator of my rightness, you have enlarged me when I was in distress, have mercy upon me, and hear my prayer. Verse 2. O you sons of men, how long will you turn my glory into shame? How long will you love vanity, and seek after lying? Verse 3. But know that he exists has set apart him that is set apart for himself, he exists will hear when I call to him. Verse 4. Stand in awe and wrong not, commune with your own inner thinking center upon your bed and be still. Verse 5. Offer the sacrifices of rightness and put your trust in he exists. Verse 6. There be many that say, who will show us any good? He exists. Lift you up the light of your countenance upon us. Verse 7. You have put gladness in my inner thinking center more than in the time that their corn and their wine increased. Verse 8. I will both lay me down in peace and sleep, because you, He exists, only make me dwell in safety. Psalms, chapter 5, verse 1. Give ear to my words, O He exists, consider my meditation. Verse 2. Listen to the voice of my cry, my King and my supreme authority, mighty Creator, because to you will I pray. Verse 3. My voice will you hear in the morning, O He exists, in the morning will I direct my prayer to you, and will look up. Verse 4. Because you are not a supreme authority, mighty Creator, that has pleasure in wickedness, neither will evil dwell with you. Verse 5. The foolish will not stand in your sight, you hate all workers of wrongdoing. Verse 6. You will destroy them that speak lying, He exists, will abhor the bloody and deceitful man. Verse 7. But as for me, I will come into your house in the multitude of your binding agreement, loyalty, and in your fear will I bow down toward your set apart house. Verse 8. Lead me, O He exists, in your rightness, because of my enemies make your way straight before my face. Verse 9. Because there is no faithfulness in their mouth, their inward part is very wickedness, their throat is an open grave, they flatter with their tongue. Verse 10. Destroy you them, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, let them fall by their own counsels, cast them out in the multitude of their rebellious wrongs, because they have rebelled against you. Verse 11. But let all those that put their trust in you rejoice, let them ever shout for joy, because you defend them, let them also that love your name be joyful in you. Verse 12. Because you, He exists, will bless the right, with favor will you compass him as with a shield. Psalms, chapter 6, verse 1. O He exists, rebuke me not in your anger, neither chasten me in your hot displeasure. Verse 2. Have mercy upon me, O He exists, because I am weak, O He exists, heal me, because my bones are vexed. Verse 3. My inner thinking center is also sore vexed, but you, O He exists, how long? Verse 4. Return, O He exists, deliver my inner thinking center, O save me for your binding agreement, loyalty's sake. Verse 5. Because in death there is no remembrance of you, in the grave who will give you thanks. Verse 6. I am weary with my groaning all the night, make I my bed to swim, I water my couch with my tears. Verse 7. My eye is consumed because of grief, it waxes old because of all my enemies. Verse 8. Depart from me, all you workers of wrongdoing, because He exists has heard the voice of my weeping. Verse 9. He exists has heard my supplication, He exists will receive my prayer. Verse 10. Let all my enemies be ashamed and sore vexed, let them return and be ashamed suddenly. Psalms, chapter 7, verse 1. O He exists, my supreme authority, mighty Creator, in you do I put my trust, save me from all them that persecute me and deliver me. Verse 2. Lest He tear my inner thinking center like a lion, rending it in pieces while there is none to deliver. Verse 3. O He exists, my supreme authority, mighty Creator, if I have done this, if there be wrongdoing in my hands. Verse 4. If I have rewarded evil to him that was at peace with me, yes, I have delivered him that without cause is my enemy. Verse 5. Let the enemy persecute my inner thinking center, and take it. Yes, let him tread down my life upon the land and lay my honor in the dust. Verse 6. Arise, O he exists in your anger, lift up yourself because of the rage of my enemies, and awake for me to the judgment that you have commanded. Verse 7. So will the congregation of the people group compass you about for their sakes, therefore return you on high. Verse 8. He exists will judge the people group, judge me, O he exists, according to my rightness, and according to my integrity that is in me. Verse 9. O let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end, but establish the just, because the right supreme authority, mighty creator, tries the inner thinking center and the reins. Verse 10. My defense is of the supreme authority, mighty creator, which saves the upright in inner thinking center. Verse 11. The supreme authority, mighty creator, judges the right, and the supreme authority, mighty creator, is angry with the wicked every day. Verse 12. If he turn not, he will whet his sword, he has bent his bow and made it ready. Verse 13. He has also prepared for him the instruments of death, he ordains his arrows against the persecutors. Verse 14. Look, he travails with wrongdoing, and has conceived mischief, and brought forth falsehood. Verse 15. He made a pit and dug it, and is fallen into the ditch which he made. Verse 16. His mischief will return upon his own head, and his violent dealing will come down upon his own crown. Verse 17. I will praise, he exists according to his rightness, and will sing praise to the name of he exists most high. Psalms, chapter 8, verse 1. O he exists, our sovereign, how excellent is your name in all the land, who has set your glory above the heavens. Verse 2. Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings have you ordained strength, because of your enemies, that you might still the enemy and the avenger. Verse 3. When I consider your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars which you have ordained. Verse 4. What is man that you are mindful of him, and the Son of Man that you visit him? Verse 5. Because you have made him a little lower than the heavenly beings, and have crowned him with glory and honor. Verse 6. You made him to have dominion over the works of your hands, you have put all things under his feet. Verse 7. All sheep and oxen, yes, and the beasts of the field. Verse 8. The birds of the heavens and the fish of the sea, and whatever passes through the paths of the seas. Verse 9. O he exists, our sovereign, how excellent is your name in all the land. Psalms, chapter 9, verse 1. I will praise you, O he exists, with my whole inner thinking center I will show forth all your marvelous works. Verse 2. I will be glad and rejoice in you, I will sing praise to your name, O Most High. Verse 3. When my enemies are turned back, they will fall and perish at your presence. Verse 4. Because you have maintained my right and my cause, you sat in the throne judging right. Verse 5. You have rebuked the people, nations, you have destroyed the wicked, you have put out their name forever and ever. Verse 6. O you enemy, destructions are come to a perpetual end, and you have destroyed cities, their memorial is perished with them. Verse 7. But he exists will endure forever, he has prepared his throne for judgment. Verse 8. He will judge the world in rightness, he will minister judgment to the people group in uprightness. Verse 9. He exists also will be a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in times of trouble. Verse 10. They that know your name will put their trust in you, because you he exists have not forsaken them that seek you. Verse 11. Sing praises to he exists, which dwells in Zion, declare among the people group his doings. Verse 12. When he makes inquisition for blood, he remembers them, he forgets not the cry of the humble. Verse 13. Have mercy upon me, O he exists, consider my trouble which I suffer of them that hate me, you that lift me up from the gates of death. Verse 14. That I may show forth all your praise in the gates of the daughter of Zion, I will rejoice in your rescue. Verse 15. The people nations are sunk down in the pit that they made, in the net which they hid is their own foot taken. Verse 16. He exists is known by the judgment which he executes, the wicked is snared in the work of his own hands. Verse 17. The wicked will be turned into Sheol, and all the people nations that forget the supreme authority, mighty Creator. Verse 18. Because the needy will not always be forgotten, the expectation of the poor will not perish forever. Verse 19. Arise, O he exists, let not man prevail, let the people nations be judged in your sight. Verse 20. Put them in fear, O he exists, that the people nations may know themselves to be but men. Psalms, chapter 10, verse 1. Why stand you afar off, O he exists? Why hide you yourself in times of trouble? Verse 2. The wicked in his pride persecutes the poor, let them be taken in the devices that they have imagined. Verse 3. Because the wicked boasts of his inner thinking, centers desire, and blesses the covetous whom he exists abhors. Verse 4. The wicked through the pride of his countenance will not seek after the supreme authority, mighty Creator. The supreme authority, mighty Creator, is not in all his thoughts. Verse 5. His ways are always grievous, your judgments are far above out of his sight. As for all his enemies, he puffs at them. Verse 6. He has said in his inner thinking center, I will not be moved, because I will never be in adversity. Verse 7. His mouth is full of cursing and deceit, and fraud under his tongue is mischief and vanity. Verse 8. He sits in the lurking places of the villages, in the secret places does he murder the innocent, his eyes are secretly set against the poor. Verse 9. He lies in wait secretly, as a lion in his den he lies in wait to catch the poor, he catches the poor when he draws him into his net. Verse 10. He crouches and humbles himself that the poor may fall by his strong ones. Verse 11. He has said in his inner thinking center, the supreme authority, mighty Creator, has forgotten, he hides his face, he will never see it. Verse 12. Arise, O he exists, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, lift up your hand, forget not the humble. Verse 13. Therefore does the wicked despise the supreme authority, mighty Creator, he has said in his inner thinking center, you will not require it. Verse 14. You have seen it, because you look mischief and spite to requite it with your hand. The poor commits himself to you, you are the helper of the fatherless. Verse 15. Break you the arm of the wicked, and the evil man seek out his wickedness till you find none. Verse 16. He exists as king forever and ever, the people nations are perished out of his land. Verse 17. He exists, you have heard the desire of the humble, you will prepare their inner thinking center, you will cause your ear to hear. Verse 18. To judge the fatherless and the oppressed, that the man of the land may no more oppress. Psalms, chapter 11, verse 1. In he exists, put I my trust, how say you to my inner thinking center, flee as a bird to your mountain. Verse 2. Because look, the wicked bend their bow, they make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may secretly shoot at the upright in inner thinking center. Verse 3. If the foundations be destroyed, what can the right do? Verse 4. He exists, is in his set apart house. He exists. Throne is in heaven. His eyes look, his eyelids try the children of men. Verse 5. He exists, tries the right, but the wicked and him that loves violence his inner thinking center hates. Verse 6. Upon the wicked he will rain snares, fire and brimstone, and a horrible tempest. This will be the portion of their cup. Verse 7. Because the right he exists, loves rightness, his countenance does look the upright. Psalms, chapter 12, verse 1. Help he exists, because the set-apart man ceases, because the faithful fail from among the children of men. Verse 2. They speak vanity, everyone with his neighbor with flattering lips, and with a double inner thinking center do they speak. Verse 3. He exists, will cut off all flattering lips and the tongue that speaks proud things. Verse 4. Who have said, with our tongue will we prevail, our lips are our own, who is sovereign over us. Verse 5. For the oppression of the poor, for the sighing of the needy, now will I rise. Says he exists, I will set him in safety from him that puffs at him. Verse 6. The words of he exists are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of land, purified 7 times. Verse 7. You will keep them, O he exists, you will preserve them from this generation forever. Verse 8. The wicked walk on every side, when the vilest men are exalted. Psalms, chapter 13, verse 1. How long will you forget me, O he exists forever? How long will you hide your face from me? Verse 2. How long will I take counsel in my inner thinking center, having sorrow in my inner thinking center daily? How long will my enemy be exalted over me? Verse 3. Consider and hear me, O he exists, my supreme authority, mighty creator, lighten my eyes lest I sleep the sleep of death. Verse 4. Lest my enemies say, I have prevailed against him, and those that trouble me rejoice when I am moved. Verse 5. But I have trusted in your binding agreement, loyalty, my inner thinking center will rejoice in your rescue. Verse 6. I will sing to he exists, because he has dealt bountifully with me. Psalms, chapter 14, verse 1. The fool has said, in his inner thinking center there is no supreme authority, mighty creator. They are corrupt, they have done abominable works, there is none that does good. Verse 2. He exists, look down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand and seek the supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 3. They are all gone aside, they are altogether become filthy, there is none that does good, no, not one. Verse 4. Have all the workers of wrongdoing no knowledge, who eat up my people group as they eat bread, and call not upon he exists. Verse 5. There were they in great fear, because the supreme authority, mighty creator, is in the generation of the right. Verse 6. You have shamed the counsel of the poor, because he exists as his refuge. Verse 7. Oh, that the rescue of Israel were come out of Zion, when he exists, brings back the captivity of his people group. Jacob will rejoice, and Israel will be glad. Psalms, chapter 15, verse 1. He exists who will abide in your tabernacle, who will dwell in your set-apart hill. Verse 2. He that walks uprightly and works rightness and speaks the truth in his inner thinking center. Verse 3. He that backbites not with his tongue, nor does evil to his neighbor, nor takes up a reproach against his neighbor. Verse 4. in whose eyes a vile person is despised, but he honors them that fear he exists, he that swears to his own hurt, and changes not. Verse 5. He that puts not out his money to usury, nor takes reward against the innocent, he that does these things will never be moved. Psalms chapter 16, verse 1. Preserve me, O supreme authority, mighty creator, because in you do I put my trust. Verse 2. O my inner thinking center, you have said to he that exists, you are my sovereign, my goodness extends not to you. Verse 3. But to the set apart ones that are in the land, and to the excellent in whom is all my delight. Verse 4. Their sorrows will be multiplied, that hasten after another. I will not offer their drink offerings of blood, nor take up their names into my lips. Verse 5. He exists is the portion of my inheritance, and of my cup you maintain my lot. Verse 6. The lines are fallen to me in pleasant places, yes, I have a goodly heritage. Verse 7. I will bless he exists who has given me counsel, my reins also instruct me in the night seasons. Verse 8. I have set he exists always before me, because he is at my right hand I will not be moved. Verse 9. Therefore my inner thinking center is glad, and my glory rejoices, my flesh also will rest in hope. Verse 10. Because you will not leave my inner thinking center in Sheol, neither will you suffer your set apart one to see corruption. Verse 11. You will show me the path of life, in your presence is fullness of joy, at your right hand there are pleasures forevermore. Psalms chapter 17, verse 1. Hear the right, O he exists, attend to my cry, give ear to my prayer that goes not out of deceitful lips. Verse 2. Let my sentence come forth from your presence, let your eyes look the things that are equal. Verse 3. You have proved my inner thinking center, you have visited me in the night, you have tried me, and will find nothing. I am purposed that my mouth will not transgress. Verse 4. Concerning the works of men, by the word of your lips I have kept me from the paths of the destroyer. Verse 5. Hold up my goings in your paths, that my footsteps slip not. Verse 6. I have called upon you, because you will hear me, O supreme authority, mighty creator, incline your ear to me and hear my speech. Verse 7. Show your marvelous binding agreement, loyalty, O you that save by your right hand them which put their trust in you from those that rise up against them. Verse 8. Keep me as the apple of the eye, hide me under the shadow of your wings. Verse 9. From the wicked that oppress me, from my deadly enemies who compass me about. Verse 10. They are enclosed in their own fat, with their mouth they speak proudly. Verse 11. They have now compassed us in our steps, they have set their eyes bowing down to the land. Verse 12. Like as a lion that is greedy of his prey, and as it were a young lion lurking in secret places. Verse 13. Arise, O he exists, disappoint him, cast him down, deliver my inner thinking center from the wicked, which is your sword. Verse 14. From men which are your hand, O he exists, from men of the world, which have their portion in this life, and whose belly you fill with your hid treasure. They are full of children, and leave the rest of their substance to their babes. Verse 15. As for me, I will look your face, in rightness I will be satisfied, when I awake with your likeness. Psalms chapter 18, verse 1. I will love you, O he exists, my strength. Verse 2. He exists is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer, my supreme authority, mighty creator, my strength, in whom I will trust, my shield and the horn of my rescue and my high tower. Verse 3. I will call upon he exists who is worthy to be praised, so will I be saved from my enemies. Verse 4. The sorrows of death compassed me, and the floods of profane men made me afraid. Verse 5. The sorrows of Sheol compassed me about, the snares of death prevented me. Verse 6. In my distress I called upon he exists and cried to my supreme authority, mighty creator. He heard my voice out of his set-apart house, and my cry came before him even into his ears. Verse 7. Then the land shook and trembled, the foundations also of the hills moved and were shaken, because he was angry. Verse 8. There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and fire out of his mouth devoured, coals were kindled by it. Verse 9. He bowed the heavens also and came down, and darkness was under his feet. Verse 10. He rode upon a cherub and did fly, yes, he did fly upon the wings of the wind. Verse 11. He made darkness his secret place, his pavilion round about him were dark waters, and thick clouds of the skies. Verse 12. At the brightness that was before him his thick clouds passed, hailstones and coals of fire. Verse 13. He exists also thundered in the heavens, and the Most High gave his voice, hailstones and coals of fire. Verse 14. Yes, he sent out his arrows and scattered them, and he shot out lightnings and discomfited them. Verse 15. Then the channels of waters were seen, and the foundations of the world were discovered at your rebuke, O he exists at the blast of the breath of your nostrils. Verse 16. He sent from above, he took me, he drew me out of many waters. Verse 17. He delivered me from my strong enemy, and from them which hated me, because they were too strong for me. Verse 18. They prevented me in the day of my calamity, but he exists was my stay. Verse 19. He brought me forth also into a large place, he delivered me because he delighted in me. Verse 20. He exists rewarded me according to my rightness, according to the cleanness of my hands has he recompensed me. Verse 21. Because I have kept the ways of he exists, and have not wickedly departed from my supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 22. Because all his judgments were before me, and I did not put away his statutes from me. Verse 23. I was also upright before him, and I kept myself from my wrongdoing. Verse 24. Therefore has he exists recompensed me according to my rightness, according to the cleanness of my hands in his eyesight. Verse 25. With the merciful you will show yourself merciful, with an upright man you will show yourself upright. Verse 26. With the pure you will show yourself pure, and with the crooked you will show yourself contrary. Verse 27. Because you will save the afflicted people group, but will bring down high looks. Verse 28. Because you will light my lamp, he exists my supreme authority, mighty creator will enlighten my darkness. Verse 29. Because by you I have run through a troop, and by my supreme authority, mighty creator, have I leaped over a wall. Verse 30. As for the supreme authority, mighty creator, his way is perfect, the word of he exists is tried, he is a shield to all those that trust in him. Verse 31. Because who is supreme authority, mighty creator, except he exists, or who is a rock save our supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 32. It is the supreme authority, mighty creator, that girds me with strength and makes my way perfect. Verse 33. He makes my feet like hinds' feet and sets me upon my high places. Verse 34. He teaches my hands to war, so that a bow of bronze is broken by my arms. Verse 35. You have also given me the shield of your rescue, and your right hand has held me up, and your gentleness has made me great. Verse 36. You have enlarged my steps under me, that my feet did not slip. Verse 37. I have pursued my enemies and overtaken them, neither did I turn again till they were consumed. Verse 38. I have wounded them that they were not able to rise, they are fallen under my feet. Verse 39. Because you have girded me with strength to the battle, you have subdued under me those that rose up against me. Verse 40. You have also given me the necks of my enemies, that I might destroy them that hate me. Verse 41. They cried, but there was none to save them, even to He exists, but He answered them not. Verse 42. Then did I beat them small as the dust before the wind, I did cast them out as the dirt in the streets. Verse 43. You have delivered me from the strivings of the people group, and you have made me the head of the people nations, a people whom I have not known will serve me. Verse 44. As soon as they hear of me, they will obey me, the strangers will submit themselves to me. Verse 45. The strangers will fade away and be afraid out of their close places. Verse 46. He exists, lives, and blessed be my rock, and let the supreme authority, mighty creator of my rescue, be exalted. Verse 47. It is the supreme authority, mighty creator, that avenges me and subdues the people group under me. Verse 48. He delivers me from my enemies. Yes, you lift me up above those that rise up against me. You have delivered me from the violent man. Verse 49. Therefore will I give thanks to you, O He exists among the people nations, and sing praises to your name. Verse 50. Great deliverance gives He to His king, and shows binding agreement, loyalty to His anointed, to David and to His seed forevermore. Psalms, chapter 19, verse 1. The heavens declare the glory of the supreme authority, mighty creator, and the firmament shows His handiwork. Verse 2. Day to day utters speech, and night to night shows knowledge. Verse 3. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Verse 4. Their line is gone out through all the land, and their words to the end of the world. In them has He set a tabernacle for the sun. Verse 5. Which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoices as a strong man to run a race. Verse 6. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and His circuit to the ends of it, and there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. Verse 7. The instruction law of He exists is perfect, converting the inner thinking center. The testimony of He exists is sure, making wise the simple. Verse 8. The statutes of He exists are right, rejoicing the inner thinking center. The commandment of He exists is pure, enlightening the eyes. Verse 9. The fear of He exists is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of He exists are true and right altogether. Verse 10. More to be desired are they than gold, yes, than much fine gold, sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Verse 11. Moreover, by them is your servant worker warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward. Verse 12. Who can understand His errors? Cleanse you me from secret faults. Verse 13. Keep back your servant worker also from presumptuous wrongs. Let them not have dominion over me. Then will I be upright, and I will be innocent from the great rebellious wrong. Verse 14. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my inner thinking center be acceptable in your sight, O He exists, my strength and my Redeemer. Psalms, chapter 20, verse 1. He exists, hear you in the day of trouble. The name of the supreme authority, mighty creator of Jacob, defend you. Verse 2. Send you help from the set-apart place and strengthen you out of Zion. Verse 3. Remember all your offerings and accept your burnt sacrifice. Verse 4. Grant you according to your own inner thinking center and fulfill all your counsel. Verse 5. We will rejoice in your rescue, and in the name of our supreme authority, mighty creator, we will set up our banners. He exists, fulfill all your petitions. Verse 6. Now know I that he exists, saves his anointed, he will hear him from his set-apart heaven with the saving strength of his right hand. Verse 7. Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we will remember the name of he exists, our supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 8. They are brought down and fallen, but we are risen and stand upright. Verse 9. Save he exists, let the King hear us when we call. Psalms, chapter 21, verse 1. The King will joy in your strength, O he exists, and in your rescue how greatly will he rejoice. Verse 2. You have given him his inner thinking center's desire and have not withheld the request of his lips. Verse 3. Because you prevent him with the blessings of goodness, you set a crown of pure gold on his head. Verse 4. He asked life of you, and you gave it him, even length of days forever and ever. Verse 5. His glory is great, in your rescue honor and majesty have you laid upon him. Verse 6. Because you have made him most blessed forever, you have made him exceeding glad with your countenance. Verse 7. Because the King trusts and he exists, and through the binding agreement loyalty of the Most High he will not be moved. Verse 8. Your hand will find out all your enemies, your right hand will find out those that hate you. Verse 9. You will make them as a fiery oven in the time of your anger, he exists will swallow them up in his wrath, and the fire will devour them. Verse 10. Their fruit will you destroy from the land, and their seed from among the children of men. Verse 11. Because they intended evil against you, they imagined a mischievous device, which they are not able to perform. Verse 12. Therefore will you make them turn their back, when you will make ready your arrows upon your strings against the face of them. Verse 13. Be you exalted, he exists in your own strength, so will we sing and praise your power. Psalms, chapter 22, verse 1. My supreme authority, mighty creator, my supreme authority, mighty creator, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from helping me, and from the words of my roaring? Verse 2. O my supreme authority, mighty creator, I cry in the daytime, but you hear not, and in the night season, and am not silent. Verse 3. But you are set apart, O you that inhabits the praises of Israel. Verse 4. Our fathers trusted in you, they trusted and you delivered them. Verse 5. They cried to you and were delivered, they trusted in you and were not confounded. Verse 6. But I am a worm and no man, a reproach of men and despised of the people group. Verse 7. All they that see me laugh me to scorn, they shoot out the lip, they shake the head, saying. Verse 8. He trusted on he exists, that he would deliver him, let him deliver him, seeing he delighted in him. Verse 9. But you are he that took me out of the womb, you did make me hope, when I was upon my mother's breasts. Verse 10. I was cast upon you from the womb, you are my supreme authority, mighty creator, from my mother's belly. Verse 11. Be not far from me, because trouble is near, because there is none to help. Verse 12. Many bulls have compassed me, strong bulls of Bashan have beset me round. Verse 13. They gaped upon me with their mouths as a ravening and a roaring lion. Verse 14. I am poured out like water and all my bones are out of joint. My inner thinking center is like wax, it is melted in the midst of my bowels. Verse 15. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue cleaves to my jaws, and you have brought me into the dust of death. Verse 16. Because dogs have compassed me, the assembly of the wicked have enclosed me, they pierced my hands and my feet. Verse 17. I may tell all my bones, they look and stare upon me. Verse 18. They part my garments among them and cast lots upon my clothing. Verse 19. But be not you far from me, O he exists, O my strength, haste you to help me. Verse 20. Deliver my inner thinking center from the sword, my darling, from the power of the dog. Verse 21. Save me from the lion's mouth, because you have heard me from the horns of the wild oxen. Verse 22. I will declare your name to my brothers, in the midst of the congregation will I praise you. Verse 23. You that fear he exists, praise him, all you the seed of Jacob, glorify him and fear him, all you the seed of Israel. Verse 24. Because he has not despised nor abhorred the affliction of the afflicted, neither has he hid his face from him, but when he cried to him he heard. Verse 25. My praise will be of you in the great congregation, I will pay my vows before them that fear him. Verse 26. The meek will eat and be satisfied, they will praise he exists that seek him, your inner thinking center will live forever. Verse 27. All the ends of the world will remember and turn to he exists, and all the kindreds of the people nations will bow down before you. Verse 28. Because the kingdom rules he exists, and he is the governor among the people nations. Verse 29. All they that be fat upon land will eat, and bow down, all they that go down to the dust will bow before him, and none can keep alive his own inner thinking center. Verse 30. A seed will serve him, it will be accounted to he exists for a generation. Verse 31. They will come and will declare his rightness to a people group that will be born, that he has done this. Psalms chapter 23, verse 1. He exists as my shepherd, I will not lack. Verse 2. He makes me to lie down in green pastures, he leads me beside the still waters. Verse 3. He restores my inner thinking center, he leads me in the paths of rightness for his name's sake. Verse 4. Yes, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, because you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Verse 5. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup runs over. Verse 6. Surely goodness and binding agreement, loyalty will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of he exists forever. Psalms chapter 24, verse 1. The land is he who exists, and the fullness thereof, the world, and they that dwell therein. Verse 2. Because he has founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Verse 3. Who will ascend into the hill of he exists, or who will stand in his set-apart place? Verse 4. He that has clean hands and a pure inner thinking center, who has not lifted up his inner thinking center to vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. Verse 5. He will receive the blessing from he exists, and rightness from the supreme authority, mighty creator of his rescue. Verse 6. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek your face, O Jacob. Verse 7. Lift up your heads, O you gates, and be you lift up, you everlasting doors, and the King of glory will come in. Verse 8. Who is this King of glory? He exists strong and mighty. He exists mighty in battle. Verse 9. Lift up your heads, O you gates, even lift them up, you everlasting doors, and the King of glory will come in. Verse 10. Who is this King of glory? He exists of hosts. He is the King of glory. Psalms, chapter 25, verse 1. To you, O He exists, do I lift up my inner thinking center. Verse 2. O my supreme authority, mighty creator, I trust in you. Let me not be ashamed, let not my enemies triumph over me. Verse 3. Yes, let none that wait on you be ashamed, let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. Verse 4. Show me your ways, O He exists, teach me your paths. Verse 5. Lead me in your truth and teach me, because you are the supreme authority, mighty creator of my rescue. On you do I wait all the day. Verse 6. Remember, O He exists, your tender mercies and your binding agreement loyalties, because they have been ever of old. Verse 7. Remember not the wrongs of my youth, nor my rebellious wrongs. According to your binding agreement loyalty remember you me. For your goodness' sake, O He exists. Verse 8. Good and upright is He exists, therefore will He teach wrongdoers in the way. Verse 9. The meek will He guide in judgment, and the meek will He teach His way. Verse 10. All the paths of He exists are binding agreement, loyalty, and truth, to such as keep His binding agreement and His testimonies. Verse 11. For your name's sake, O He exists, pardon my wrongdoing, because it is great. Verse 12. What man is he that fears He exists? Him will He teach in the way that he will choose. Verse 13. His inner thinking center will dwell at ease, and his seed will inherit the land. Verse 14. The secret of He exists is with them that fear Him, and He will show them His binding agreement. Verse 15. My eyes are ever toward He exists, because He will pluck my feet out of the net. Verse 16. Turn you to me and have mercy upon me, because I am desolate and afflicted. Verse 17. The troubles of my inner thinking center are enlarged, O bring you me out of my distresses. Verse 18. Look upon my affliction and my pain, and forgive all my wrongs. Verse 19. Consider my enemies, because they are many, and they hate me with cruel hatred. Verse 20. Keep my inner thinking center, and deliver me. Let me not be ashamed, because I put my trust in you. Verse 21. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, because I wait on you. Verse 22. Redeem Israel, O supreme authority, mighty creator, out of all his troubles. Psalms, chapter 26, verse 1. Judge me, O He exists, because I have walked in my integrity. I have trusted also in He exists, therefore I will not slide. Verse 2. Examine me, O He exists, and prove me. Try my reins and my inner thinking center. Verse 3. Because your binding agreement loyalty is before my eyes, and I have walked in your truth. Verse 4. I have not sat with vain persons, neither will I go in with dissemblers. Verse 5. I have hated the congregation of evildoers, and will not sit with the wicked. Verse 6. I will wash my hands in innocence, so will I compass your altar, O He exists. Verse 7. That I may publish with the voice of thanksgiving, and tell of all your wondrous works. Verse 8. He exists. I have loved the habitation of your house, and the place where your glory dwells. Verse 9. Gather not my inner thinking center with wrongdoers, nor my life with bloody men. Verse 10. In whose hands is mischief, and their right hand is full of bribes. Verse 11. But as for me, I will walk in my integrity. Redeem me and be merciful to me. Verse 12. My foot stands in an even place. In the congregations will I bless. He exists. Psalms, chapter 27, verse 1. He exists, is my light and my rescue. Whom will I fear? He exists, is the strength of my life. Of whom will I be afraid? Verse 2. When the wicked, even my enemies and my foes, came upon me to eat up my flesh, they stumbled and fell. Verse 3. Though a host should encamp against me, my inner thinking center will not fear. Though war should rise against me, in this will I be confident. Verse 4. One thing have I desired, if he exists, that will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of he exists all the days of my life, to look the beauty of he exists, and to inquire in his set-apart house. Verse 5. Because in the time of trouble he will hide me in his pavilion, in the secret of his tabernacle will he hide me. He will set me up upon a rock. Verse 6. And now will my head be lifted up above my enemies round about me. Therefore will I offer in his tabernacle sacrifices of joy. I will sing, yes, I will sing praises to he exists. Verse 7. Hear, O he exists, when I cry with my voice. Have mercy also upon me and answer me. Verse 8. When you said, seek you my face, my inner thinking center said to you, your face he exists will I seek. Verse 9. Hide not your face far from me, put not your servant worker away in anger. You have been my help, leave me not, neither forsake me, O supreme authority, mighty creator of my rescue. Verse 10. When my father and my mother forsake me, then he exists will take me up. Verse 11. Teach me your way, O he exists, and lead me in a plain path because of my enemies. Verse 12. Deliver me not over to the will of my enemies, because false witnesses are risen up against me, and such as breathe out cruelty. Verse 13. I had fainted unless I had believed to see the goodness of he exists in the land of the living. Verse 14. Wait on he exists, be of good courage, and he will strengthen your inner thinking center. Wait, I say, on he exists. Psalms, chapter 28, verse 1. To you will I cry, O he exists, my rock. Be not silent to me, lest, if you be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the pit. Verse 2. Hear the voice of my supplications, when I cry to you, when I lift up my hands toward your set-apart oracle. Verse 3. Draw me not away with the wicked and with the workers of wrongdoing, which speak peace to their neighbors, but mischief is in their inner thinking center. Verse 4. Give them according to their deeds, and according to the wickedness of their endeavors give them after the work of their hands. Render to them their desert. Verse 5. Because they regard not the works of he exists, nor the operation of his hands, he will destroy them and not build them up. Verse 6. Blessed be he that exists, because he has heard the voice of my supplications. Verse 7. He exists, is my strength and my shield. My inner thinking center trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my inner thinking center greatly rejoices, and with my song will I praise him. Verse 8. He exists, is their strength, and heat is the saving strength of his anointed. Verse 9. Save your people group and bless your inheritance. Feed them also, and lift them up forever. Psalms, chapter 29, verse 1. Give to he exists, O you mighty, give to he exists glory and strength. Verse 2. Give to he exists the glory due to his name. Bow down he exists in the beauty of set apartness. Verse 3. The voice of He exists is upon the waters, the supreme authority, mighty creator of glory, thunders. He exists is upon many waters. Verse 4. The voice of He exists is powerful. The voice of He exists is full of majesty. Verse 5. The voice of He exists breaks the cedars. Yes, He exists breaks the cedars of Lebanon. Verse 6. He makes them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young wild ox. Verse 7. The voice of He exists divides the flames of fire. Verse 8. The voice of He exists shakes the wilderness. He exists shakes the wilderness of Kadesh. Verse 9. The voice of He exists makes the hinds to calve and discovers the forests, and in His set-apart house does everyone speak of His glory. Verse 10. He exists sits upon the flood. Yes, He exists sits king forever. Verse 11. He exists will give strength to His people group. He exists will bless His people group with peace. Psalms, chapter 30, verse 1. I will extol you, O He exists, because you have lifted me up and have not made my enemies to rejoice over me. Verse 2. O He exists, my supreme authority, mighty creator, I cried to you and you have healed me. Verse 3. O He exists, you have brought up my inner thinking center. From the grave you have kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Verse 4. Sing to He exists, O you set-apart ones of His, and give thanks at the remembrance of His set-apartness. Verse 5. Because His anger endures but a moment, in His favor is life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Verse 6. And in my prosperity I said, I will never be moved. Verse 7. He exists. By your favor you have made my mountain to stand strong. You did hide your face, and I was troubled. Verse 8. I cried to you, O He exists, and to He exists I made supplication. Verse 9. What profit is there in my blood? When I go down to the pit, will the dust praise you? Will it declare your truth? Verse 10. Hear, O He exists, and have mercy upon me. He exists, be you my helper. Verse 11. You have turned for me my mourning into dancing. You have put off my sackcloth and girded me with gladness. Verse 12. To the end that my glory may sing praise to you and not be silent. O He exists, my supreme authority, mighty creator, I will give thanks to you forever. Psalms, chapter 31, verse 1. In you, O He exists, do I put my trust. Let me never be ashamed. Deliver me in your rightness. Verse 2. Bow down your ear to me. Deliver me speedily. Be you my strong rock for house of defense to save me. Verse 3. Because you are my rock and my fortress, therefore for your name's sake lead me and guide me. Verse 4. Pull me out of the net that they have laid secretly for me, because you are my strength. Verse 5. Into your hand I commit my creative breath. You have redeemed me, O He exists, supreme authority, mighty creator of truth. Verse 6. I have hated them that regard lying vanities, but I trust in He exists. Verse 7. I will be glad and rejoice in your binding agreement, loyalty. Because you have considered my trouble, you have known my inner thinking center in adversities. Verse 8. And have not shut me up into the hand of the enemy. You have set my feet in a large room. Verse 9. Have mercy upon me, O He exists. Because I am in trouble, my eye is consumed with grief. Yes, my inner thinking center and my belly. Verse 10. Because my life is spent with grief, and my years with sighing, my strength fails because of my wrongdoing, and my bones are consumed. Verse 11. I was a reproach among all my enemies, but especially among my neighbors, and a fear to my acquaintance. They that did see me without fled from me. Verse 12. I am forgotten as a dead man out of mind. I am like a broken vessel. Verse 13. Because I have heard the slander of many, fear was on every side. While they took counsel together against me, they devised to take away my life. Verse 14. But I trusted in you, O He exists. I said, you are my supreme authority, mighty Creator. Verse 15. My times are in your hand. Deliver me from the hand of my enemies and from them that persecute me. Verse 16. Make your face to shine upon your servant worker. Save me for your binding agreement, loyalty's sake. Verse 17. Let me not be ashamed, O He exists, because I have called upon you. Let the wicked be ashamed, and let them be silent in the grave. Verse 18. Let the lying lips be put to silence, which speak grievous things proudly and contemptuously against the right. Verse 19. Oh, how great is your goodness, which you have laid up for them that fear you, which you have wrought for them that trust in you before the sons of men. Verse 20. You will hide them in the secret of your presence from the pride of man. You will keep them secretly in a pavilion from the strife of tongues. Verse 21. Blessed be He exists, because He has showed me His marvelous binding agreement, loyalty in a strong city. Verse 22. Because I said in my haste, I am cut off from before your eyes. Nevertheless you heard the voice of my supplications when I cried to you. Verse 23. O love, He exists, all you His set-apart ones. Because He exists, preserves the faithful, and plentifully rewards the proud doer. Verse 24. Be of good courage, and He will strengthen your inner thinking center, all you that hope in He exists. Psalms, chapter 32, verse 1. Blessed is he whose rebellious wrong is forgiven, whose wrong is covered. Verse 2. Blessed is the man to whom He exists, imputes not wrongdoing, and in whose creative breath there is no deceit. Verse 3. When I kept silence, my bones waxed old through my roaring all the day long. Verse 4. Because day and night your hand was heavy upon me, my moisture is turned into the drought of summer. Verse 5. I acknowledged my wrong to you, and my wrongdoing have I not hid. I said, I will confess my rebellious wrongs to He exists, and you forgave the wrongdoing of my wrong. Verse 6. For this will everyone that is set apart pray to you in a time when you may be found. Surely in the floods of great waters they will not come near to him. Verse 7. You are my hiding place, you will preserve me from trouble, you will compass me about with songs of deliverance. Verse 8. I will instruct you and teach you in the way which you will go, I will guide you with mine eye. Verse 9. Be you not as the horse or as the mule, which have no understanding, whose mouth must be held in with bit and bridle, lest they come near to you. Verse 10. Many sorrows will be to the wicked, but he that trusts in He exists, binding agreement, loyalty will compass him about. Verse 11. Be glad in He exists, and rejoice, you right, and shout for joy, all you that are upright in inner thinking center. Psalms, chapter 33, verse 1. Rejoice in He exists, O you right, because praise is comely for the upright. Verse 2. Praise He exists with harp, sing to Him with the psaltery and an instrument of 10 strings. Verse 3. Sing to Him a new song, play skillfully with a loud noise. Verse 4. Because the word of He exists is right, and all His works are done in truth. Verse 5. He loves rightness and judgment, the land is full of the binding agreement, loyalty of He exists. Verse 6. By the word of he exists were the heavens made, and all the host of them by the breath of his mouth. Verse 7. He gathers the waters of the sea together as a heap, he lays up the depth in storehouses. Verse 8. Let all the land fear he exists, let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. Verse 9. Because he spoke and it was done, he commanded and it stood fast. Verse 10. He exists, brings the counsel of the people nations to nothing, he makes the devices of the people group of none effect. Verse 11. The counsel of he exists stands forever, the thoughts of his inner thinking center to all generations. Verse 12. Blessed is the people nation whose supreme authority mighty creator is he exists, and the people group whom he has chosen for his own inheritance. Verse 13. He exists, looks from heaven, he beholds all the sons of men. Verse 14. From the place of his habitation he looks upon all the inhabitants of the land. Verse 15. He fashions their inner thinking center alike, he considers all their works. Verse 16. There is no king saved by the multitude of a host, a mighty man is not delivered by much strength. Verse 17. A horse is a vain thing for safety, neither will he deliver any by his great strength. Verse 18. Look, the eye of he exists is upon them that fear him, upon them that hope in his binding agreement loyalty. Verse 19. To deliver their inner thinking center from death and to keep them alive in famine. Verse 20. Our inner thinking center waits for he exists, he is our help and our shield. Verse 21. Because our inner thinking center will rejoice in him, because we have trusted in his set-apart name. Verse 22. Let your binding agreement loyalty, O he exists, be upon us according as we hope in you. Psalms, chapter 34, verse 1. I will bless he exists at all times, his praise will continually be in my mouth. Verse 2. My inner thinking center will make her boast in he exists, the humble will hear thereof and be glad. Verse 3. O magnify he exists with me, and let us exalt his name together. Verse 4. I sought he exists, and he heard me and delivered me from all my fears. Verse 5. They looked to him and were lightened, and their faces were not ashamed. Verse 6. This poor man cried, and he exists heard him and saved him out of all his troubles. Verse 7. The messenger of he exists encamps round about them that fear him and delivers them. Verse 8. O taste and see that he exists is good, blessed is the man that trusts in him. Verse 9. O fear he exists, you his set-apart ones, because there is no lack to them that fear him. Verse 10. The young lions do lack and suffer hunger, but they that seek he exists will not lack any good thing. Verse 11. Come you children, listen to me, I will teach you the fear of he exists. Verse 12. What man is he that desires life and loves many days, that he may see good? Verse 13. Keep your tongue from evil and your lips from speaking deceit. Verse 14. Depart from evil and do good, seek peace and pursue it. Verse 15. The eyes of he exists are upon the right, and his ears are open to their cry. Verse 16. The face of he exists is against them that do evil, to cut off the remembrance of them from the land. Verse 17. The right cry, and he exists hears and delivers them out of all their troubles. Verse 18. He exists is near to them that are of a broken inner thinking center, and saves such as be of a contrite creative breath. Verse 19. Many are the afflictions of the right, but he exists delivers him out of them all. Verse 20. He keeps all his bones, not one of them is broken. Verse 21. Evil will slay the wicked, and they that hate the right will be desolate. Verse 22, he exists, redeems the inner thinking center of his servant workers, and none of them that trust in him will be desolate. Psalms, chapter 35, verse 1. Plead my cause, O he exists with them that strive with me, fight against them that fight against me. Verse 2. Take hold of shield and buckler and stand up for my help. Verse 3. Draw out also the spear and stop the way against them that persecute me. Say to my inner thinking center, I am your rescue. Verse 4. Let them be confounded and put to shame that seek after my inner thinking center. Let them be turned back and brought to confusion that devise my hurt. Verse 5. Let them be as chaff before the wind, and let the messenger of he exists chase them. Verse 6. Let their way be dark and slippery, and let the messenger of he exists persecute them. Verse 7. Because without cause have they hid for me their net in a pit, which without cause they have dug for my inner thinking center. Verse 8. Let destruction come upon him at unawares, and let his net that he has hid catch himself into, at very destruction let him fall. Verse 9. And my inner thinking center will be joyful, and he exists, it will rejoice in his rescue. Verse 10. All my bones will say he exists, who is like you, which delivers the poor from him that is too strong for him, yes, the poor and the needy from him that spoils him. Verse 11. False witnesses did rise up, they laid to my charge things that I knew not. Verse 12. They rewarded me evil for good, to the spoiling of my inner thinking center. Verse 13. But as for me, when they were sick, my clothing was sackcloth. I humbled my inner thinking center with fasting, and my prayer returned into my own bosom. Verse 14. I behaved myself as though he had been my friend or brother. I bowed down heavily as one that mourns for his mother. Verse 15. But in my adversity they rejoiced and gathered themselves together. Yes, the abjects gathered themselves together against me, and I knew it not. They did tear me and ceased not. Verse 16. With profane mockers and feasts they gnashed upon me with their teeth. Verse 17. Supreme authority, mighty creator, how long will you look on? Rescue my inner thinking center from their destructions, my darling from the lions. Verse 18. I will give you thanks in the great congregation, I will praise you among much people group. Verse 19. Let not them that are my enemies wrongfully rejoice over me, neither let them wink with the eye that hate me without a cause. Verse 20. Because they speak not peace, but they devise deceitful matters against them that are quiet in the land. Verse 21. Yes, they opened their mouth wide against me and said, Aha, aha, our eye has seen it. Verse 22. This you have seen, O he exists, keep not silence, O supreme authority, mighty creator, be not far from me. Verse 23. Stir up yourself and awake to my judgment, even to my cause, my supreme authority, mighty creator and my sovereign. Verse 24. Judge me, O he exists, my supreme authority, mighty creator, according to your rightness, and let them not rejoice over me. Verse 25. Let them not say in their inner thinking center, Aha, so would we have it. Let them not say, We have swallowed him up. Verse 26. Let them be ashamed and brought to confusion together that rejoice at my hurt. Let them be clothed with shame and dishonor that magnify themselves against me. Verse 27. Let them shout for joy and be glad that favor my right cause. Yes, let them say continually, Let he exists be magnified, which has pleasure in the prosperity of his servant worker. Verse 28. And my tongue will speak of your rightness and of your praise all the day long. Psalms, chapter 36, verse 1. The rebellious wrong of the wicked says, within my inner thinking center, that there is no fear of the supreme authority, mighty creator before his eyes. Verse 2. Because he flatters himself in his own eyes until his wrongdoing be found to be hateful. Verse 3. The words of his mouth are wrongdoing and deceit, he has left off to be wise and to do good. Verse 4. He devises mischief upon his bed, he sets himself in a way that is not good, he abhors not evil. Verse 5. Your binding agreement loyalty, O he exists is in the heavens, and your faithfulness reaches to the clouds. Verse 6. Your rightness is like the great mountains, your judgments are a great deep, O he exists, you preserve man and beast. Verse 7. How excellent is your binding agreement loyalty, O supreme authority, mighty creator, therefore the children of men put their trust under the shadow of your wings. Verse 8. They will be abundantly satisfied with the fatness of your house, and you will make them drink of the river of your pleasures. Verse 9. Because with you is the fountain of life, in your light will we see light. Verse 10. O continue your binding agreement loyalty to them that know you, and your rightness to the upright in inner thinking center. Verse 11. Let not the foot of pride come against me, and let not the hand of the wicked remove me. Verse 12. There are the workers of wrongdoing fallen, they are cast down, and will not be able to rise. Psalms, chapter 37, verse 1. Fret not yourself because of evildoers, neither be you envious against the workers of wrongdoing. Verse 2. Because they will soon be cut down like the grass and wither as the green herb. Verse 3. Trust in he exists and do good, so will you dwell in the land, and truly you will be fed. Verse 4. Delight yourself also in he exists, and he will give you the desires of your inner thinking center. Verse 5. Commit your way to he exists, trust also in him, and he will bring it to pass. Verse 6. And he will bring forth your rightness as the light, and your judgment as the noonday. Verse 7. Rest in he exists, and wait patiently for him, fret not yourself because of him who prospers in his way, because of the man who brings wicked devices to pass. Verse 8. Cease from anger and forsake wrath, fret not yourself in any wise to do evil. Verse 9. Because evildoers will be cut off, but those that wait upon he exists, they will inherit the land. Verse 10. For yet a little while, and the wicked will not be, yes, you will diligently consider his place, and it will not be. Verse 11. But the meek will inherit the land, and will delight themselves in the abundance of peace. Verse 12. The wicked plots against the just, and gnashes upon him with his teeth. Verse 13. He exists will laugh at him, because he sees that his day is coming. Verse 14. The wicked have drawn out the sword, and have bent their bow to cast down the poor and needy, and to slay such as be of upright conversation. Verse 15. Their sword will enter into their own inner thinking center, and their bows will be broken. Verse 16. A little that a right man has is better than the riches of many wicked. Verse 17. Because the arms of the wicked will be broken, but he exists upholds the right. Verse 18. He exists knows the days of the upright, and their inheritance will be forever. Verse 19. They will not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they will be satisfied. Verse 20. But the wicked will perish, and the enemies of he exists will be as the fat of lambs, they will consume, into smoke will they consume away. Verse 21. The wicked borrows and pays not again, but the right shows mercy and gives. Verse 22. Because such as be blessed of him will inherit the land, and they that be cursed of him will be cut off. Verse 23. The steps of a good man are ordered by he exists, and he delights in his way. Verse 24. Though he fall, he will not be utterly cast down, because he exists upholds him with his hand. Verse 25. I have been young and now am old, yet have I not seen the right forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. Verse 26. He is ever merciful and lends, and his seed is blessed. Verse 27. Depart from evil and do good, and dwell forevermore. Verse 28. Because he exists, loves judgment, and forsakes not his set-apart ones, they are preserved forever. But the seed of the wicked will be cut off. Verse 29. The right will inherit the land and dwell therein forever. Verse 30. The mouth of the right speaks wisdom, and his tongue talks of judgment. Verse 31. The instruction law of his supreme authority, mighty Creator, is in his inner thinking center, none of his steps will slide. Verse 32. The wicked watches the right and seeks to slay him. Verse 33. He exists, will not leave him in his hand, nor condemn him when he is judged. Verse 34. Wait on he exists, and keep his way, and he will exalt you to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, you will see it. Verse 35. I have seen the wicked in great power, and spreading himself like a green bay tree. Verse 36. Yet he passed away, and look, he was not. Yes, I sought him, but he could not be found. Verse 37. Mark the perfect man, and look the upright, because the end of that man is peace. Verse 38. But the transgressors will be destroyed together, the end of the wicked will be cut off. Verse 39. But the rescue of the right is of he who exists, he is their strength in the time of trouble. Verse 40. And he exists will help them and deliver them, he will deliver them from the wicked and save them because they trust in him. Psalms, chapter 38, verse 1. O he who exists, rebuke me not in your wrath, neither chasten me in your hot displeasure. Verse 2. Because your arrows stick fast in me, and your hand presses me sore. Verse 3. There is no soundness in my flesh, because of your anger, neither is there any rest in my bones because of my wrong. Verse 4. Because my iniquities are gone over my head as a heavy burden, they are too heavy for me. Verse 5. My wounds stink and are corrupt because of my foolishness. Verse 6. I am troubled, I am bowed down greatly, I go mourning all the day long. Verse 7. Because my loins are filled with a loathsome disease, and there is no soundness in my flesh. Verse 8. I am feeble and sore broken, I have roared by reason of the disquietness of my inner thinking center. Verse 9. Supreme authority, mighty Creator, all my desires before you, and my groaning is not hid from you. Verse 10. My inner thinking center pants, my strength fails me, as for the light of my eyes it also is gone from me. Verse 11. My lovers and my friends stand aloof from my sore, and my kinsmen stand afar off. Verse 12. They also that seek after my life lay snares for me, and they that seek my hurt speak mischievous things, and imagine deceits all the day long. Verse 13. But I as a deaf man heard not, and I was as a dumb man that opens not his mouth. Verse 14. Thus I was as a man that hears not, and in whose mouth are no reproofs. Verse 15. Because in you, O he exists, do I hope he will hear, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, my sovereign. Verse 16. Because I said, hear me, lest otherwise they should rejoice over me. When my foot slips, they magnify themselves against me. Verse 17. Because I am ready to halt, and my sorrow is continually before me. Verse 18. Because I will declare my wrongdoing, I will be sorry for my wrong. Verse 19. But my enemies are lively and they are strong, and they that hate me wrongfully are multiplied. Verse 20. They also that render evil for good are my adversaries, because I follow the thing that good is. Verse 21. Forsake me not, O he exists, O my supreme authority, mighty creator, be not far from me. Verse 22. Make haste to help me, O supreme authority, mighty creator, my rescue. Psalms, chapter 39, verse 1. I said, I will take heed to my ways, that I wrong not with my tongue. I will keep my mouth with a bridle, while the wicked is before me. Verse 2. I was dumb with silence, I held my peace even from good, and my sorrow was stirred. Verse 3. My inner thinking center was hot within me, while I was musing the fire burned, then spoke I with my tongue. Verse 4. He exists, make me to know my end, and the measure of my days, what it is, that I may know how frail I am. Verse 5. Look, you have made my days as a handbreadth, and my ages as nothing before you. Truly every man at his best state is altogether vanity. Verse 6. Surely every man walks in a vain show, surely they are disquieted in vain. He heaps up riches and knows not who will gather them. Verse 7. And now, supreme authority, mighty creator, what wait I, for my hope is in you. Verse 8. Deliver me from all my rebellious wrongs, make me not the reproach of the foolish. Verse 9. I was dumb, I opened not my mouth, because you did it. Verse 10. Remove your stroke away from me, I am consumed by the blow of your hand. Verse 11. When you with rebukes do correct man for wrongdoing, you make his beauty to consume away like a moth. Surely every man is vanity. Verse 12. Hear my prayer, O he exists, and give ear to my cry. Hold not your peace at my tears, because I am a stranger with you, and a sojourner as all my fathers were. Verse 13. O spare me, that I may recover strength before I go from here and be no more. Psalms, chapter 40, verse 1. I waited patiently, for he exists, and he inclined to me and heard my cry. Verse 2. He brought me up also out of a horrible pit, out of the miry clay, and set my feet upon a rock, and established my goings. Verse 3. And he has put a new song in my mouth, even praise to our supreme authority, mighty creator. Many will see it and fear, and will trust in he exists. Verse 4. Blessed is that man that makes he exists his trust, and respects not the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies. Verse 5. Many, O he exists, my supreme authority, mighty creator, are your wonderful works, which you have done, and your thoughts which are to us were, they cannot be reckoned up in order to you. If I would declare and speak of them, they are more than can be numbered. Verse 6. Sacrifice and offering you did not desire, my ears have you opened. Burnt offering and raw offering have you not required. Verse 7. Then said I, look, I come, in the scroll of the book it is written of me. Verse 8. I delight to do your will, O my supreme authority, mighty creator. Yes, your instruction law is within my inner thinking center. Verse 9. I have preached rightness in the great congregation. Look, I have not refrained my lips, O he exists, you know. Verse 10. I have not hid your rightness within my inner thinking center. I have declared your faithfulness and your rescue. I have not concealed your binding agreement, loyalty, and your truth from the great congregation. Verse 11. Withhold not you your tender mercies from me, O he exists. Let your binding agreement, loyalty, and your truth continually preserve me. Verse 12. Because innumerable evils have compassed me about, my iniquities have taken hold upon me, so that I am not able to look up. They are more than the hairs of my head, therefore my inner thinking center fails me. Verse 13. Be pleased, O He exists, to deliver me, O He exists, make haste to help me. Verse 14. Let them be ashamed and confounded together that seek after my inner thinking center to destroy it. Let them be driven backward and put to shame that wish me evil. Verse 15. Let them be desolate for a reward of their shame that say to me, ah ha ha. Verse 16. Let all those that seek you rejoice and be glad in you. Let such as love your rescue say continually, He exists, be magnified. Verse 17. But I am poor and needy, yet He exists. Thanks upon me, you are my help and my deliverer. Make no tarrying, O my supreme authority, mighty Creator. Psalms, chapter 41, verse 1. Blessed is he that considers the poor, He exists, will deliver him in time of trouble. Verse 2. He exists, will preserve him and keep him alive, and he will be blessed upon the land, and you will not deliver him to the will of his enemies. Verse 3. He exists, will strengthen him upon the bed of languishing, you will make all his bed in his sickness. Verse 4. I said He exists, be merciful to me, heal my inner thinking center, because I have did wrong against you. Verse 5. My enemies speak evil of me, when will he die and his name perish? Verse 6. And if he come to see me, he speaks vanity, his inner thinking center gathers wrongdoing to itself. When he goes abroad he tells it. Verse 7. All that hate me whisper together against me do they devise my hurt. Verse 8. An evil disease say they cleaves fast to him, and now that he lies he will rise up no more. Verse 9. Yes, my own familiar friend in whom I trusted, which did eat of my bread, has lifted up his heel against me. Verse 10. But you, O He exists, be merciful to me and raise me up that I may requite them. Verse 11. By this I know that you favor me, because my enemy does not triumph over me. Verse 12. And as for me, you uphold me in my integrity and set me before your face forever. Verse 13. Blessed be He exists, supreme authority, mighty Creator of Israel, from everlasting and to everlasting. Psalms, chapter 42, verse 1. As the deer pants after the water brook, so pants my inner thinking center after you, O supreme authority, mighty Creator. Verse 2. My inner thinking center thirsts for the supreme authority, mighty Creator, for the living supreme authority, mighty Creator. When will I come and appear before the supreme authority, mighty Creator? Verse 3. My tears have been my food day and night, while they continually say to me, where is your supreme authority, mighty Creator? Verse 4. When I remember these things, I pour out my inner thinking center in me. Because I had gone with the multitude, I went with them to the house of the supreme authority, mighty Creator, with a voice of joy and praise, with a multitude that kept set apart day. Verse 5. Why are you cast down, O my inner thinking center? And why are you disquieted in me? Hope you in the supreme authority, mighty Creator, because I will yet praise Him for the help of His countenance. Verse 6. O my supreme authority, mighty Creator, my inner thinking center is cast down within me, therefore will I remember you from the land of Jordan and of the Hermonites from the hill Mizar. Verse 7. Deep calls to deep at the noise of your waterfalls, all your waves and your billows are gone over me. Verse 8. Yet He exists, will command His binding agreement, loyalty in the daytime, and in the night His song will be with me, and my prayer to the supreme authority, mighty Creator of my life. Verse 9. I will say to the supreme authority, mighty Creator, my rock, why have you forgotten me? Why go I mourning? Because of the oppression of the enemy. Verse 10. As with a sword in my bones my enemies reproach me, while they say daily to me, where is your supreme authority, mighty Creator? Verse 11. Why are you cast down, O my inner thinking center? And why are you disquieted within me? Hope you in the supreme authority, mighty Creator, because I will yet praise him who is the health of my countenance, and my supreme authority, mighty Creator. Psalms, chapter 43, verse 1. Judge me, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, and plead my cause against an profane people nation. O deliver me from the deceitful and unjust man. Verse 2. Because you are the supreme authority, mighty Creator of my strength, why do you cast me off? Why go I mourning? Because of the oppression of the enemy. Verse 3. O send out your light and your truth, let them lead me, let them bring me to your set-apart hill and to your tabernacles. Verse 4. Then will I go to the altar of the supreme authority, mighty Creator, to the supreme authority, mighty Creator, my exceeding joy. Yes, upon the harp will I praise you, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, my supreme authority, mighty Creator. Verse 5. Why are you cast down, O my inner thinking center, and why are you disquieted within me? Hope in the supreme authority, mighty Creator, because I will yet praise him who is the health of my countenance, and my supreme authority, mighty Creator. Psalms, chapter 44, verse 1. We have heard with our ears, O supreme authority, mighty Creator. Our fathers have told us what work you did in their days, in the times of old. Verse 2. How you did drive out the people nations with your hand and planted them, how you did afflict the people group and cast them out. Verse 3. Because they got not the land in possession by their own sword, neither did their own arm save them, but your right hand and your arm and the light of your countenance, because you had a favor to them. Verse 4. You are my King, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, command deliverances for Jacob. Verse 5. Through you will be pushed down our enemies, through your name will we tread them under that rise up against us. Verse 6. Because I will not trust in my bow, neither will my sword save me. Verse 7. But you have saved us from our enemies and have put them to shame that hated us. Verse 8. In the supreme authority, mighty Creator, we boast all the day long and praise your name forever. Verse 9. But you have cast off and put us to shame and go not forth with our armies. Verse 10. You make us to turn back from the enemy, and they which hate us spoil for themselves. Verse 11. You have given us like sheep appointed for meat, and have scattered us among the people nations. Verse 12. You sell your people group for nothing, and do not increase your wealth by their price. Verse 13. You make us a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and a derision to them that are round about us. Verse 14. You make us a byword among the people nations, a shaking of the head among the people group. Verse 15. My confusion is continually before me, and the shame of my face has covered me. Verse 16. For the voice of him that reproaches and blasphemes by reason of the enemy and avenger. Verse 17. All this is come upon us, yet have we not forgotten you, neither have we dealt falsely in your binding agreement. Verse 18. Our inner thinking center is not turned back, neither have our steps declined from your way. Verse 19. Though you have sore broken us in the place of dragons and covered us with the shadow of death. Verse 20. If we have forgotten the name of our supreme authority, mighty Creator, or stretched out our hands to a strange supreme authority mighty creator. Verse 21. Will not the supreme authority mighty creator search this out? Because he knows the secrets of the inner thinking center. Verse 22. Yes, for your sake are we killed all the day long, we are counted as sheep for the slaughter. Verse 23. Awake, why sleep you, O sovereign? Arise, cast us not off forever. Verse 24. Why hide you your face and forget our affliction and our oppression? Verse 25. Because our inner thinking center is bowed down to the dust, our belly cleaves to the land. Verse 26. Arise for our help and redeem us for your binding agreement loyalty's sake. Psalms, chapter 45, verse 1. My inner thinking center is inditing a good matter. I speak of the things which I have made touching the king. My tongue is the pen of a ready writer. Verse 2. You are fairer than the children of men. Favor is poured into your lips. Therefore the supreme authority mighty creator has blessed you forever. Verse 3. Gird your sword upon your thigh, O most mighty, with your glory and your majesty. Verse 4. And in your majesty ride prosperously, because of truth and meekness and rightness, and your right hand will teach you terrible things. Verse 5. Your arrows are sharp in the inner thinking center of the king's enemies, whereby the people group fall under you. Verse 6. Your throne, O supreme authority mighty creator, is forever and ever. The scepter of your kingdom rule is a right scepter. Verse 7. You love rightness and hate wickedness. Therefore the supreme authority mighty creator, your supreme authority mighty creator, has anointed you with the oil of gladness above your fellows. Verse 8. All your garments smell of myrrh and aloes and cassia out of the ivory palaces whereby they have made you glad. Verse 9. Kings' daughters were among your honorable women. Upon your right hand did stand the queen in gold of Ophir. Verse 10. Listen, O daughter, and consider and incline your ear. Forget also your own people group and your father's house. Verse 11. So will the king greatly desire your beauty, because he is your sovereign, and bow down you him. Verse 12. And the daughter of Tyre will be there with a gift, even a rich among the people group will entreat your favor. Verse 13. The king's daughter is all glorious, within her clothing is of wrought gold. Verse 14. She will be brought to the king in raiment of needlework. The virgins, her companions that follow her, will be brought to you. Verse 15. With gladness and rejoicing will they be brought. They will enter into the king's palace. Verse 16. Instead of your fathers will be your children, whom you may make princes in all the land. Verse 17. I will make your name to be remembered in all generations. Therefore will the people group praise you forever and ever. Psalms, chapter 46, verse 1. The supreme authority mighty creator is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Verse 2. Therefore will not we fear, though the land be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea. Verse 3. Though the waters thereof roar and be troubled, though the mountains shake with the swelling thereof. Verse 4. There is a river, the streams whereof will make glad the city of the supreme authority mighty creator, the set apart place of the tabernacles of the Most High. Verse 5. The supreme authority mighty creator is in the midst of her, she will not be moved. The supreme authority mighty creator will help her, and that right early. Verse 6. The people nations raged, the kingdoms were moved, he uttered his voice, the land melted. Verse 7. He exists of hosts is with us, the supreme authority mighty creator of Jacob is our refuge. Verse 8. Come look the works of he exists, what desolations he has made in the land. Verse 9. He makes wars to cease to the end of the land, he breaks the bow, and cuts the spear in sunder, he burns the chariot in the fire. Verse 10. Be still and know that I am the supreme authority, mighty creator. I will be exalted among the people nations. I will be exalted in the land. Verse 11. He exists of hosts is with us, the supreme authority, mighty creator of Jacob is our refuge. Psalms chapter 47, verse 1. Oh, clap your hands, all you people group, shout to the supreme authority, mighty creator, with a voice of triumph. Verse 2. Because he exists most high is terrible, he is a great king over all the land. Verse 3. He will subdue the people group under us and the people nations under our feet. Verse 4. He will choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob whom he loved. Verse 5. The supreme authority, mighty creator, is gone up with a shout, he exists with the sound of a trumpet. Verse 6. Sing praises to the supreme authority, mighty creator, sing praises to our King, sing praises. Verse 7. Because the supreme authority, mighty creator, is the king of all the land, sing you praises with understanding. Verse 8. The supreme authority, mighty creator, reigns over the people nations. The supreme authority, mighty creator, sits upon the throne of his set apartness. Verse 9. The princes of the people group are gathered together, even the people group of the supreme authority, mighty creator of Abraham, because the shields of the land belong to the supreme authority, mighty creator. He is greatly exalted. Psalms chapter 48, verse 1. Great is he exists, and greatly to be praised in the city of our supreme authority, mighty creator, in the mountain of his set apartness. Verse 2. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole land is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. Verse 3. The supreme authority, mighty creator, is known in her palaces for a refuge. Verse 4. Because look, the king rulers were assembled, they passed by together. Verse 5. They saw it, and so they marveled, they were troubled and hasted away. Verse 6. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Verse 7. You break the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. Verse 8. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of he exists of hosts, in the city of our supreme authority, mighty creator. The supreme authority, mighty creator, will establish it forever. Verse 9. We have thought of your binding agreement, loyalty, O supreme authority, mighty creator, in the midst of your set-apart house. Verse 10. According to your name, O supreme authority, mighty creator, so is your praise to the ends of the land. Your right hand is full of rightness. Verse 11. Let Mount Zion rejoice, let the daughters of Judah be glad because of your judgments. Verse 12. Walk about Zion and go round about her, tell the towers thereof. Verse 13. Mark you well her bulwarks, consider her palaces, that you may tell it to the generation following. Verse 14. Because this supreme authority, mighty creator, is our supreme authority, mighty creator, forever and ever he will be our guide even to death. Psalms chapter 49, verse 1. Hear this, all you people, give ear, all you inhabitants of the world. Verse 2. Both low and high, rich and poor together. Verse 3. My mouth will speak of wisdom, and the meditation of my inner thinking center will be of understanding. Verse 4. I will incline my ear to a parable, I will open my dark saying upon the harp. Verse 5. Therefore should I fear in the days of evil, when the wrongdoing of my heels will compass me about. Verse 6. They that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches. Verse 7. None of them can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to the supreme authority mighty Creator a ransom for him. Verse 8. Because the redemption of their inner thinking center is precious and it ceases forever. Verse 9. That he should still live forever and not see corruption. Verse 10. Because he sees that wise men die, likewise the fool and the brutish person perish and leave their wealth to others. Verse 11. Their inward thought is that their houses will continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. Verse 12. Nevertheless, man being in honor abides not, he is like the beasts that perish. Verse 13. This their way is their folly, yet their posterity approve their sayings. Verse 14. Like sheep they are laid in the grave, death will feed on them, and the upright will have dominion over them in the morning, and their beauty will consume in the grave from their dwelling. Verse 15. But the supreme authority mighty Creator will redeem my inner thinking center from the power of the grave, because he will receive me. Verse 16. Be not you afraid when one is made rich, when the glory of his house is increased. Verse 17. Because when he dies he will carry nothing away, his glory will not descend after him. Verse 18. Though while he lived he blessed his inner thinking center, and men will praise you when you do well to yourself. Verse 19. He will go to the generation of his fathers, they will never see light. Verse 20. Man that is in honor and understands not is like the beasts that perish. Psalms chapter 50, verse 1. The supreme authority mighty Creator, even he exists, has spoken and called the land from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof. Verse 2. Out of Zion the perfection of beauty, the supreme authority mighty Creator has shined. Verse 3. Our supreme authority mighty Creator will come and will not keep silence, a fire will devour before him, and it will be very tempestuous round about him. Verse 4. He will call to the heavens from above and to the land, that he may judge his people group. Verse 5. Gather my set apart ones together to me, those that have made a binding agreement with me by sacrifice. Verse 6. And the heavens will declare his rightness, because the supreme authority mighty Creator is judge himself. Verse 7. Hear, O my people group, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify against you. I am the supreme authority mighty Creator, even your supreme authority mighty Creator. Verse 8. I will not reprove you for your sacrifices or your burnt offerings, to have been continually before me. Verse 9. I will take no bullock out of your house, nor he-goats out of your folds. Verse 10. Because every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. Verse 11. I know all the birds of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the field are mine. Verse 12. If I were hungry I would not tell you, because the world is mine and the fullness thereof. Verse 13. Will I eat the flesh of bulls or drink the blood of goats? Verse 14. Offer to the supreme authority mighty Creator thanksgiving, and pay your vows to the Most High. Verse 15. And call upon me in the day of trouble, I will deliver you, and you will glorify me. Verse 16. But to the wicked the supreme authority mighty Creator says, what have you to do to declare my statutes, or that you should take my binding agreement in your mouth? Verse 17. Seeing you hate instruction and cast my words behind you. Verse 18. when you saw a thief, then you consented with him, and have been partaker with adulterers. Verse 19. You give your mouth to evil, and your tongue frames deceit. Verse 20. You sit and speak against your brother, you slander your own mother's son. Verse 21. These things have you done, and I kept silence. You thought that I was altogether such a one as yourself. But I will reprove you and set them in order before your eyes. Verse 22. Now consider this, you that forget the supreme authority, mighty Creator, lest I tear you in pieces and there be none to deliver. Verse 23. Whoever offers praise glorifies me, and to him that orders his conversation aright will I show the rescue of the supreme authority, mighty Creator. Psalms chapter 51, verse 1. Have mercy upon me, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, according to your binding agreement, loyalty, according to the multitude of your tender mercies, blot out my rebellious wrongs. Verse 2. Wash me thoroughly from my wrongdoing and cleanse me from my wrong. Verse 3. Because I acknowledge my rebellious wrongs, and my wrong is ever before me. Verse 4. Against you only have I did wrong, and done this evil in your sight, that you might be justified when you speak, and be clear when you judge. Verse 5. Look, I was shaped in wrongdoing, and in wrong did my mother conceive me. Verse 6. Look, you desire truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden part you will make me to know wisdom. Verse 7. Purge me with hyssop, and I will be clean. Wash me, and I will be whiter than snow. Verse 8. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which you have broken may rejoice. Verse 9. Hide your face from my wrongs, and blot out all my iniquities. Verse 10. Create in me a clean inner thinking center, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, and renew a right creative breath within me. Verse 11. Cast me not away from your presence, and take not your set apart creative breath from me. Verse 12. Restore to me the joy of your rescue, and uphold me with your free creative breath. Verse 13. Then will I teach transgressors your ways, and wrongdoers will be converted to you. Verse 14. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, supreme authority, mighty Creator of my rescue, and my tongue will sing aloud of your rightness. Verse 15. O sovereign, open you my lips, and my mouth will show forth your praise. Verse 16. Because you desire not sacrifice, else would I give it. You delight not in burnt offering. Verse 17. The sacrifices of the supreme authority, mighty Creator, are a broken creative breath, a broken and a contrite inner thinking center, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, you will not despise. Verse 18. Do good in your good pleasure to Zion, build you the walls of Jerusalem. Verse 19. Then will you be pleased with the sacrifices of rightness, with burnt offering and whole burnt offering. Then will they offer bullocks upon your altar. Psalms chapter 52, verse 1. Why boast you yourself in mischief, O mighty man? The binding agreement, loyalty of the supreme authority, mighty Creator, endures continually. Verse 2. Your tongue devises mischiefs like a sharp razor, working deceitfully. Verse 3. You love evil more than good, and lying rather than to speak rightness. Verse 4. You love all devouring words, O you deceitful tongue. Verse 5. The supreme authority, mighty Creator, will likewise destroy you forever. He will take you away, and pluck you out of your dwelling place, and root you out of the land of the living. Verse 6. The right also will see and fear, and will laugh at him. Verse 7. Look, this is the man that made not the supreme authority mighty Creator his strength, but trusted in the abundance of his riches and strengthened himself in his wickedness. Verse 8. But I am like a green olive tree in the house of the supreme authority mighty Creator. I trust in the binding agreement loyalty of the supreme authority mighty Creator forever and ever. Verse 9. I will praise you forever, because you have done it, and I will wait on your name, because it is good before your set-apart ones. Psalms, chapter 53, verse 1. The fool has said in his inner thinking center, there is no supreme authority mighty Creator. Corrupt are they and have done abominable wrongdoing. There is none that does good. Verse 2. The supreme authority mighty Creator looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand, that did seek the supreme authority mighty Creator. Verse 3. Every one of them is gone back, they are altogether become filthy. There is none that does good, no, not one. Verse 4. Have the workers of wrongdoing no knowledge, who eat up my people group? As they eat bread, they have not called upon the supreme authority mighty Creator. Verse 5. There were they in great fear, where no fear was, because the supreme authority mighty Creator has scattered the bones of him that encamps against you. You have put them to shame, because the supreme authority mighty Creator has despised them. Verse 6. Oh, that the rescue of Israel were come out of Zion, when the supreme authority mighty Creator brings back the captivity of his people group. Jacob will rejoice, and Israel will be glad. Psalms, chapter 54, verse 1. Save me, O supreme authority mighty Creator, by your name, and judge me by your strength. Verse 2. Hear my prayer, O supreme authority mighty Creator, give ear to the words of my mouth. Verse 3. Because strangers are risen up against me and oppressors seek after my inner thinking center, they have not set the supreme authority mighty Creator before them. Verse 4. Look, the supreme authority mighty Creator is my helper, the sovereign is with them that uphold my inner thinking center. Verse 5. He will reward evil to my enemies, cut them off in your truth. Verse 6. I will freely sacrifice to you, I will praise your name, O He exists, because it is good. Verse 7. Because he has delivered me out of all trouble, and my eye has seen his desire upon my enemies. Psalms, chapter 55, verse 1. Give ear to my prayer, O supreme authority mighty Creator, and hide not yourself from my supplication. Verse 2. Attend to me and hear me, I mourn in my complaint and make a noise. Verse 3. Because of the voice of the enemy, because of the oppression of the wicked, because they cast wrongdoing upon me, and in wrath they hate me. Verse 4. My inner thinking center is sore pained within me, and the terrors of death are fallen upon me. Verse 5. Fearfulness and trembling are come upon me, and horror has overwhelmed me. Verse 6. And I said, oh, that I had wings like a dove, for then would I fly away and be at rest. Verse 7. Look, then would I wander far off and remain in the wilderness. Verse 8. I would hasten my escape from the windy storm and tempest. Verse 9. Destroy, O sovereign, and divide their tongues, because I have seen violence and strife in the city. Verse 10. Day and night they go about it, upon the walls thereof mischief also and sorrow are in the midst of it. Verse 11. Wickedness is in the midst thereof, deceit and guile depart not from her streets. Verse 12. Because it was not an enemy that reproached me, then I could have borne it, neither was it he that hated me that did magnify himself against me, then I would have hid myself from him. Verse 13. But it was you, a man my equal, my guide and my acquaintance. Verse 14. We took sweet counsel together, and walked to the house of the supreme authority, mighty Creator, in company. Verse 15. Let death seize upon them, and let them go down quick into the grave, because wickedness is in their dwellings and among them. Verse 16. As for me, I will call upon the supreme authority, mighty Creator, and he exists, will save me. Verse 17. Evening and morning and at noon will I pray and cry aloud, and he will hear my voice. Verse 18. He has delivered my inner thinking center in peace from the battle that was against me, because there were many with me. Verse 19. The supreme authority, mighty Creator, will hear and afflict them, even he that abides of old, because they have no changes, therefore they fear not the supreme authority, mighty Creator. Verse 20. He has put forth his hands against such as be at peace with him, he has broken his binding agreement. Verse 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his inner thinking center. His words were salter than oil, yet were they drawn swords. Verse 22. Cast your burden upon he exists, and he will sustain you. He will never suffer the right to be moved. Verse 23. But you, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, will bring them down into the pit of destruction. Bloody and deceitful men will not live out half their days, but I will trust in you. Psalms, chapter 56, verse 1. Be merciful to me, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, because man would swallow me up, he fighting daily oppresses me. Verse 2. My enemies would daily swallow me up, because they be many that fight against me, O Most High. Verse 3. What time I am afraid, I will trust in you. Verse 4. In the supreme authority, mighty Creator, I will praise his word. In the supreme authority, mighty Creator, I have put my trust. I will not fear what flesh can do to me. Verse 5. Every day they wrest my words, all their thoughts are against me for evil. Verse 6. They gather themselves together, they hide themselves, they mark my steps when they wait for my inner thinking center. Verse 7. Will they escape? By wrongdoing in your anger cast down the people group, O supreme authority, mighty Creator. Verse 8. You tell my wanderings, put you my tears into your bottle, are they not in your book? Verse 9. When I cry to you, then will my enemies turn back, this I know, because the supreme authority, mighty Creator, is for me. Verse 10. In the supreme authority, mighty Creator, will I praise his word, and he exists, will I praise his word. Verse 11. In the supreme authority, mighty Creator, have I put my trust. I will not be afraid what man can do to me. Verse 12. Your vows are upon me, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, I will render praises to you. Verse 13. Because you have delivered my inner thinking center from death, will not you deliver my feet from falling, that I may walk before the supreme authority, mighty Creator, in the light of the living? Psalms, chapter 57, verse 1. Be merciful to me, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, be merciful to me, because my inner thinking center trusts in you. Yes, in the shadow of your wings will I make my refuge until these calamities be overpassed. Verse 2. I will cry to the supreme authority, mighty Creator, Most High, to the supreme authority, mighty Creator, that performs all things for me. Verse 3. He will send from heaven and save me from the reproach of him that would swallow me up. The supreme authority, mighty creator, will send forth his binding agreement, loyalty, and his truth. Verse 4, my inner thinking center is among lions, and I lie even among them that are set on fire, even the sons of men whose teeth are spears and arrows, and their tongue a sharp sword. Verse 5, be you exalted, O supreme authority, mighty creator above the heavens, let your glory be above all the land. Verse 6, they have prepared a net for my steps, my inner thinking center is bowed down, they have dug a pit before me, into the midst whereof they are fallen themselves. Verse 7, my inner thinking center is fixed, O supreme authority, mighty creator, my inner thinking center is fixed, I will sing and give praise. Verse 8, awake up my glory, awake psaltery and harp, I myself will awake early. Verse 9, I will praise you, O sovereign, among the people group, I will sing to you among the people nations. Verse 10, because your binding agreement loyalty is great to the heavens, and your truth to the clouds. Verse 11, be you exalted, O supreme authority, mighty creator above the heavens, let your glory be above all the land. Psalms, chapter 58, verse 1, do you indeed speak rightness, O congregation? Do you judge uprightly, O you sons of men? Verse 2, yes, an inner thinking center, you work wickedness, you weigh the violence of your hands in the land. Verse 3, the wicked are estranged from the womb, they go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies. Verse 4, their poison is like the poison of a serpent, they are like the deaf adder that stops her ear. Verse 5, which will not listen to the voice of charmers, charming never so wisely. Verse 6, break their teeth, O supreme authority, mighty creator, in their mouth break out the great teeth of the young lions, O he exists. Verse 7, let them melt away as waters which run continually. When he bends his bow to shoot his arrows, let them be as cut in pieces. Verse 8, as a snail which melts, let every one of them pass away like the untimely birth of a woman, that they may not see the sun. Verse 9, before your pots can feel the thorns, he will take them away as with a whirlwind, both living and in his wrath. Verse 10, the right will rejoice. When he sees the vengeance, he will wash his feet in the blood of the wicked. Verse 11, so that a man will say, truly there is a reward for the right, truly he is a supreme authority, mighty creator, that judges in the land. Psalms, chapter 59, verse 1, deliver me from my enemies, O my supreme authority, mighty creator, defend me from them that rise up against me. Verse 2, deliver me from the workers of wrongdoing and save me from bloody men. Verse 3, because look, they lie in wait for my inner thinking center, the mighty are gathered against me, not for my rebellious wrong nor for my wrong, O he exists. Verse 4, they run and prepare themselves without my fault, awake to help me and look. Verse 5, you therefore, O he exists, supreme authority, mighty creator of hosts, supreme authority, mighty creator of Israel, awake to visit all the people nations, be not merciful to any wicked transgressors. Verse 6, they return at evening, they make a noise like a dog and go round about the city. Verse 7, look, they belch out with their mouth, swords are in their lips, because who say they does hear. Verse 8, but you, O he exists, will laugh at them, you will have all the people nations in derision. Verse 9, because of his strength will I wait upon you, because the supreme authority, mighty creator, is my defense. Verse 10, the supreme authority, mighty creator of my binding agreement loyalty will prevent me, the supreme authority, mighty creator will let me see my desire upon my enemies. Verse 11, Slay them not, lest my people group forget. Scatter them by your power, and bring them down, O sovereign, our shield. Verse 12. For the wrong of their mouth and the words of their lips, let them even be taken in their pride, and for cursing and lying which they speak. Verse 13. Consume them in wrath, consume them, that they may not be, and let them know that the supreme authority, mighty Creator, rules in Jacob to the ends of the land. Verse 14. And at evening let them return, and let them make a noise like a dog, and go round about the city. Verse 15. Let them wander up and down for meat, and grudge if they be not satisfied. Verse 16. But I will sing of your power, yes, I will sing aloud of your binding agreement, loyalty in the morning, because you have been my defense and refuge in the day of my trouble. Verse 17. To you, O my strength, will I sing, because the supreme authority, mighty Creator, is my defense, and the supreme authority, mighty Creator of my binding agreement, loyalty. Psalms, chapter 60, verse 1. O supreme authority, mighty Creator, you have cast us off, you have scattered us, you have been displeased, O turn yourself to us again. Verse 2. You have made the land to tremble, you have broken it, heal the breaches thereof, because it shakes. Verse 3. You have showed your people group hard things, you have made us to drink the wine of astonishment. Verse 4. You have given a banner to them that fear you, that it may be displayed because of the truth. Verse 5. That your beloved may be delivered, save with your right hand and hear me. Verse 6. The supreme authority, mighty Creator, has spoken in his set apartness. I will rejoice, I will divide Shechem, and mete out the valley of Succoth. Verse 7. Gilead is mine, and Manasseh is mine, Ephraim also is the strength of my head, Judah is my lawgiver. Verse 8. Moab is my washpot, over Edom will I cast out my shoe, Phyllis to triumph you because of me. Verse 9. Who will bring me into the strong city, who will lead me into Edom? Verse 10. Will not you, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, which had cast us off, and you, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, which did not go out with our armies? Verse 11. Give us help from trouble, because vain is the help of man. Verse 12. Through the supreme authority, mighty Creator, we will do valiantly, because he it is that will tread down our enemies. Psalms, chapter 61, verse 1. Hear my cry, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, attend to my prayer. Verse 2. From the end of the land will I cry to you when my inner thinking center is overwhelmed. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I. Verse 3. Because you have been a shelter for me and a strong tower from the enemy. Verse 4. I will abide in your tabernacle forever, I will trust in the covert of your wings. Verse 5. Because you, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, have heard my vows, you have given me the heritage of those that fear your name. Verse 6. You will prolong the king's life and his years as many generations. Verse 7. He will abide before the supreme authority, mighty Creator, forever. O prepare binding agreement, loyalty and truth, which may preserve him. Verse 8. So will I sing praise to your name forever, that I may daily perform my vows. Psalms, chapter 62, verse 1. Truly my inner thinking center waits upon the supreme authority, mighty Creator, from him comes my rescue. Verse 2. He only is my rock and my rescue, he is my defense, I will not be greatly moved. Verse 3. How long will you imagine mischief against a man? You will be slain, all of you, as a bowing wall will you be, and as a tottering fence. Verse 4. They only consult to cast him down from his excellency. They delight in lies, they bless with their mouth, but they curse inwardly. Verse 5. My inner thinking center, wait you only upon the supreme authority, mighty creator, because my expectation is from him. Verse 6. He only is my rock and my rescue, he is my defense, I will not be moved. Verse 7. In the supreme authority, mighty creator, is my rescue and my glory, the rock of my strength and my refuge is in the supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 8. Trust in him at all times, you people group, pour out your inner thinking center before him. The supreme authority, mighty creator, is a refuge for us. Verse 9. Surely men of low degree are vanity, and men of high degree are lie to be laid in the balance, they are altogether lighter than vanity. Verse 10. Trust not in oppression, and become not vain in robbery. If riches increase, set not your inner thinking center upon them. Verse 11. The supreme authority, mighty creator, has spoken once, twice have I heard this, that power belongs to the supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 12. Also to you, O sovereign, belongs binding agreement, loyalty, because you render to every man according to his work. Psalms, chapter 63, verse 1. O supreme authority, mighty creator, you are my supreme authority, mighty creator, early will I seek you, my inner thinking center thirsts for you, my flesh longs for you in a dry and thirsty land where no water is. Verse 2. To see your power and your glory, so as I have seen you in the set-apart place. Verse 3. Because your binding agreement, loyalty, is better than life, my lips will praise you. Verse 4. Thus will I bless you while I live, I will lift up my hands in your name. Verse 5. My inner thinking center will be satisfied as with marrow and fatness, and my mouth will praise you with joyful lips. Verse 6. When I remember you upon my bed and meditate on you in the night watches. Verse 7. Because you have been my help, therefore in the shadow of your wings will I rejoice. Verse 8. My inner thinking center follows hard after you, your right hand upholds me. Verse 9. But those that seek my inner thinking center to destroy it will go into the lower parts of the land. Verse 10. They will fall by the sword, they will be a portion for foxes. Verse 11. But the king will rejoice in the supreme authority, mighty creator, everyone that swears by him will glory, but the mouth of them that speak lies will be stopped. Psalms, chapter 64, verse 1. Hear my voice, O supreme authority, mighty creator, in my prayer preserve my life from fear of the enemy. Verse 2. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of wrongdoing. Verse 3. Who whet their tongue like a sword, and bend their bows to shoot their arrows, even bitter words. Verse 4. That they may shoot in secret at the perfect, suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not. Verse 5. They encourage themselves in an evil matter, they commune of laying snares secretly, they say, who will see them? Verse 6. They search out iniquities, they accomplish a diligent search, both the inward thought of every one of them and the inner thinking center is deep. Verse 7. But the supreme authority, mighty creator, will shoot at them with an arrow, suddenly will they be wounded. Verse 8. So they will make their own tongue to fall upon themselves, all that see them will flee away. Verse 9. And all men will fear and will declare the work of the supreme authority, mighty creator, because they will wisely consider of his doing. Verse 10. The right will be glad and he exists and will trust in him, and all the upright in inner thinking center will glory. Psalms, chapter 65, verse 1. Praise waits for you, O supreme authority, mighty creator in Zion, and to you will the vow be performed. Verse 2. O you that hears prayer, to you will all flesh come. Verse 3. Iniquities prevail against me, as for our rebellious wrongs you will purge them away. Verse 4. Blessed is the man whom you choose, and cause to approach to you, that he may dwell in your courts. We will be satisfied with the goodness of your house, even of your set apart house. Verse 5. By terrible things and rightness will you answer us, O supreme authority, mighty creator of our rescue, who are the confidence of all the ends of the land, and of them that are afar off upon the sea. Verse 6. Which by his strength sets fast the mountains, being girded with power. Verse 7. Which stills the noise of the seas, the noise of their waves, and the tumult of the people group. Verse 8. They also that dwell in the uttermost parts are afraid at your tokens. You make the outgoings of the morning and evening to rejoice. Verse 9. You visit the land, and water it, you greatly enrich it with the river of the supreme authority, mighty creator, which is full of water. You prepare them corn, when you have so provided for it. Verse 10. You water the ridges thereof abundantly, you settle the furrows thereof, you make it soft with showers, you bless the springing thereof. Verse 11. You crown the year with your goodness, and your paths drop fatness. Verse 12. They drop upon the pastures of the wilderness, and the little hills rejoice on every side. Verse 13. The pastures are clothed with flocks, the valleys also are covered over with corn. They shout for joy, they also sing. Psalms, chapter 66, verse 1. Make a joyful noise to the supreme authority, mighty creator, all you lands. Verse 2. Sing forth the honor of his name, make his praise glorious. Verse 3. Say to the supreme authority, mighty creator, how terrible are you in your works. Through the greatness of your power will your enemies submit themselves to you. Verse 4. All the land will bow down you and will sing to you, they will sing to your name. Verse 5. Come and see the works of the supreme authority, mighty creator, he is terrible in his doing toward the children of men. Verse 6. He turned the sea into dry land, they went through the flood on foot, there did we rejoice in him. Verse 7. He rules by his power forever, his eyes look the people nations, let not the rebellious exalt themselves. Verse 8. Oh, bless our supreme authority, mighty creator, you people group, and make the voice of his praise to be heard. Verse 9. Which holds our inner thinking center in life, and suffers not our feet to be moved. Verse 10. Because you, O supreme authority, mighty creator, have proved us, you have tried us as silver is tried. Verse 11. You brought us into the net, you laid affliction upon our loins. Verse 12. You have caused men to ride over our heads, we went through fire and through water, but you brought us out into a wealthy place. Verse 13. I will go into your house with burnt offerings, I will pay you my vows. Verse 14. Which my lips have uttered and my mouth has spoken when I was in trouble. Verse 15. I will offer to you burnt sacrifices of fatlings, with the incense of rams I will offer bullocks with goats. Verse 16. Come and hear, all you that fear the supreme authority, mighty creator, and I will declare what he has done for my inner thinking center. Verse 17. I cried to him with my mouth, and he was extolled with my tongue. Verse 18. If I regard wrongdoing in my inner thinking center, the sovereign will not hear me. Verse 19. But truly the supreme authority, mighty creator, has heard me, he has attended to the voice of my prayer. Verse 20. Blessed be the supreme authority, mighty Creator, which has not turned away my prayer nor his binding agreement loyalty from me. Psalms, chapter 67, verse 1. The supreme authority, mighty Creator, be merciful to us and bless us and cause his face to shine upon us. Verse 2. That your way may be known upon land, your saving health among all people nations. Verse 3. Let the people group praise you, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, let all the people group praise you. Verse 4. O let the people nations be glad and sing for joy, because you will judge the people group righteously and govern the people nations upon land. Verse 5. Let the people group praise you, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, let all the people group praise you. Verse 6. Then will the land yield her increase, and the supreme authority, mighty Creator, even our own supreme authority, mighty Creator, will bless us. Verse 7. The supreme authority, mighty Creator, will bless us, and all the ends of the land will fear him. Psalms, chapter 68, verse 1. Let the supreme authority, mighty Creator, arise, let his enemies be scattered, let them also that hate him flee before him. Verse 2. As smoke is driven away, so drive them away, as wax melts before the fire, so let the wicked perish at the presence of the supreme authority, mighty Creator. Verse 3. But let the right be glad, let them rejoice before the supreme authority, mighty Creator, yes, let them exceedingly rejoice. Verse 4. Sing to the supreme authority, mighty Creator, sing praises to his name, extol him that rides upon the heavens, by his name he exists, and rejoice before him. Verse 5. A father of the fatherless and a judge of the widows is the supreme authority, mighty Creator, in his set-apart habitation. Verse 6. The supreme authority, mighty Creator, sets the solitary in families, he brings out those which are bound with chains, but the rebellious dwell in a dry land. Verse 7. O supreme authority, mighty Creator, when you went forth before your people group, when you did march through the wilderness. Verse 8. The land shook, the heavens also dropped at the presence of the supreme authority, mighty Creator, even Sinai itself was moved at the presence of the supreme authority, mighty Creator, the supreme authority, mighty Creator of Israel. Verse 9. You, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, did send a plentiful rain, whereby you did confirm your inheritance when it was weary. Verse 10. Your congregation has dwelt therein, you, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, have prepared of your goodness for the poor. Verse 11. The sovereign gave the word, great was the company of those that published it. Verse 12. King rulers of armies did flee apace, and she that tarried at home divided the spoil. Verse 13. Though you have lain among the pots, yet will you be as the wings of a dove, covered with silver, and her feathers with yellow gold. Verse 14. When the Almighty scattered kings in it, it was white as snow and salmon. Verse 15. The hill of the supreme authority, mighty Creator, is as the hill of Bashan, a high hill as the hill of Bashan. Verse 16. Why leap you, you high hills? This is the hill which the supreme authority, mighty Creator, desires to dwell in. Yes, the sovereign will dwell in it forever. Verse 17. The chariots of the supreme authority, mighty Creator, are 20,000, even thousands of messengers. The sovereign is among them, as in Sinai in the set-apart place. Verse 18. You have ascended on high, you have led captivity captive, you have received gifts for men, yes, for the rebellious also, that he exists. Supreme authority, mighty Creator might dwell among them. Verse 19. Blessed be the Sovereign who daily loads us with benefits, even the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator of our rescue. Verse 20. He that is our Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, is the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator of rescue, and to He exists the Sovereign belong the issues from death. Verse 21. But the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, will wound the head of his enemies and the hairy scalp of such a one as goes on still in his wrongs. Verse 22. The Sovereign said, I will bring again from Bashan, I will bring my people again from the depths of the sea. Verse 23. That your foot may be dipped in the blood of your enemies and the tongue of your dogs in the same. Verse 24. They have seen your goings, O Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, even the goings of my Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, my King, in the set-apart place. Verse 25. The singers went before the players on instruments, followed after among them were the damsels playing with timbrels. Verse 26. Bless you, the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, in the congregations, even the Sovereign from the fountain of Israel. Verse 27. There is little Benjamin with their ruler the princes of Judah, and their council the princes of Zebulun and the princes of Naphtali. Verse 28. Your Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, has commanded your strength. Strengthen, O Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, that which you have wrought for us. Verse 29. Because of your set-apart house at Jerusalem will kings bring presents to you. Verse 30. Rebuke the company of spearmen, the multitude of the bulls with the calves of the people group, till everyone submit himself. With pieces of silver scatter you the people that delight in war. Verse 31. Princes will come out of Egypt, Ethiopia will soon stretch out her hands to the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator. Verse 32. Sing to the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, you kingdoms of the land, O sing praises to the Sovereign. Verse 33. To him that rides upon the heavens of heavens, which were of old, look, he does send out his voice, and that a mighty voice. Verse 34. Ascribe you strength to the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, his excellency is over Israel, and his strength is in the clouds. Verse 35. O Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, you are terrible out of your set-apart places. The Supreme Authority, mighty Creator of Israel, is he that gives strength and power to his people group. Blessed be the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator. Psalms, chapter 69, verse 1. Save me, O Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, because the waters are come into my inner thinking center. Verse 2. I sink in deep mire where there is no standing. I am come into deep waters where the floods overflow me. Verse 3. I am weary of my crying, my throat is dried, my eyes fail, while I wait for my Supreme Authority, mighty Creator. Verse 4. They that hate me without a cause are more than the hairs of my head. They that would destroy me, being my enemies wrongfully, are mighty. Them I restored, that which I took not away. Verse 5. O Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, you know my foolishness, and my wrongs are not hid from you. Verse 6. Let not them that wait on you, O Sovereign, he exists of hosts, be ashamed for my sake. Let not those that seek you be confounded for my sake, O Supreme Authority, mighty Creator of Israel. Verse 7. Because for your sake I have borne reproach, shame has covered my face. Verse 8. I am become a stranger to my brothers, and an alien to my mother's children. Verse 9. Because the zeal of your house has eaten me up, and the reproaches of them that reproached you are fallen upon me. Verse 10. When I wept and chastened my inner thinking center with fasting, that was to my reproach. Verse 11. I made sackcloth also my garment, and I became a proverb to them. Verse 12. They that sit in the gate speak against me, and I was the song of the drunkards. Verse 13. But as for me, my prayer is to you, O He exists in an acceptable time, O Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, in the multitude of your binding agreement, loyalty, hear me in the truth of your rescue. Verse 14. Deliver me out of the mire, and let me not sink, let me be delivered from them that hate me, and out of the deep waters. Verse 15. Let not the water flood overflow me, neither let the deep swallow me up, and let not the pit shut her mouth upon me. Verse 16. Hear me, O He exists, because your binding agreement loyalty is good. Turn to me according to the multitude of your tender mercies. Verse 17. And hide not your face from your servant worker, because I am in trouble, hear me speedily. Verse 18. Draw near to my inner thinking center and redeem it, deliver me because of my enemies. Verse 19. You have known my reproach and my shame and my dishonor, my adversaries are all before you. Verse 20. Reproach has broken my inner thinking center, and I am full of heaviness, and I looked for some to take pity, but there was none, and for comforters, but I found none. Verse 21. They gave me also gall for my food, and in my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink. Verse 22. Let their table become a snare before them, and that which should have been for their welfare, let it become a trap. Verse 23. Let their eyes be darkened that they see not, and make their loins continually to shake. Verse 24. Pour out your indignation upon them, and let your wrathful anger take hold of them. Verse 25. Let their habitation be desolate, and let none dwell in their tents. Verse 26. Because they persecute him whom you have smitten, and they talk to the grief of those whom you have wounded. Verse 27. Add wrongdoing to their wrongdoing, and let them not come into your rightness. Verse 28. Let them be blotted out of the book of the living, and not be written with the right. Verse 29. But I am poor and sorrowful, let your rescue, O Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, set me up on high. Verse 30. I will praise the name of the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, with a song, and will magnify him with thanksgiving. Verse 31. This also will please, he exists better than an ox or bullock that has horns and hoofs. Verse 32. The humble will see this and be glad, and your inner thinking center will live that seek the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator. Verse 33. Because he exists, hears the poor and despises not his prisoners. Verse 34. Let the heaven and land praise him, the seas and everything that moves therein. Verse 35. Because the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, will save Zion and will build the cities of Judah, that they may dwell there and have it in possession. Verse 36. The seed also of his servant workers will inherit it, and they that love his name will dwell therein. Psalms, chapter 70, verse 1. Make haste, O Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, to deliver me. Make haste to help me, O He exists. Verse 2. Let them be ashamed and confounded that seek after my inner thinking center. Let them be turned backward and put to confusion that desire my hurt. Verse 3. Let them be turned back for a reward of their shame that say, Aha, aha. Verse 4. Let all those that seek you rejoice, and be glad in you, and let such as love your rescue say continually, let the Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, be magnified. Verse 5. But I am poor and needy, make haste to me, O Supreme Authority, mighty Creator, you are my help and my deliverer, O He exists, make no tarrying. Psalms, chapter 71, verse 1. In you, O He exists, do I put my trust, let me never be put to confusion. Verse 2. Deliver me in your rightness and cause me to escape, incline your ear to me and save me. Verse 3. Be you my strong habitation, whereunto I may continually resort, you have given commandment to save me, because you are my rock and my fortress. Verse 4. Deliver me, O my supreme authority, mighty creator, out of the hand of the wicked, out of the hand of the unrighteous and cruel man. Verse 5. Because you are my hope, O sovereign He exists, you are my trust from my youth. Verse 6. By you have I been held up. From the womb you are He that took me out of my mother's bowels, my praise will be continually of you. Verse 7. I am as a wonder to many, but you are my strong refuge. Verse 8. Let my mouth be filled with your praise and with your honor all the day. Verse 9. Cast me not off in the time of old age, forsake me not when my strength fails. Verse 10. Because my enemies speak against me, and they that lay wait for my inner thinking center take counsel together. Verse 11. Saying, the supreme authority, mighty creator, has forsaken him, persecute and take him, because there is none to deliver him. Verse 12. O supreme authority, mighty creator, be not far from me, O my supreme authority, mighty creator, make haste for my help. Verse 13. Let them be confounded and consumed that are adversaries to my inner thinking center, let them be covered with reproach and dishonor that seek my hurt. Verse 14. But I will hope continually and will yet praise you more and more. Verse 15. My mouth will show forth your rightness and your rescue all the day, because I know not the numbers thereof. Verse 16. I will go in the strength of the sovereign He exists, I will make mention of your rightness, even of yours only. Verse 17. O supreme authority, mighty creator, you have taught me from my youth, and to this day have I declared your wondrous works. Verse 18. Now also when I am old and gray-headed, O supreme authority, mighty creator, forsake me not until I have showed your strength to this generation, and your power to every one that is to come. Verse 19. Your rightness also, O supreme authority, mighty creator, is very high, who have done great things, O supreme authority, mighty creator, who is like to you. Verse 20. You which have showed me great and sore troubles will quicken me again and will bring me up again from the depths of the land. Verse 21. You will increase my greatness and comfort me on every side. Verse 22. I will also praise you with the psaltery, even your truth, O my supreme authority, mighty creator, to you will I sing with the harp, O you set apart one of Israel. Verse 23. My lips will greatly rejoice when I sing to you, and my inner thinking center, which you have redeemed. Verse 24. My tongue also will talk of your rightness all the day long, because they are confounded, because they are brought to shame that seek my hurt. Psalms, chapter 72, verse 1. Give the king your judgments, O supreme authority, mighty creator, and your rightness to the king's son. Verse 2. You will judge your people group with rightness and your poor with judgment. Verse 3. The mountains will bring peace to the people group and the little hills by rightness. Verse 4. He will judge the poor of the people group, he will save the children of the needy and will break in pieces the oppressor. Verse 5. They will fear you as long as the sun and moon endure throughout all generations. Verse 6. He will come down like rain upon the mown grass, as showers that water the land. Verse 7. In his days will the right flourish and abundance of peace so long as the moon endures. Verse 8. He will have dominion also from sea to sea and from the river to the ends of the land. Verse 9. They that dwell in the wilderness will bow before him, and his enemies will lick the dust. Verse 10. The king rulers of Tarshish and of the isles will bring presents. The king rulers of Sheba and Seba will offer gifts. Verse 11. Yes, all king rulers will fall down before him. All people nations will serve him. Verse 12. Because he will deliver the needy when he cries, the poor also, and him that has no helper. Verse 13. He will spare the poor and needy and will save the inner thinking center of the needy. Verse 14. He will redeem their inner thinking center from deceit and violence, and precious will their blood be in his sight. Verse 15. And he will live, and to him will be given of the gold of Sheba. Prayer also will be made for him continually, and daily will he be praised. Verse 16. There will be a handful of corn in the land upon the top of the mountains. The fruit thereof will shake like Lebanon, and they of the city will flourish like grass of the land. Verse 17. His name will endure forever. His name will be continued as long as the sun, and men will be blessed in him. All people nations will call him blessed. Verse 18. Blessed be he exists, supreme authority, mighty creator of Israel, who only does wondrous things. Verse 19. And blessed be his glorious name forever, and let the whole land be filled with his glory. So let it be, and so let it be. Verse 20. The prayers of David the son of Jesse are ended. Psalms, chapter 73, verse 1. Truly the supreme authority, mighty creator, is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean inner thinking center. Verse 2. But as for me, my feet were almost gone, my steps had well near slipped. Verse 3. Because I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. Verse 4. Because there are no bands in their death, but their strength is firm. Verse 5. They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men. Verse 6. Therefore pride compasses them about as a chain, violence covers them as a garment. Verse 7. Their eyes stand out with fatness, they have more than inner thinking center could wish. Verse 8. They are corrupt and speak wickedly, concerning oppression they speak loftily. Verse 9. They set their mouth against the heavens, and their tongue walks through the land. Verse 10. Therefore his people group return here, and waters of a full cup are run out to them. Verse 11. And they say, how does the supreme authority, mighty creator know? And is there knowledge in the Most High? Verse 12. Look, these are the wicked who prosper in the world, they increase in riches. Verse 13. Truly I have cleansed my inner thinking center in vain, and washed my hands in innocence. Verse 14. Because all the day long have I been plagued and chastened every morning. Verse 15. If I say I will speak thus, look, I should offend against the generation of your children. Verse 16. When I thought to know this, it was too painful for me. Verse 17. Until I went into the sanctuary of the supreme authority, mighty creator, then understood I their end. Verse 18. Surely you did set them in slippery places, you cast them down into destruction. Verse 19. How are they brought into desolation, as in a moment they are utterly consumed with terrors. Verse 20. As a dream when one awakes, so, O sovereign, when you awake you will despise their image. Verse 21. Thus my inner thinking center was grieved, and I was pricked in my reins. Verse 22. So foolish was I, and ignorant I was as a beast before you. Verse 23. Nevertheless I am continually with you, you have held me by my right hand. Verse 24. You will guide me with your counsel, and afterward receive me to glory. Verse 25. Whom have I in heaven but you, and there is none upon land that I desire beside you. Verse 26. My flesh and my inner thinking center fails, but the supreme authority, mighty Creator, is the strength of my inner thinking center and my portion forever. Verse 27. Because look, they that are far from you will perish, you have destroyed all them that go a-whoring from you. Verse 28. But it is good for me to draw near to the supreme authority, mighty Creator. I have put my trust in sovereign, He exists, that I may declare all your works. Psalms, chapter 74, verse 1. O supreme authority, mighty Creator, why have you cast us off forever? Why does your anger smoke against the sheep of your pasture? Verse 2. Remember your congregation, which you have purchased of old, the rod of your inheritance, which you have redeemed, this Mount Zion wherein you have dwelt. Verse 3. Lift up your feet to the perpetual desolations, even all that the enemy has done wickedly in the sanctuary. Verse 4. Your enemies roar in the midst of your congregations, they set up their ensigns for signs. Verse 5. A man was famous according as he had lifted up axes upon the thick trees. Verse 6. But now they break down the carved work thereof at once with axes and hammers. Verse 7. They have cast fire into your sanctuary, they have defiled by casting down the dwelling place of your name to the ground. Verse 8. They said, in their inner thinking center, let us destroy them together. They have burned up all the congregations of the supreme authority, mighty Creator in the land. Verse 9. We see not our signs, there is no more any speaker, neither is there among us any that knows how long. Verse 10. O supreme authority, mighty Creator, how long will the adversary reproach, will the enemy blaspheme your name forever? Verse 11. Why withdraw you your hand, even your right hand pluck it out of your bosom? Verse 12. Because the supreme authority, mighty Creator, is like King of old, working rescue in the midst of the land. Verse 13. You did divide the sea by your strength, you broke the heads of the dragons in the waters. Verse 14. You broke the heads of Leviathan in pieces and gave him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness. Verse 15. You did cleave the fountain and the flood, you dried up mighty rivers. Verse 16. The day is yours, the night also is yours, you have prepared the light and the sun. Verse 17. You have set all the borders of the land, you have made summer and winter. Verse 18. Remember this, that the enemy has reproached, O he exists, and that the foolish people group have blasphemed your name. Verse 19. O deliver not the inner thinking center of your turtle dove to the multitude of the wicked, forget not the congregation of your poor forever. Verse 20. Have respect to the binding agreement, because the dark places of the land are full of the habitations of cruelty. Verse 21. O let not the oppressed return ashamed, let the poor and needy praise your name. Verse 22. Arise, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, plead your own cause, remember how the foolish man reproaches you daily. Verse 23. Forget not the voice of your enemies, the tumult of those that rise up against you increases continually. Psalms, chapter 75, verse 1. To you, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, do we give thanks to you, do we give thanks, because that your name is near, your wondrous works declare. Verse 2. When I will receive the congregation, I will judge uprightly. Verse 3. The land and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved, I bear up the pillars of it. Verse 4. I said to the fools, deal not foolishly, and to the wicked lift not up the horn. Verse 5. Lift not up your horn on high, speak not with a stiff neck. Verse 6. Because promotion comes neither from the east nor from the west nor from the south. Verse 7. But the supreme authority, mighty creator, is the judge. He puts down one and sets up another. Verse 8. Because in the hand of he exists there is a cup, and the wine is red, it is full of mixture, and he pours out of the same. But the dregs thereof, all the wicked of a land will wring them out and drink them. Verse 9. But I will declare forever, I will sing praises to the supreme authority, mighty creator of Jacob. Verse 10. All the horns of the wicked also will I cut off, but the horns of the right will be exalted. Psalms, chapter 76, verse 1. In Judah is the supreme authority, mighty creator, known his name is great in Israel. Verse 2. In Salem also is his tabernacle and his dwelling place in Zion. Verse 3. There broke he the arrows of the bow, the shield, and the sword, and the battle. Verse 4. You are more glorious and excellent than the mountains of prey. Verse 5. The stout-hearted were spoiled, they have slept their sleep, and none of the men of might have found their hands. Verse 6. At your rebuke, O supreme authority, mighty creator of Jacob, both the chariot and horse are cast into a dead sleep. Verse 7. You are to be feared, and who may stand in your sight when once you are angry. Verse 8. You did cause judgment to be heard from heaven, the land feared and was still. Verse 9. When the supreme authority, mighty creator, arose to judgment to save all the meek of the land. Verse 10. Surely the wrath of man will praise you, the remainder of wrath will you restrain. Verse 11. Vow and pay to he exists, your supreme authority, mighty creator, let all that be round about him bring presents to him that ought to be feared. Verse 12. He will cut off the spirit of princes, he is terrible to the king, rulers of the land. Psalms, chapter 77, verse 1. I cried to the supreme authority, mighty creator, with my voice, even to the supreme authority, mighty creator, with my voice, and he gave ear to me. Verse 2. In the day of my trouble I sought the sovereign, my sore ran in the night, and ceased not, my inner thinking center refused to be comforted. Verse 3. I remembered the supreme authority, mighty creator, and was troubled, I complained, and my inner thinking center was overwhelmed. Verse 4. You hold my eyes waking, I am so troubled that I cannot speak. Verse 5. I have considered the days of old, the years of ancient times. Verse 6. I call to remembrance my song in the night, I commune with my own inner thinking center, and my creative breath made diligent search. Verse 7. Will the sovereign cast off forever, and will he be favorable no more? Verse 8. Is his binding agreement loyalty clean gone forever? Does his promise fail forevermore? Verse 9. Has the supreme authority, mighty creator, forgotten to be gracious? Has he in anger shut up his tender mercies? Verse 10. And I said, this is my infirmity, but I will remember the years of the right hand of the Most High. Verse 11. I will remember the works of he exists. Surely I will remember your wonders of old. Verse 12. I will meditate also of all your work and talk of your doings. Verse 13. Your way, O supreme authority, mighty creator, is in the set-apart place. Who is so great a supreme authority, mighty creator, as our supreme authority, mighty creator? Verse 14. You are the supreme authority, mighty creator, that does wonders. You have declared your strength among the people group. Verse 15. You have with your arm redeemed your people group, the sons of Jacob and Joseph. Verse 16. The waters saw you, O supreme authority, mighty creator. The waters saw you, they were afraid. The depths also were troubled. Verse 17. The clouds poured out water. The skies sent out a sound. Your arrows also went abroad. Verse 18. The voice of your thunder was in heaven. The lightnings lightened the world. The land trembled and shook. Verse 19. Your way is in the sea, and your path in the great waters, and your footsteps are not known. Verse 20. You led your people group like a flock by the hand of Moses and Aaron. Psalms, chapter 78, verse 1. Give ear, O my people group, to my instruction law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. Verse 2. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old. Verse 3. Which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. Verse 4. We will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come the praises of He exists, and His strength, and His wonderful works that He has done. Verse 5. Because He established a testimony in Jacob, and appointed an instruction law in Israel, which He commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children. Verse 6. That the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, who should arise and declare them to their children. Verse 7. That they might set their hope in the supreme authority, mighty creator, and not forget the works of the supreme authority, mighty creator, but keep His commandments. Verse 8. And might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their inner thinking center aright, and whose creative breath was not steadfast with the supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 9. The children of Ephraim, being armed and carrying bows, turned back in the day of battle. Verse 10. They kept not the binding agreement of the supreme authority, mighty creator, and refused to walk in His instruction law. Verse 11. And forgot His works and His wonders that He had showed them. Verse 12. Marvelous things did He in the sight of their fathers in the land of Egypt, in the field of Zoan. Verse 13. He divided the sea and caused them to pass through, and He made the waters to stand as a heap. Verse 14. In the daytime also He led them with a cloud, and all the night with a light of fire. Verse 15. He clave the rocks in the wilderness, and gave them drink as out of the great depths. Verse 16. He brought streams also out of the rock, and caused waters to run down like rivers. Verse 17. And they did wrong yet more against Him by provoking the Most High in the wilderness. Verse 18. And they tempted the supreme authority, mighty creator, in their inner thinking center by asking meat for their lust. Verse 19. Yes, they spoke against the supreme authority, mighty creator. They said, can the supreme authority, mighty creator, furnish a table in the wilderness? Verse 20. Look, He smote the rock, that the waters gushed out, and the streams overflowed. Can He give bread also? Can He provide flesh for His people group? Verse 21. Therefore He exists, heard this, and was angry, so a fire was kindled against Jacob, and anger also came up against Israel. Verse 22. Because they believed not in the supreme authority, mighty creator, and trusted not in His rescue. Verse 23. Though He had commanded the clouds from above, and opened the doors of heaven. Verse 24. And had rained down manna upon them to eat, and had given them of the corn of heaven. Verse 25. Men did eat messengers' food, He sent them meat to the full. Verse 26. He caused an east wind to blow in the heaven, and by His power He brought in the south wind. Verse 27. He rained flesh also upon them as dust, and feathered fowls like as the sand of the sea. Verse 28, and he let it fall in the midst of their camp round about their habitations. Verse 29, so they did eat and were well filled, because he gave them their own desire. Verse 30, they were not estranged from their lust, but while their meat was yet in their mouths. Verse 31, the wrath of the supreme authority mighty Creator came upon them, and slew the fattest of them, and smote down the chosen men of Israel. Verse 32, for all this they did wrong still, and believed not for his wondrous works. Verse 33, therefore their days did he consume in vanity, and their years in trouble. Verse 34, when he slew them, then they sought him, and they returned and inquired early after the supreme authority mighty Creator. Verse 35, and they remembered that the supreme authority mighty Creator was their rock, and the high supreme authority mighty Creator their Redeemer. Verse 36, nevertheless they did flatter him with their mouth, and they lied to him with their tongues. Verse 37, because their inner thinking center was not right with him, neither were they steadfast in his binding agreement. Verse 38, but he, being full of compassion, forgave their wrongdoing and destroyed them not. Yes, many a time turned he his anger away, and did not stir up all his wrath. Verse 39, because he remembered that they were but flesh, a wind that passes away and comes not again. Verse 40, how often did they provoke him in the wilderness, and grieve him in the desert? Verse 41, yes, they turned back and tempted the supreme authority mighty Creator, and limited the set apart one of Israel. Verse 42, they remembered not his hand, nor the day when he delivered them from the enemy. Verse 43, how he had wrought his signs in Egypt, and his wonders in the field of Zoan. Verse 44, and had turned their rivers into blood, and their floods that they could not drink. Verse 45, he sent divers sorts of flies among them, which devoured them, and frogs which destroyed them. Verse 46, he gave also their increase to the caterpillar, and their labor to the locust. Verse 47, he destroyed their vines with hail, and their sycamore trees with frost. Verse 48, he gave up their cattle also to the hail, and their flocks to hot thunderbolts. Verse 49, he cast upon them the fierceness of his anger, wrath, and indignation, and trouble by sending evil messengers among them. Verse 50, he made a way to his anger, he spared not their inner thinking center from death, but gave their life over to the pestilence. Verse 51, and smote all the firstborn in Egypt, the chief of their strength in the tabernacles of Ham. Verse 52, but made his own people group to go forth like sheep, and guided them in the wilderness like a flock. Verse 53, and he led them on safely, so that they feared not, but the sea overwhelmed their enemies. Verse 54, and he brought them to the border of his set-apart place, even to this mountain which his right hand had purchased. Verse 55, he cast out the people nations also before them, and divided them an inheritance by line, and made the tribes of Israel to dwell in their tents. Verse 56, yet they tempted and provoked the Most High supreme authority mighty Creator, and kept not his testimonies. Verse 57, but turned back and dealt unfaithfully like their fathers, they were turned aside like a deceitful bow. Verse 58, because they provoked him to anger with their high places, and moved him to jealousy with their graven images. Verse 59, when the supreme authority mighty Creator heard this, he was wroth, and greatly abhorred Israel. Verse 60, so that he forsook the tabernacle of Shiloh, the tent which he placed among men. Verse 61, and delivered his strength into captivity, and his glory into the enemy's hand. Verse 62, He gave his people group over also to the sword and was wroth with his inheritance. Verse 63. The fire consumed their young men, and their maidens were not given to marriage. Verse 64. Their serving leaders fell by the sword, and their widows made no lamentation. Verse 65. Then the sovereign awaked as one out of sleep, and like a mighty man that shouts by reason of wine. Verse 66. And he smote his enemies in the hinder parts, he put them to a perpetual reproach. Verse 67. Moreover, he refused the tabernacle of Joseph, and chose not the tribe of Ephraim. Verse 68. But chose the tribe of Judah, the Mount Zion, which he loved. Verse 69. And he built his sanctuary like high palaces, like the land which he has established forever. Verse 70. He chose David also his servant worker, and took him from the sheepfolds. Verse 71. From following the ewes great with young, he brought him to feed Jacob his people group, and Israel his inheritance. Verse 72. So he fed them according to the integrity of his inner thinking center, and guided them by the skillfulness of his hands. Psalms, chapter 79, verse 1. O supreme authority, mighty creator, the people nations are come into your inheritance, your set apart house have they defiled, they have laid Jerusalem on heaps. Verse 2. The dead bodies of your servant workers have they given to be meat to the birds of the heavens, the flesh of your set apart ones to the beasts of the land. Verse 3. Their blood have they shed like water round about Jerusalem, and there was none to bury them. Verse 4. We are become a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and derision to them that are round about us. Verse 5. How long he exists, will ye be angry forever? Will your jealousy burn like fire? Verse 6. Pour out your wrath upon the people nations that have not known you, and upon the kingdoms that have not called upon your name. Verse 7. Because they have devoured Jacob and laid waste his dwelling place. Verse 8. O remember not against us former iniquities, let your tender mercies speedily prevent us, because we are brought very low. Verse 9. Help us, O supreme authority, mighty creator of our rescue, for the glory of your name, and deliver us, and purge away our wrongs for your name's sake. Verse 10. Therefore should the people nations say, where is their supreme authority, mighty creator? Let him be known among the people nations in our sight by the revenging of the blood of your servant workers, which is shed. Verse 11. Let the sighing of the prisoner come before you, according to the greatness of your power preserve you those that are appointed to die. Verse 12. And render to our neighbors sevenfold into their bosom their reproach wherewith they have reproached you, O sovereign. Verse 13. So we your people group, and sheep of your pasture will give you thanks forever. We will show forth your praise to all generations. Psalms, chapter 80, verse 1. Give ear, O shepherd of Israel, you that leads Joseph like a flock, you that dwells between the cherubims, shine forth. Verse 2. Before Ephraim and Benjamin and Manasseh stir up your strength, and come and save us. Verse 3. Turn us again, O supreme authority, mighty creator, and cause your face to shine, and we will be saved. Verse 4. O he exists, supreme authority, mighty creator of hosts, how long will you be angry against the prayer of your people group? Verse 5. You feed them with the bread of tears, and give them tears to drink in great measure. Verse 6. You make us a strife to our neighbors, and our enemies laugh among themselves. Verse 7. Turn us again, O supreme authority, mighty creator of hosts, and cause your face to shine, and we will be saved. Verse 8. You have brought a vine out of Egypt, you have cast out the people nations and planted it. Verse 9. You prepared room before it and did cause it to take deep root, and it filled the land. Verse 10. The hills were covered with the shadow of it, and the boughs thereof were like the goodly cedars. Verse 11. She sent out her boughs to the sea, and her branches to the river. Verse 12. Why have you then broken down her hedges, so that all they which pass by the way do pluck her? Verse 13. The boar out of the wood does waste it, and the wild beast of the field does devour it. Verse 14. Return, we beseech you, O supreme authority, mighty creator of hosts, look down from heaven and look and visit this vine. Verse 15. And the vineyard which your right hand has planted, and the branch that you made strong for yourself. Verse 16. It is burned with fire, it is cut down, they perish at the rebuke of your countenance. Verse 17. Let your hand be upon the man of your right hand, upon the Son of Man whom you made strong for yourself. Verse 18. So will not we go back from you, quicken us, and we will call upon your name. Verse 19. Turn us again, O ye exists, supreme authority, mighty creator of hosts, cause your face to shine, and we will be saved. Psalms, chapter 81, verse 1. Sing aloud to the supreme authority, mighty creator, our strength. Make a joyful noise to the supreme authority, mighty creator of Jacob. Verse 2. Take a psalm and bring here the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery. Verse 3. Blow up the trumpet in the new moon, in the time appointed on our solemn feast day. Verse 4. Because this was a statute for Israel and an instruction law of the supreme authority, mighty creator of Jacob. Verse 5. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony, when he went out through the land of Egypt, where I heard a language that I understood not. Verse 6. I removed his shoulder from the burden, his hands were delivered from the pots. Verse 7. You called in trouble, and I delivered you, I answered you in the secret place of thunder, I proved you at the waters of Meribah. Verse 8. Hear, O my people group, and I will testify to you, O Israel, if you will listen to me. Verse 9. There will no strange supreme authority, mighty creator, be in you, neither will you bow down any strange supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 10. I am he exists, your supreme authority, mighty creator, which brought you out of the land of Egypt. Open your mouth wide, and I will fill it. Verse 11. But my people group would not listen to my voice, and Israel but none of me. Verse 12. So I gave them up to their own inner thinking centers, lust, and they walked in their own counsels. Verse 13. Oh, that my people group had listened to me, and Israel had walked in my ways. Verse 14. I should soon have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries. Verse 15. The haters of he exists should have submitted themselves to him, but their time should have endured forever. Verse 16. He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied you. Psalms, chapter 82, verse 1. The supreme authority, mighty creator, stands in the congregation of the mighty, he judges among the mighty. Verse 2. How long will you judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Verse 3. Defend the poor and fatherless, do justice to the afflicted and needy. Verse 4. Deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked. Verse 5. They know not, neither will they understand, they walk on in darkness, all the foundations of the land are out of course. Verse 6. I have said you are mighty, and all of you are children of the Most High. Verse 7. But you will die like men and fall like one of the princes. Verse 8. Arise, O supreme authority, mighty creator, judge the land, because you will inherit all people nations. Psalms, chapter 83, verse 1. Keep not you silence, O supreme authority, mighty creator, hold not your peace and be not still, O supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 2. Because look, your enemies make a tumult, and they that hate you have lifted up the head. Verse 3. They have taken crafty counsel against your people group and consulted against your hidden ones. Verse 4. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a people nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. Verse 5. Because they have consulted together with one consent, they are confederate against you. Verse 6. The tabernacles of Edom and the Ishmaelites of Moab and the Hagarites. Verse 7. Jebel and Ammon and Amalek the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. Verse 8. Shur also is joined with them, they have helped the children of Lot. Verse 9. Do to them as to Midian, as to Sisera, as to Jabin at the brook of Kishon. Verse 10. Which perished at Endor, they became as dung for the land. Verse 11. Make their nobles like Oreb and like Zebs, all their princes as Zebah and as Zalmunna. Verse 12. Who said, let us take to ourselves the houses of the supreme authority, mighty creator, in possession. Verse 13. O my supreme authority, mighty creator, make them like a wheel, as the stubble before the wind. Verse 14. As the fire burns a wood, and as the flame sets the mountains on fire. Verse 15. So persecute them with your tempest, and make them afraid with your storm. Verse 16. Fill their faces with shame, that they may seek your name, O he exists. Verse 17. Let them be confounded and troubled forever, yes, let them be put to shame and perish. Verse 18. That men may know that you, whose name alone is he exists, are the Most High over all the land. Psalms, chapter 84, verse 1. How amiable are your tabernacles, O he exists of hosts. Verse 2. My inner thinking center longs, yes, even faints, for the courts of he exists, my inner thinking center, and my flesh cries out for the living supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 3. Yes, the sparrow has found a house, and the swallow a nest for herself, where she may lay her young, even your altars, O he exists of hosts, my king and my supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 4. Blessed are they that dwell in your house, they will be still praising you. Verse 5. Blessed is the man whose strength is in you, and whose inner thinking center are the ways of them. Verse 6. Who passing through the valley of Baca make it a well, the rain also fills the pools. Verse 7. They go from strength to strength, every one of them, and Zion appears before the supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 8. O he exists, supreme authority, mighty creator of hosts, hear my prayer, give ear, O supreme authority, mighty creator of Jacob. Verse 9. Look, O supreme authority, mighty creator, our shield, and look upon the face of your anointed. Verse 10. Because a day in your courts is better than 1,000, I had rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my supreme authority, mighty creator, than to dwell in the tents of wickedness. Verse 11. Because he exists, supreme authority, mighty creator, is a sun and shield, he exists, will give favor and glory, no good thing will he withhold from them that walk uprightly. Verse 12. O he exists of hosts, blessed is the man that trusts in you. Psalms, chapter 85, verse 1. He exists. You have been favorable to your land. You have brought back the captivity of Jacob. Verse 2. You have forgiven the wrongdoing of your people group. You have covered all their wrong. Verse 3. You have taken away all your wrath. You have turned yourself from the fierceness of your anger. Verse 4. Turn us, O supreme authority, mighty creator of our rescue, and cause your anger toward us to cease. Verse 5. Will you be angry with us forever? Will you draw out your anger to all generations? Verse 6. Will you not revive us again, that your people group may rejoice in you? Verse 7. Show us your binding agreement, loyalty, O He exists, and grant us your rescue. Verse 8. I will hear what the supreme authority, mighty creator, He exists, will speak, because He will speak peace to His people group and to His set-apart ones, but let them not turn again to folly. Verse 9. Surely His rescue is near them that fear Him, that glory may dwell in our land. Verse 10. Binding agreement, loyalty, and truth are met together. Rightness and peace have kissed each other. Verse 11. Truth will spring out of the land, and rightness will look down from heaven. Verse 12. Yes, He exists, will give that which is good, and our land will yield her increase. Verse 13. Rightness will go before Him and will set us in the way of His steps. Psalms, chapter 86, verse 1. Bow down your ear, O He exists, hear me, because I am poor and needy. Verse 2. Preserve my inner thinking center, because I am set apart, O you my supreme authority, mighty creator, Savior, servant, worker that trusts in you. Verse 3. Be merciful to me, O sovereign, because I cry to you daily. Verse 4. Rejoice the inner thinking center of your servant worker, because to you, O sovereign, do I lift up my inner thinking center. Verse 5. Because you, sovereign, are good and ready to forgive, and plenteous in binding agreement, loyalty to all them that call upon you. Verse 6. Give ear, O He exists, to my prayer, and attend to the voice of my supplications. Verse 7. In the day of my trouble I will call upon you, because you will answer me. Verse 8. Among the mighty there is none like to you, O sovereign, neither are there any works like to your works. Verse 9. All people, nations whom you have made will come and bow down before you, O sovereign, and will glorify your name. Verse 10. Because you are great and do wondrous things, you are supreme authority, mighty creator alone. Verse 11. Teach me your way, O He exists, I will walk in your truth. Unite my inner thinking center to fear your name. Verse 12. I will praise you, O sovereign, my supreme authority, mighty creator, with all my inner thinking center, and I will glorify your name forevermore. Verse 13. Because great is your binding agreement, loyalty toward me, and you have delivered my inner thinking center from the lowest Sheol. Verse 14. O supreme authority, mighty creator, the proud are risen against me, and the assemblies of violent men have sought after my inner thinking center, and have not set you before them. Verse 15. But you, O sovereign, are a supreme authority, mighty creator, full of compassion and gracious, long-suffering, and plenteous in binding agreement, loyalty, and truth. Verse 16. O turn to me and have mercy upon me, give your strength to your servant worker, and save the son of your handmaid. Verse 17. Show me a token for good, that they which hate me may see it, and be ashamed, because you, He exists, have helped me and comforted me. Psalms, chapter 87, verse 1. His foundation is in the set-apart mountains. Verse 2. He exists, loves the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Verse 3. Glorious things are spoken of you, O city of the supreme authority, mighty Creator. Verse 4. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them, that know me. Look, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia, this man was born there. Verse 5. And of Zion it will be said this, and that man was born in her, and the Highest himself will establish her. Verse 6. He exists, will count when he writes up the people group that this man was born there. Verse 7. As well the singers as the players on instruments will be there, all my springs are in you. Psalms, chapter 88, verse 1. Oh, he exists, supreme authority, mighty Creator of my rescue. I have cried day and night before you. Verse 2. Let my prayer come before you, incline your ear to my cry. Verse 3. Because my inner thinking center is full of troubles and my life draws near to the grave. Verse 4. I am counted with them that go down into the pit. I am as a man that has no strength. Verse 5. Free among the dead, like the slain that lie in the grave, whom you remember no more, and they are cut off from your hand. Verse 6. You have laid me in the lowest pit, in darkness in the deeps. Verse 7. Your wrath lies hard upon me, and you have afflicted me with all your waves. Verse 8. You have put away my acquaintance far from me. You have made me an abomination. To them I am shut up, and I cannot come forth. Verse 9. My eye mourns. By reason of affliction he exists. I have called daily upon you. I have stretched out my hands to you. Verse 10. Will you show wonders to the dead? Will the dead arise and praise you? Verse 11. Will your binding agreement loyalty be declared in the grave, or your faithfulness in destruction? Verse 12. Will your wonders be known in the dark, and your rightness in the land of forgetfulness? Verse 13. But to you have I cried, oh, he exists, and in the morning will my prayer prevent you. Verse 14. He exists, why cast you off my inner thinking center? Why hide you your face from me? Verse 15. I am afflicted and ready to die from my youth up. While I suffer your terrors I am distracted. Verse 16. Your fierce wrath goes over me, your terrors have cut me off. Verse 17. They came round about me daily like water, they compassed me about together. Verse 18. Lover and friend have you put far from me, and my acquaintance into darkness. Psalms, chapter 89, verse 1. I will sing of the binding agreement loyalties of he exists forever. With my mouth will I make known your faithfulness to all generations. Verse 2. Because I have said binding agreement loyalty will be built up forever, your faithfulness will you establish in the very heavens. Verse 3. I have made a binding agreement with my chosen, I have sworn to David my servant worker. Verse 4. Your seed will I establish forever and build up your throne to all generations. Verse 5. And the heavens will praise your wonders, O he exists, your faithfulness also in the congregation of the set-apart ones. Verse 6. Because who in heaven can be compared to he exists? Who among the sons of the mighty can be likened to he exists? Verse 7. The supreme authority, mighty Creator, is greatly to be feared in the assembly of the set-apart ones, and to be had in reverence of all them that are about him. Verse 8. O he exists, supreme authority, mighty Creator of hosts, who is a strong he exists like to you, or to your faithfulness round about you. Verse 9. You rule the raging of the sea, when the waves thereof arise you still them. Verse 10. You have broken Rahab in pieces as one that is slain. You have scattered your enemies with your strong arm. Verse 11. The heavens are yours, the land also is yours. As for the world, and the fullness thereof, you have founded them. Verse 12. The north and the south you have created them. Tabor and Hermon will rejoice in your name. Verse 13. You have a mighty arm, strong is your hand, and high is your right hand. Verse 14. Justice and judgment are the habitation of your throne. Binding agreement, loyalty, and truth will go before your face. Verse 15. Blessed is the people group that know the joyful sound. They will walk. Oh, he exists in the light of your countenance. Verse 16. In your name will they rejoice all the day, and in your rightness will they be exalted. Verse 17. Because you are the glory of their strength, and in your favor our horn will be exalted. Verse 18. Because he exists as our defense, and the set-apart one of Israel as our king. Verse 19. Then you spoke in vision to your set-apart one, and said, I have laid help upon one that is mighty. I have exalted one chosen out of the people group. Verse 20. I have found David my servant worker. With my set-apart oil have I anointed him. Verse 21. With whom my hand will be established, my arm also will strengthen him. Verse 22. The enemy will not exact upon him, nor the son of wickedness afflict him. Verse 23. And I will beat down his foes before his face, and plague them that hate him. Verse 24. But my faithfulness and my binding agreement, loyalty, will be with him, and in my name will his horn be exalted. Verse 25. I will set his hand also in the sea, and his right hand in the rivers. Verse 26. He will cry to me, you are my Father, my supreme authority, mighty Creator, and the rock of my rescue. Verse 27. Also I will make him my firstborn, higher than the king rulers of the land. Verse 28. My binding agreement, loyalty, will I keep for him forevermore, and my binding agreement will stand fast with him. Verse 29. His seed also will I make to endure forever, and his throne as the days of heaven. Verse 30. If his children forsake my instruction law, and walk not in my judgments. Verse 31. If they break my statutes and keep not my commandments. Verse 32. Then will I visit their rebellious wrong with the rod, and their wrongdoing with stripes. Verse 33. Nevertheless my binding agreement, loyalty, will I not utterly take from him, nor suffer my faithfulness to fail. Verse 34. My binding agreement will I not break, nor alter the thing that is gone out of my lips. Verse 35. Once have I sworn by my set-apartness that I will not lie to David. Verse 36. His seed will endure forever, and his throne as the sun before me. Verse 37. It will be established forever as the moon, and as a faithful witness in heaven. Verse 38. But you have cast off and abhorred, you have been wroth with your anointed. Verse 39. You have made void the binding agreement of your servant worker, you have profaned his crown by casting it to the ground. Verse 40. You have broken down all his hedges, you have brought his strongholds to ruin. Verse 41. All that pass by the way spoil him, he is a reproach to his neighbors. Verse 42. You have set up the right hand of his adversaries, you have made all his enemies to rejoice. Verse 43. You have also turned the edge of his sword, and have not made him to stand in the battle. Verse 44. You have made his glory to cease, and cast his throne down to the ground. Verse 45. The days of his youth have you shortened, you have covered him with shame. Verse 46. How long he exists will you hide yourself forever, will your wrath burn like fire. Verse 47. Remember how short my time is, therefore have you made all men in vain. Verse 48. What man is he that lives and will not see death? Will he deliver his inner thinking center? from the hand of the grave. Verse 49. Sovereign, where are your former binding agreement loyalties, which you swore to David in your truth? Verse 50. Remember, sovereign, the reproach of your servant workers, how I do bear in my bosom the reproach of all the mighty people group. Verse 51. Wherewith your enemies have reproached, O he exists, wherewith they have reproached the footsteps of your anointed. Verse 52. Blessed be he that exists forevermore, so let it be, and so let it be. Psalms, chapter 90, verse 1. Sovereign, you have been our dwelling place in all generations. Verse 2. Before the mountains were brought forth, or ever you had formed the land and the world, even from everlasting to everlasting, you are the supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 3. You turn man to destruction and say, return, you children of men. Verse 4. Because 1,000 years in your sight are but as yesterday when it is past, and as a watch in the night. Verse 5. You carry them away as with a flood, they are as asleep in the morning, they are like grass which grows up. Verse 6. In the morning it flourishes and grows up, in the evening it is cut down and withers. Verse 7. Because we are consumed by your anger, and by your wrath are we troubled. Verse 8. You have set our iniquities before you, our secret wrongs in the light of your countenance. Verse 9. Because all our days are passed away in your wrath, we spend our years as a tale that is told. Verse 10. The days of our years are 80 years and 10, and if by reason of strength they be 80 years, yet is their strength labor and sorrow, because it is soon cut off, and we fly away. Verse 11. Who knows the power of your anger, even according to your fear, so is your wrath. Verse 12. So teach us to number our days, that we may apply our inner thinking center to wisdom. Verse 13. Return, O he exists, how long, and let it repent you concerning your servant workers. Verse 14. O satisfy us early with your binding agreement loyalty, that we may rejoice and be glad all our days. Verse 15. Make us glad according to the days wherein you have afflicted us, and the years wherein we have seen evil. Verse 16. Let your work appear to your servant workers, and your glory to their children. Verse 17. And let the beauty of he who exists, our supreme authority, mighty creator, be upon us, and establish you the work of our hands upon us. Yes, the work of our hands, establish you it. Psalms, chapter 91, verse 1. He that dwells in the secret place of the Most High will abide under the shadow of the Almighty. Verse 2. I will say of he exists, he is my refuge and my fortress, my supreme authority, mighty creator, in him will I trust. Verse 3. Surely he will deliver you from the snare of the fowler and from the noisome pestilence. Verse 4. He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings will you trust. His truth will be your shield and buckler. Verse 5. You will not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flies by day. Verse 6. Nor for the pestilence that walks in darkness, nor for the destruction that wastes at noonday. Verse 7. 1,000 will fall at your side, and 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. Verse 8. Only with your eyes will you look and see the reward of the wicked. Verse 9. Because you have made he exists, which is my refuge, even the Most High your habitation. Verse 10. There will no evil befall you, neither will any plague come near your dwelling. Verse 11. Because he will give his messengers charge over you to keep you in all your ways. Verse 12. They will bear you up in their hands, lest you dash your foot against a stone. Verse 13. You will tread upon the lion and adder, the young lion and the dragon will you trample under feet. Verse 14. Because he has set his love upon me, therefore will I deliver him, I will set him on high. Because he has known my name. Verse 15. He will call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. Verse 16. With long life will I satisfy him and show him my rescue. Psalms, chapter 92, verse 1. It is a good thing to give thanks to He exists and to sing praises to your name, O Most High. Verse 2. To show forth your binding agreement loyalty in the morning and your faithfulness every night. Verse 3. Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. Verse 4. Because you, He exists, have made me glad. Through your work I will triumph in the works of your hands. Verse 5. O He exists, how great are your works, and your thoughts are very deep. Verse 6. A brutish man knows not, neither does a fool understand this. Verse 7. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of wrongdoing do flourish, it is that they will be destroyed forever. Verse 8. But you, He exists, are most high forevermore. Verse 9. Because look, your enemies, O He exists. Because look, your enemies will perish, all the workers of wrongdoing will be scattered. Verse 10. But my horn will you exalt, like the horn of an unicorn I will be anointed with fresh oil. Verse 11. My eye also will see my desire on my enemies, and my ears will hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. Verse 12. The right will flourish like the palm tree, he will grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Verse 13. Those that be planted in the house of He exists will flourish in the courts of our supreme authority, mighty Creator. Verse 14. They will still bring forth fruit in old age, they will be fat and flourishing. Verse 15. To show that He exists is upright, He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in Him. Psalms, chapter 93, verse 1. He exists, reigns, He is clothed with majesty, He exists, is clothed with strength, wherewith He has girded Himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Verse 2. Your throne is established of old, you are from everlasting. Verse 3. The floods have lifted up, O He exists. The floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. Verse 4. He exists on high, is mightier than the noise of many waters, yes, than the mighty waves of the sea. Verse 5. Your testimonies are very sure, set apartness becomes your house, O He exists forever. Psalms, chapter 94, verse 1. O He exists, supreme authority, mighty Creator, to whom vengeance belongs. O supreme authority, mighty Creator, to whom vengeance belongs, show yourself. Verse 2. Lift up yourself, you judge of the land, render a reward to the proud. Verse 3. He exists, how long will the wicked triumph? Verse 4. How long will they utter and speak hard things, and all the workers of wrongdoing boast themselves? Verse 5. They break in pieces your people group, O He exists, and afflict your inheritance. Verse 6. They slay the widow and the stranger and murder the fatherless. Verse 7. Yet they say He exists, will not see, neither will the supreme authority, mighty Creator of Jacob regard it. Verse 8. Understand, you brutish among the people group, and you fools, when will you be wise? Verse 9. He that planted the ear, will he not hear? He that formed the eye, will he not see? Verse 10. He that chastises the people nations will not he correct, he that teaches man knowledge will not he know. Verse 11. He exists, knows the thoughts of man that they are vanity. Verse 12. Blessed is the man whom you chasten, O he exists, and teach him out of your instruction law. Verse 13. That you may give him rest from the days of adversity until the pit be dug for the wicked. Verse 14. Because he exists, will not cast off his people group, neither will he forsake his inheritance. Verse 15. But judgment will return to rightness, and all the upright in inner thinking center will follow it. Verse 16. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers, or who will stand up for me against the workers of wrongdoing? Verse 17. Unless he exists had been my help, my inner thinking center had almost dwelt in silence. Verse 18. When I said my foot slips, your binding agreement, loyalty, O he exists, held me up. Verse 19. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, your comforts delight my inner thinking center. Verse 20. Will the throne of wrongdoing have fellowship with you, which frames mischief by a law? Verse 21. They gather themselves together against the inner thinking center of the right and condemn the innocent blood. Verse 22. But he exists as my defense and my supreme authority, mighty creator is the rock of my refuge. Verse 23. And he will bring upon them their own wrongdoing, and will cut them off in their own wickedness. Yes, he exists, our supreme authority, mighty creator will cut them off. Psalms, chapter 95, verse 1. O come, let us sing to he exists, let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our rescue. Verse 2. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving and make a joyful noise to him with psalms. Verse 3. Because he exists as a great supreme authority, mighty creator, and a great king above all mighty ones. Verse 4. In his hand are the deep places of the land, the strength of the hills is his also. Verse 5. The sea is his and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Verse 6. O come, let us bow down, let us kneel before he exists, our Maker. Verse 7. Because he is our supreme authority, mighty creator, and we are the people group of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand today, if you will hear his voice. Verse 8. Harden not your inner thinking center as in the provocation and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness. Verse 9. When your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. Verse 10. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people group that do err in their inner thinking center, and they have not known my ways. Verse 11. To whom I swore in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. Psalms, chapter 96, verse 1. O sing to ye exists, a new song, sing to ye exists, all the land. Verse 2. Sing to ye exists, bless his name, show forth his rescue from day to day. Verse 3. Declare his glory among the people nations, his wonders among all people group. Verse 4. Because he exists is great and greatly to be praised, he is to be feared above all mighty ones. Verse 5. Because all the mighty ones of the people nations are idols, but he exists, made the heavens. Verse 6. Honor and majesty are before him, strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Verse 7. Give to he exists, O you kindreds of the people group, give to he exists glory and strength. Verse 8. Give to he exists the glory due to his name, bring an offering and come into his courts. Verse 9. O bow down he exists in the beauty of set apartness, fear before him all the land. Verse 10. Say among the people nations, that he exists reigns, the world also will be established, that it will not be moved. He will judge the people group righteously. Verse 11, let the heavens rejoice, and let the land be glad, let the sea roar and the fullness thereof. Verse 12, let the field be joyful, and all that is therein, then will all the trees of the wood rejoice. Verse 13, before he exists, because he comes to judge the land, he will judge the world with rightness and the people group with his truth. Psalms, chapter 97, verse 1. He exists, reigns, let the land rejoice, let the multitude of isles be glad thereof. Verse 2. Clouds and darkness are round about him, rightness and judgment are the habitation of his throne. Verse 3. A fire goes before him and burns up his enemies round about. Verse 4. His lightnings enlightened the world, the land saw and trembled. Verse 5. The hills melted like wax at the presence of he exists, at the presence of the sovereign of the whole land. Verse 6. The heavens declare his rightness, and all the people group see his glory. Verse 7. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves of idols, bow down him, all you mighty ones. Verse 8. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of your judgments, O he exists. Verse 9. Because you, he exists, are high above all the land, you are exalted far above all mighty ones. Verse 10. You that love he exists hate evil, he preserves the inner thinking center of his set apart ones, he delivers them out of the hand of the wicked. Verse 11. Light is sown for the right and gladness for the upright, an inner thinking center. Verse 12. Rejoice in he exists, you right, and give thanks at the remembrance of his set apartness. Psalms, chapter 98, verse 1. O sing to he exists a new song, because he has done marvelous things, his right hand and his set-apart arm has gotten him the victory. Verse 2. He exists, has made known his rescue, his rightness has he openly showed in the sight of the people nations. Verse 3. He has remembered his binding agreement, loyalty, and his truth. Toward the house of Israel all the ends of the land have seen the rescue of our supreme authority, mighty Creator. Verse 4. Make a joyful noise to he exists, all the land make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Verse 5. Sing to he exists with the harp and the voice of a psalm. Verse 6. With trumpets and sound of cornet make a joyful noise before he exists the King. Verse 7. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Verse 8. Let the floods clap their hands, let the hills be joyful together. Verse 9. Before he exists, because he comes to judge the land with rightness, will he judge the world and the people group with equity. Psalms, chapter 99, verse 1. He exists, reigns, let the people tremble, he sits between the cherubims, let the land be moved. Verse 2. He exists, is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people group. Verse 3. Let them praise your great and terrible name, because it is set apart. Verse 4. The king's strength also loves judgment, you do establish equity. You execute judgment and rightness in Jacob. Verse 5. Exalt you, he exists, our supreme authority, mighty Creator, and bow down at his footstool because he is set apart. Verse 6. Moses and Aaron among his serving leaders, and Samuel among them, that call upon his name they called upon, he exists, and he answered them. Verse 7. He spoke to them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies and the ordinance that he gave them. Verse 8. You answered them, "Oh, he exists, our supreme authority, mighty creator. You were a supreme authority, mighty creator that forgave them, though you took vengeance of their inventions." Verse 9. Exalt, he exists, our supreme authority, mighty creator, and bow down, it is set apart hill, because he exists, our supreme authority, mighty creator is set apart. Psalms, chapter 100, verse 1. Make a joyful noise to he exists, all you lands. Verse 2. Serve he exists with gladness, come before his presence with singing. Verse 3. Know you that he exists, he is the supreme authority, mighty creator, it is he that has made us and not we ourselves, we are his people group, and the sheep of his pasture. Verse 4. Enter into his gates with thanksgiving and into his courts with praise. Be thankful to him and bless his name. Verse 5. Because he exists is good, his binding agreement loyalty is everlasting, and his truth endures to all generations. Psalms, chapter 101. Verse 1. I will sing of binding agreement, loyalty, and judgment to you, O he exists will I sing. Verse 2. I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way, O. When will you come to me? I will walk within my house with a perfect inner thinking center. Verse 3. I will set no wicked thing before my eyes, I hate the work of them. Turn aside, it will not cleave to me. Verse 4. A froward inner thinking center will depart from me, I will not know a wicked person. Verse 5. Whoever privily slanders his neighbor, him will I cut off. Him that has a high look and a proud inner thinking center will not I suffer. Verse 6. My eyes will be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me. He that walks in a perfect way, he will serve me. Verse 7. He that works deceit will not dwell within my house. He that tells lies will not tarry in my sight. Verse 8. I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of he exists. Psalms, chapter 102, verse 1. Hear my prayer, O he exists, and let my cry come to you. Verse 2. Hide not your face from me in the day, when I am in trouble. Incline your ear to me in the day, when I call, answer me speedily. Verse 3. Because my days are consumed like smoke, and my bones are burned as an hearth. Verse 4. My inner thinking center is smitten and withered like grass, so that I forget to eat my bread. Verse 5. By reason of the voice of my groaning, my bones cleave to my skin. Verse 6. I am like a pelican of the wilderness, I am like an owl of the desert. Verse 7. I watch and am as a sparrow alone upon the housetop. Verse 8. My enemies reproach me all the day, and they that are mad against me are sworn against me. Verse 9. Because I have eaten ashes like bread, and mingled my drink with weeping. Verse 10. Because of your indignation and your wrath, because you have lifted me up and cast me down. Verse 11. My days are like a shadow that declines, and I am withered like grass. Verse 12. But you, O he exists, will endure forever, and your remembrance to all generations. Verse 13. You will arise and have mercy upon Zion, because the time to favor her, yes, the set time is come. Verse 14. Because your servant workers take pleasure in her stones, and favor the dust thereof. Verse 15. So the people nations will fear the name of he exists, and all the king rulers of the land your glory. Verse 16. When he exists will build up Zion, he will appear in his glory. Verse 17. He will regard the prayer of the destitute and not despise their prayer. Verse 18. This will be written for the generation to come, and the people group which will be created will praise he exists. Verse 19. Because he has looked down from the height of his sanctuary, from heaven did he exists look the land. Verse 20. To hear the groaning of the prisoner, to loose those that are appointed to death. Verse 21. To declare the name of he exists in Zion and his praise in Jerusalem. Verse 22. When the people group are gathered together and the kingdoms to serve he exists. Verse 23. He weakened my strength in the way he shortened my days. Verse 24. I said, O my supreme authority, mighty creator, take me not away in the midst of my days. Your years are throughout all generations. Verse 25. Of old have you laid the foundation of the land, and the heavens are the work of your hands. Verse 26. They will perish, but you will endure, yes, all of them will wax old like a garment, as a vesture will you change them, and they will be changed. Verse 27. But you are the same, and your years will have no end. Verse 28. The children of your servant workers will continue, and their seed will be established before you. Psalms, chapter 103, verse 1. Bless he exists, O my inner thinking center, and all that is within me bless his set-apart name. Verse 2. Bless he exists, O my inner thinking center, and forget not all his benefits. Verse 3. Who forgives all your iniquities, who heals all your diseases. Verse 4. Who redeems your life from destruction, who crowns you with binding agreement, loyalty, and tender mercies. Verse 5. Who satisfies your mouth with good things, so that your youth is renewed like the eagles. Verse 6. He exists, executes rightness and judgment for all that are oppressed. Verse 7. He made known his ways to Moses, his acts to the children of Israel. Verse 8. He exists, is merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and plenteous in binding agreement, loyalty. Verse 9. He will not always chide, neither will he keep his anger forever. Verse 10. He has not dealt with us after our wrongs, nor rewarded us according to our iniquities. Verse 11. Because as the heaven is high above the land, so great is his binding agreement, loyalty toward them that fear him. Verse 12. As far as the east is from the west, so far has he removed our rebellious wrongs from us. Verse 13. Like as a father pities his children, so he exists, pities them that fear him. Verse 14. Because he knows our frame, he remembers that we are dust. Verse 15. As for man, his days are as grass, as a flower of the field, so he flourishes. Verse 16. Because the wind passes over it, and it is gone, and the place thereof will know it no more. Verse 17. But the binding agreement, loyalty of he exists, is from everlasting to everlasting upon them that fear him, and his rightness to children's children. Verse 18. To such as keep his binding agreement, and to those that remember his commandments to do them. Verse 19. He exists, has prepared his throne in the heavens, and his kingdom rules over all. Verse 20. Bless he exists to his messengers, that excel in strength, that do his commandments, listening to the voice of his word. Verse 21. Bless you he exists, all you his hosts, you servant workers of his that do his pleasure. Verse 22. Bless he exists, all his works and all places of his dominion. Bless he exists, O my inner thinking center. Psalms, chapter 104, verse 1. Bless he exists, O my inner thinking center, O he exists, my supreme authority, mighty creator, you are very great, you are clothed with honor and majesty. Verse 2. Who covers yourself with light as with a garment, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain. Verse 3. Who lays the beams of his chambers in the waters, who makes the clouds his chariot, who walks upon the wings of the wind. Verse 4. Who makes his messengers spirits, his servant workers of flaming fire. Verse 5. Who laid the foundations of the land that it should not be removed forever. Verse 6. You covered it with the deep as with a garment, the waters stood above the mountains. Verse 7. At your rebuke they fled, at the voice of your thunder they hasted away. Verse 8. They go up by the mountains, they go down by the valleys to the place which you have founded for them. Verse 9. You have set a bound, that they may not pass over, that they turn not again to cover the land. Verse 10. He sends the springs into the valleys which run among the hills. Verse 11. They give drink to every beast of the field, the wild asses quench their thirst. Verse 12. By them will the fowls of the heaven have their habitation, which sing among the branches. Verse 13. He waters the hills. From his chambers the land is satisfied with the fruit of your works. Verse 14. He causes the grass to grow for the cattle and herb, for the service of man, that he may bring forth food out of the land. Verse 15. And wine, that makes glad the inner thinking center of man, and oil to make his face to shine, and bread, which strengthens man's inner thinking center. Verse 16. The trees of he exists are full of sap, the cedars of Lebanon which he has planted. Verse 17. Where the birds make their nests, as for the stork, the fir trees are her house. Verse 18. The high hills are a refuge for the wild goats, and the rocks for the canaries. Verse 19. He appointed the moon for seasons, the sun knows his going down. Verse 20. You make darkness, and it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. Verse 21. The young lions roar after their prey, and seek their meat from the supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 22. The sun arises, they gather themselves together and lay them down in their dens. Verse 23. Man goes forth to his work and to his labor until the evening. Verse 24. O he exists, how manifold are your works, in wisdom have you made them all, the land is full of your riches. Verse 25. So is this great and wide sea, wherein are things creeping innumerable, both small and great beasts. Verse 26. There go the ships, there is that Leviathan whom you have made to play therein. Verse 27. These wait all upon you, that you may give them their meat in due season. Verse 28. That you give them they gather, you open your hand, they are filled with good. Verse 29. You hide your face, they are troubled, you take away their breath, they die and return to their dust. Verse 30. You send forth your creative breath, they are created, and you renew the face of the land. Verse 31. The glory of he exists will endure forever, he exists, will rejoice in his works. Verse 32. He looks on the land and it trembles, he touches the hills and they smoke. Verse 33. I will sing to he exists. As long as I live I will sing praise to my supreme authority, mighty creator, while I have my being. Verse 34. My meditation of him will be sweet, I will be glad in he exists. Verse 35. Let the wrongdoers be consumed out of the land, and let the wicked be no more. Bless you, he exists. O my inner thinking center, praise you, he exists. Psalms, chapter 105, verse 1. O give thanks to he exists, call upon his name, make known his deeds among the people group. Verse 2. Sing to him, sing psalms to him, talk you of all his wondrous works. Verse 3. Glory you in his set-apart name, let the inner thinking center of them rejoice that seek he exists. Verse 4. Seek he exists, and his strength seek his face evermore. Verse 5. Remember his marvelous works that he has done, his wonders and the judgments of his mouth. Verse 6. O you seed of Abraham his servant worker, you children of Jacob his chosen. Verse 7. He exists, our supreme authority, mighty creator, his judgments are in all the land. Verse 8. He has remembered his binding agreement forever, the word which he commanded to 1,000 generations. Verse 9. Which binding agreement he made with Abraham and his oath to Isaac. Verse 10. And confirmed the same to Jacob for an instruction law, and to Israel for an everlasting binding agreement. Verse 11. Saying to you will I give the land of Canaan, the lot of your inheritance. Verse 12. When they were but a few men in number, yes, very few, and strangers in it. Verse 13. When they went from one nation to another, from one kingdom rule to another people group. Verse 14. He suffered no man to do them wrong, yes, he reproved king rulers for their sakes. Verse 15. Saying, touch not my anointed, and do my speakers no harm. Verse 16. Moreover he called for a famine upon the land, he broke the whole staff of bread. Verse 17. He sent a man before them, even Joseph, who was sold for a servant worker. Verse 18. Whose feet they hurt with fetters, he was laid in iron. Verse 19. Until the time that his word came, the word of he exists tried him. Verse 20. The king sent and loosed him, even the ruler of the people group, and let him go free. Verse 21. He made him master of his house and ruler of all his substance. Verse 22. To bind his princes at his pleasure and teach his senators wisdom. Verse 23. Israel also came into Egypt, and Jacob sojourned in the land of Ham. Verse 24. And he increased his people group greatly and made them stronger than their enemies. Verse 25. He turned their inner thinking center to hate his people group, to deal subtly with his servant workers. Verse 26. He sent Moses his servant worker and Aaron whom he had chosen. Verse 27. They showed his signs among them and wonders in the land of Ham. Verse 28. He sent darkness and made it dark, and they rebelled not against his word. Verse 29. He turned their waters into blood and slew their fish. Verse 30. Their land brought forth frogs in abundance in the chambers of their king rulers. Verse 31. He spoke, and there came divers sorts of flies and lice in all their coasts. Verse 32. He gave them hail for rain and flaming fire in their land. Verse 33. He smote their vines also and their fig trees, and broke the trees of their coasts. Verse 34. He spoke, and the locusts came, and caterpillars, and that without number. Verse 35. And did eat up all the herbs in their land, and devoured the fruit of their ground. Verse 36. He smote also all the firstborn in their land, the chief of all their strength. Verse 37. He brought them forth also with silver and gold, and there was not one feeble person among their tribes. Verse 38. Egypt was glad when they departed, because the fear of them fell upon them. Verse 39. He spread a cloud for a covering and fire to give light in the night. Verse 40. The people group asked, and he brought quails and satisfied them with the bread of heaven. Verse 41. He opened the rock, and the waters gushed out, they ran in the dry places like a river. Verse 42. Because he remembered his set-apart promise and Abraham his servant worker. Verse 43. And he brought forth his people group with joy, and his chosen with gladness. Verse 44. And gave them the lands of the people nations, and they inherited the labor of the people group. Verse 45. that they might observe his statutes and keep his instruction laws. Praise you, he exists. Psalms, chapter 106, verse 1. Praise you, he exists. O give thanks to he exists. Because he is good, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 2. Who can utter the mighty acts of he exists, who can show forth all his praise? Verse 3. Blessed are they that keep judgment, and he that does rightness at all times. Verse 4. Remember me, O he exists, with the favor that you bear to your people group. O visit me with your rescue. Verse 5. That I may see the good of your chosen, that I may rejoice in the gladness of your people group, that I may glory with your inheritance. Verse 6. We have did wrong with our fathers, we have committed wrongdoing, we have done wickedly. Verse 7. Our fathers understood not your wonders in Egypt, they remembered not the multitude of your binding agreement loyalties, but provoked him at the sea, even at the Red Sea. Verse 8. Nevertheless he saved them for his name's sake, that he might make his mighty power to be known. Verse 9. He rebuked the Red Sea also, and it was dried up, so he led them through the depths as through the wilderness. Verse 10. And he saved them from the hand of him that hated them, and redeemed them from the hand of the enemy. Verse 11. And the waters covered their enemies, there was not one of them left. Verse 12. Then believed they his words, they sang his praise. Verse 13. They soon forgot his works, they waited not for his counsel. Verse 14. But lusted exceedingly in the wilderness, and tempted the supreme authority, mighty creator in the desert. Verse 15. And he gave them their request, but sent leanness into their inner thinking center. Verse 16. They envied Moses also in the camp, and Aaron the set apart one of he exists. Verse 17. The land opened and swallowed up Dathan, and covered the company of Abiram. Verse 18. And a fire was kindled in their company, the flame burned up the wicked. Verse 19. They made a calf in Horeb, and bowed down the molten image. Verse 20. Thus they changed their glory into the similitude of an ox that eats grass. Verse 21. They forgot the supreme authority, mighty creator, their Savior, which had done great things in Egypt. Verse 22. Wondrous works in the land of Ham, and terrible things by the Red Sea. Verse 23. Therefore he said that he would destroy them, had not Moses his chosen stood before him in the breach to turn away his wrath, lest he should destroy them. Verse 24. Yes, they despised the pleasant land, they believed not his word. Verse 25. But murmured in their tents, and listened not to the voice of he exists. Verse 26. Therefore he lifted up his hand against them, to overthrow them in the wilderness. Verse 27. To overthrow their seed also among the people nations, and to scatter them in the lands. Verse 28. They joined themselves also to Baal-peor, and ate the sacrifices of the dead. Verse 29. Thus they provoked him to anger with their inventions, and the plague broken upon them. Verse 30. Then stood up Phinehas and executed judgment, and so the plague was stayed. Verse 31. And that was counted to him for rightness to all generations forevermore. Verse 32. They angered him also at the waters of strife, so that it went ill with Moses for their sakes. Verse 33. Because they provoked his creative breath, so that he spoke unadvisedly with his lips. Verse 34. They did not destroy the people nations, concerning whom he exists commanded them. Verse 35. But were mingled among the people nations, and learned their works. Verse 36. And they served their idols, which were a snare to them. Verse 37. Yes, they sacrificed their sons and their daughters to devils. Verse 38. and shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters whom they sacrificed to the idols of Canaan, and the land was polluted with blood. Verse 39. Thus were they defiled with their own works and went a-whoring with their own inventions. Verse 40. Therefore was the wrath of he who exists kindled against his people group, insomuch that he abhorred his own inheritance. Verse 41. And he gave them into the hand of the people nations, and they that hated them ruled over them. Verse 42. Their enemies also oppressed them, and they were brought into subjection under their hand. Verse 43. Many times did he deliver them, but they provoked him with their counsel, and were brought low for their wrongdoing. Verse 44. Nevertheless he regarded their affliction when he heard their cry. Verse 45. And he remembered for them his binding agreement, and repented according to the multitude of his binding agreement loyalties. Verse 46. He made them also to be pitied of all those that carried them captives. Verse 47. Save us, O ye exists, our supreme authority, mighty Creator, and gather us from among the people nations, to give thanks to your set-apart name and to triumph in your praise. Verse 48. Blessed be he exists, supreme authority, mighty Creator of Israel, from everlasting to everlasting. And let all the people group say, so let it be. Praise you, he exists. Psalms, chapter 107, verse 1. O give thanks to he exists, because he is good, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 2. Let the redeemed of he exists say so, whom he has redeemed from the hand of the enemy. Verse 3. And gathered them out of the lands from the east and from the west, from the north and from the south. Verse 4. They wandered in the wilderness in a solitary way, they found no city to dwell in. Verse 5. Hungry and thirsty, their inner thinking center fainted in them. Verse 6. Then they cried to he exists in their trouble, and he delivered them out of their distresses. Verse 7. And he led them forth by the right way, that they might go to a city of habitation. Verse 8. O that men would praise he exists for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men. Verse 9. Because he satisfies the longing inner thinking center and fills the hungry inner thinking center with goodness. Verse 10. Such as sit in darkness and in the shadow of death, being bound in affliction and iron. Verse 11. Because they rebelled against the words of the supreme authority, mighty Creator, and despised the counsel of the Most High. Verse 12. Therefore he brought down their inner thinking center with labor, they fell down, and there was none to help. Verse 13. Then they cried to he exists in their trouble, and he saved them out of their distresses. Verse 14. He brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death, and broke their bands in sunder. Verse 15. O that men would praise he exists for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men. Verse 16. Because he has broken the gates of brass and cut the bars of iron in sunder. Verse 17. Fools, because of their rebellious wrong and because of their iniquities, are afflicted. Verse 18. Their inner thinking center abhors all manner of food, and they draw near to the gates of death. Verse 19. Then they cry to he exists in their trouble, and he saves them out of their distresses. Verse 20. He sent his word and healed them and delivered them from their destructions. Verse 21. O that men would praise he exists for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men. Verse 22. And let them sacrifice the sacrifices of thanksgiving and declare his works with rejoicing. Verse 23. They that go down to the sea in ships that do business in great waters. Verse 24. These see the works of he that exists and his wonders in the deep. Verse 25. Because he commands and raises the stormy wind which lifts up the waves thereof. Verse 26. They mount up to the heaven, they go down again to the depths. Their inner thinking center is melted because of trouble. Verse 27. They reel to and fro and stagger like a drunken man and are at their wits' end. Verse 28. Then they cry to He exists in their trouble, and He brings them out of their distresses. Verse 29. He makes the storm a calm so that the waves thereof are still. Verse 30. Then are they glad because they be quiet, so He brings them to their desired haven. Verse 31. Oh, that men would praise He exists for His goodness and for His wonderful works to the children of men. Verse 32. Let them exalt Him also in the congregation of the people group and praise Him in the assembly of the elders. Verse 33. He turns rivers into a wilderness and the water springs into dry ground. Verse 34. A fruitful land into barrenness for the wickedness of them that dwell therein. Verse 35. He turns the wilderness into a standing water and dry ground into water springs. Verse 36. And there He makes the hungry to dwell, that they may prepare a city for habitation. Verse 37. And sow the fields and plant vineyards which may yield fruits of increase. Verse 38. He blesses them also so that they are multiplied greatly, and suffers not their cattle to decrease. Verse 39. Again they are diminished and brought low through oppression, affliction, and sorrow. Verse 40. He pours contempt upon princes and causes them to wander in the wilderness where there is no way. Verse 41. Yet sets He the poor on high from affliction and makes him families like a flock. Verse 42. The right will see it and rejoice, and all wrongdoing will stop her mouth. Verse 43. Whoever is wise and will observe these things, even they will understand the binding agreement loyalties of He exists. Psalms, chapter 108, verse 1. O supreme authority, mighty Creator, my inner thinking center is fixed. I will sing and give praise even with my glory. Verse 2. Awake, psaltery and harp, I myself will awake early. Verse 3. I will praise You, O He exists among the people group, and I will sing praises to You among the people nations. Verse 4. Because Your binding agreement loyalty is great above the heavens, and Your truth reaches to the clouds. Verse 5. Be You exalted, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, above the heavens, and Your glory above all the land. Verse 6. That Your beloved may be delivered, save with Your right hand and answer me. Verse 7. The supreme authority, mighty Creator, has spoken in His set apartness. I will rejoice, I will divide Shechem, and mete out the valley of Succoth. Verse 8. Gilead is mine, Manasseh is mine, Ephraim also is the strength of my head, Judah is my lawgiver. Verse 9. Moab is my washpot, over Edom will I cast out my shoe, over Philistia will I triumph. Verse 10. Who will bring me into the strong city? Who will lead me into Edom? Verse 11. Will not You, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, who have cast us off, and will not You, O supreme authority, mighty Creator, go forth with our hosts? Verse 12. Give us help from trouble, because vain is the help of man. Verse 13. Through the supreme authority, mighty Creator, we will do valiantly, because He it is that will tread down our enemies. Psalms, chapter 109, verse 1. Hold not Your peace, O supreme authority, mighty Creator of my praise. Verse 2. Because the mouth of the wicked and the mouth of the deceitful are opened against me, they have spoken against me with a lying tongue. Verse 3. They compassed me about also with words of hatred and fought against me without a cause. Verse 4. For my love they are my adversaries, but I give myself to prayer. Verse 5. And they have rewarded me evil for good and hatred for my love. Verse 6. Set you a wicked man over him, and let Satan stand at his right hand. Verse 7. When he will be judged, let him be condemned, and let his prayer become wrong. Verse 8. Let his days be few, and let another take his office. Verse 9. Let his children be fatherless, and his wife a widow. Verse 10. Let his children be continually vagabonds and beg, let them seek their bread also out of their desolate places. Verse 11. Let the extortioner catch all that he has, and let the strangers spoil his labor. Verse 12. Let there be none to extend binding agreement loyalty to him, neither let there be any to favor his fatherless children. Verse 13. Let his posterity be cut off, and in the generation following let their name be blotted out. Verse 14. Let the wrongdoing of his fathers be remembered with he exists, and let not the wrong of his mother be blotted out. Verse 15. Let them be before he exists continually, that he may cut off the memory of them from the land. Verse 16. Because that he remembered not to show binding agreement loyalty, but persecuted the poor and needy man, that he might even slay the broken in inner thinking center. Verse 17. As he loved cursing, so let it come to him, as he delighted not in blessing, so let it be far from him. Verse 18. As he clothed himself with cursing like as with his garment, so let it come into his bowels like water, and like oil into his bones. Verse 19. Let it be to him as the garment which covers him, and for a girdle wherewith he is girded continually. Verse 20. Let this be the reward of my adversaries from he exists, and of them that speak evil against my inner thinking center. Verse 21. But do you for me, O supreme authority, mighty creator, the sovereign, for your name's sake, because your binding agreement loyalty is good, deliver you me. Verse 22. Because I am poor and needy, and my inner thinking center is wounded within me. Verse 23. I am gone like the shadow when it declines, I am tossed up and down as the locust. Verse 24. My knees are weak through fasting, and my flesh fails of fatness. Verse 25. I became also a reproach to them. When they looked upon me, they shook their heads. Verse 26. Help me, O he exists, my supreme authority, mighty creator, O save me according to your binding agreement, loyalty. Verse 27. That they may know that this is your hand, that you who exists have done it. Verse 28. Let them curse, but bless you when they arise, let them be ashamed, but let your servant worker rejoice. Verse 29. Let my adversaries be clothed with shame, and let them cover themselves with their own confusion as with a mantle. Verse 30. I will greatly praise he exists with my mouth, yes, I will praise him among the multitude. Verse 31. Because he will stand at the right hand of the poor to save him from those that condemn his inner thinking center. Psalms, chapter 110, verse 1. He exists said to my sovereign, sit you at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. Verse 2. He exists will send the rod of your strength out of Zion, rule you in the midst of your enemies. Verse 3. Your people group will be willing in the day of your power, and the beauties of set apartness from the womb of the morning you have the dew of your youth. Verse 4. He exists has sworn and will not repent, you are serving leader forever after the order of Melchizedek. Verse 5. The sovereign at your right hand will strike through king rulers in the day of his wrath. Verse 6, he will judge among the people nations, he will fill the places with the dead bodies, he will wound the heads over many countries. Verse 7, he will drink of the brook in the way, therefore will he lift up the head. Psalms, chapter 111, verse 1, praise you, he exists, I will praise he exists, with my whole inner thinking center in the assembly of the upright, and in the congregation. Verse 2, the works of he who exists are great, sought out of all them that have pleasure therein. Verse 3, his work is honorable and glorious, and his rightness endures forever. Verse 4, he has made his wonderful works to be remembered, he exists as gracious and full of compassion. Verse 5, he has given food to them that fear him, he will ever be mindful of his binding agreement. Verse 6, he has showed his people group the power of his works, that he may give them the heritage of the people nations. Verse 7, the works of his hands are verity and judgment, all his commandments are sure. Verse 8, they stand fast forever and ever, and are done in truth and uprightness. Verse 9, he sent redemption to his people group, he has commanded his binding agreement, forever set apart, and reverend is his name. Verse 10, the fear of he exists is the beginning of wisdom, a good understanding have all they that do his commandments, his praise endures forever. Psalms, chapter 112, verse 1, praise you, he exists, blessed is the man that fears he exists, that delights greatly in his commandments. Verse 2, his seed will be mighty upon the land, the generation of the upright will be blessed. Verse 3, wealth and riches will be in his house, and his rightness endures forever. Verse 4, to the upright there rises light, in the darkness he is gracious and full of compassion and right. Verse 5, a good man shows favor and lends, he will guide his affairs with discretion. Verse 6, surely he will not be moved forever, the right will be in everlasting remembrance. Verse 7, he will not be afraid of evil tidings, his inner thinking center is fixed, trusting in he exists. Verse 8, his inner thinking center is established, he will not be afraid until he see his desire upon his enemies. Verse 9, he has dispersed, he has given to the poor, his rightness endures forever, his horn will be exalted with honor. Verse 10, the wicked will see it and be grieved, he will gnash with his teeth, and melt away the desire of the wicked will perish. Psalms, chapter 113, verse 1, praise you, he exists, praise, O you servant workers of he exists, praise the name of he exists. Verse 2, blessed be the name of he exists, from this time forth and forevermore. Verse 3, from the rising of the sun to the going down of the same he exists, name is to be praised. Verse 4, he exists is high above all people nations, and his glory above the heavens. Verse 5, who is like to he exists, our supreme authority, mighty creator who dwells on high. Verse 6, who humbles himself to look the things that are in heaven and in the land. Verse 7, he raises up the poor out of the dust and lifts the needy out of the dunghill. Verse 8, that he may set him with princes, even with the princes of his people group. Verse 9, he makes the barren woman to keep house and to be a joyful mother of children, praise you, he exists. Psalms, chapter 114, verse 1, when Israel went out of Egypt, the house of Jacob from a people group of strange language. Verse 2, Judah was his set-apart place and Israel his dominion. Verse 3. The sea saw it and fled. Jordan was driven back. Verse 4. The mountains skipped like rams and the little hills like lambs. Verse 5. What ailed you, O sea, that you fled, you Jordan, that you were driven back? Verse 6. You mountains, that you skipped like rams, and you little hills like lambs. Verse 7. Tremble, you land, at the presence of the sovereign, at the presence of the supreme authority, mighty creator of Jacob. Verse 8. Which turned the rock into a standing water, the flint into a fountain of waters. Psalms, chapter 115, verse 1. Not to us, O he exists, not to us, but to your name give glory for your binding agreement, loyalty, and for your truth's sake. Verse 2. Therefore should the people nations say, where is now their supreme authority, mighty creator? Verse 3. But our supreme authority, mighty creator, is in the heavens. He has done whatsoever he has pleased. Verse 4. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. Verse 5. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not. Verse 6. They have ears, but they hear not. Noses have they, but they smell not. Verse 7. They have hands, but they handle not. Feet have they, but they walk not. Neither speak they through their throat. Verse 8. They that make them are like to them, so is everyone that trusts in them. Verse 9. O Israel, trust you, and he exists. He is their help and their shield. Verse 10. O house of Aaron, trust in he exists. He is their help and their shield. Verse 11. You that fear he exists, trust in he exists. He is their help and their shield. Verse 12. He exists, has been mindful of us. He will bless us. He will bless the house of Israel. He will bless the house of Aaron. Verse 13. He will bless them that fear he exists, both small and great. Verse 14. He exists will increase you more and more, you and your children. Verse 15. You are blessed of he exists, which made heaven and land. Verse 16. The heaven, even the heavens, are he exists, but the land has he given to the children of men. Verse 17. The dead praise not he exists, neither any that go down into silence. Verse 18. But we will bless he exists from this time forth and forevermore. Praise you, he exists. Psalms, chapter 116, verse 1. I love he exists because he has heard my voice and my supplications. Verse 2. Because he has inclined his ear to me, therefore will I call upon him as long as I live. Verse 3. The sorrows of death compassed me, and the pains of Sheol got hold upon me. I found trouble and sorrow. Verse 4. Then called I upon the name of he exists. O he exists, I beseech you, deliver my inner thinking center. Verse 5. Gracious is he exists, and right, yes, our supreme authority, mighty creator, is merciful. Verse 6. He exists, preserves the simple. I was brought low, and he helped me. Verse 7. Return to your rest, O my inner thinking center, because he exists has dealt bountifully with you. Verse 8. Because you have delivered my inner thinking center from death, my eyes from tears, and my feet from falling. Verse 9. I will walk before he exists in the land of the living. Verse 10. I believed, therefore have I spoken. I was greatly afflicted. Verse 11. I said in my haste, all men are liars. Verse 12. What will I render to he exists for all his benefits toward me? Verse 13. I will take the cup of rescue and call upon the name of he exists. Verse 14. I will pay my vows to he exists now in the presence of all his people group. Verse 15. precious in the sight of he exists is the death of his set-apart ones. Verse 16. O he exists. Truly I am your servant worker, I am your servant worker, and the son of your handmaid, you have loosed my bonds. Verse 17. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call upon the name of he exists. Verse 18. I will pay my vows to he exists now in the presence of all his people group. Verse 19. In the courts of he exists house, in the midst of you, O Jerusalem, praise you he exists. Psalms, chapter 117, verse 1. O praise he exists, all you people nations praise him, all you people group. Verse 2. Because his binding agreement loyalty is great toward us, and the truth of he exists endures forever, praise you he exists. Psalms, chapter 118, verse 1. O give thanks to he exists, because he is good, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 2. Let Israel now say that his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 3. Let the house of Aaron now say that his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 4. Let them now that fear he exists say that his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 5. I called upon he exists, in distress he exists answered me and set me in a large place. Verse 6. He exists is on my side, I will not fear, what can man do to me? Verse 7. He exists takes my part with them that help me, therefore will I see my desire upon them that hate me. Verse 8. It is better to trust in he exists than to put confidence in man. Verse 9. It is better to trust in he exists than to put confidence in princes. Verse 10. All people nations compassed me about, but in the name of he exists will I destroy them. Verse 11. They compassed me about, yes, they compassed me about, but in the name of he exists I will destroy them. Verse 12. They compassed me about like bees, they are quenched as the fire of thorns, because in the name of he exists I will destroy them. Verse 13. You have thrust sore at me, that I might fall, but he exists helped me. Verse 14. He exists is my strength and song and has become my rescue. Verse 15. The voice of rejoicing and rescue is in the tabernacles of the right hand of he exists does valiantly. Verse 16. The right hand of he exists is exalted, the right hand of he exists does valiantly. Verse 17. I will not die but live and declare the works of he exists. Verse 18. He exists has chastened me sore, but he has not given me over to death. Verse 19. Open to me the gates of rightness, I will go into them and I will praise he exists. Verse 20. This gate of he exists into which the right will enter. Verse 21. I will praise you because you have heard me and have become my rescue. Verse 22. The stone which the builders refused has become the headstone of the corner. Verse 23. This is he exists doing, it is marvelous in our eyes. Verse 24. This is the day which he exists has made, we will rejoice and be glad in it. Verse 25. Save now I beseech you, O he exists, I beseech you, send now prosperity. Verse 26. Blessed be he that comes in the name of he exists, we have blessed you out of the house of he exists. Verse 27. The supreme authority, mighty creator, is he exists, which has showed us light, bind the sacrifice with cords even to the horns of the altar. Verse 28. You are my supreme authority, mighty creator, and I will praise you. You are my supreme authority, mighty creator, I will exalt you. Verse 29. Oh, give thanks to He exists, because He is good, because His binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Psalms, chapter 119, verse 1. Blessed are the undefiled in the way who walk in the instruction law of He exists. Verse 2. Blessed are they that keep His testimonies and that seek Him with the whole inner thinking center. Verse 3. They also do no wrongdoing, they walk in His ways. Verse 4. You have commanded us to keep your precepts diligently. Verse 5. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep your statutes. Verse 6. Then will I not be ashamed, when I have respect to all your commandments. Verse 7. I will praise you with uprightness of inner thinking center, when I will have learned your right judgments. Verse 8. I will keep your statutes, oh, forsake me not utterly. Verse 9. Wherewithal will a young man cleanse his way? By taking heed thereto according to your word. Verse 10. With my whole inner thinking center have I sought you, O let me not wander from your commandments. Verse 11. Your word have I hid in my inner thinking center, that I might not wrong against you. Verse 12. Blessed are you, O He exists, teach me your statutes. Verse 13. With my lips have I declared all the judgments of your mouth. Verse 14. I have rejoiced in the way of your testimonies as much as in all riches. Verse 15. I will meditate in your precepts and have respect to your ways. Verse 16. I will delight myself in your statutes, I will not forget your word. Verse 17. Deal bountifully with your servant worker, that I may live and keep your word. Verse 18. Open you my eyes, that I may look wondrous things out of your instruction law. Verse 19. I am a stranger in the land, hide not your commandments from me. Verse 20. My inner thinking center breaks for the longing that it has to your judgments at all times. Verse 21. You have rebuked the proud that are cursed, which do err from your commandments. Verse 22. Remove from me reproach and contempt, because I have kept your testimonies. Verse 23. Princes also did sit and speak against me, but your servant worker did meditate in your statutes. Verse 24. Your testimonies also are my delight and my counselors. Verse 25. My inner thinking center cleaves to the dust, quicken you me according to your word. Verse 26. I have declared my ways, and you heard me, teach me your statutes. Verse 27. Make me to understand the way of your precepts, so will I talk of your wondrous works. Verse 28. My inner thinking center melts for heaviness, strengthen you me according to your word. Verse 29. Remove from me the way of lying, and grant me your instruction law graciously. Verse 30. I have chosen the way of truth, your judgments have I laid before me. Verse 31. I have stuck to your testimonies, O He exists, put me not to shame. Verse 32. I will run the way of your commandments, when you will enlarge my inner thinking center. Verse 33. Teach me, O He exists, the way of your statutes, and I will keep it to the end. Verse 34. Give me understanding, and I will keep your instruction law, yes, I will observe it with my whole inner thinking center. Verse 35. Make me to go in the path of your commandments, because therein do I delight. Verse 36. Incline my inner thinking center to your testimonies, and not to covetousness. Verse 37. Turn away my eyes from beholding vanity, and quicken you me in your way. Verse 38. Establish your word to your servant worker, who is devoted to your fear. Verse 39. Turn away my reproach which I fear, because your judgments are good. Verse 40. Look, I have longed after your precepts, quicken me in your rightness. Verse 41. Let your binding agreement loyalties come also to me, O he exists, even your rescue according to your word. Verse 42. So will I have wherewith to answer him that reproaches me, because I trust in your word. Verse 43. And take not the word of truth utterly out of my mouth, because I have hoped in your judgments. Verse 44. So will I keep your instruction law continually forever and ever. Verse 45. And I will walk at liberty because I seek your precepts. Verse 46. I will speak of your testimonies also before king rulers, and will not be ashamed. Verse 47. And I will delight myself in your commandments which I have loved. Verse 48. My hands also will I lift up to your commandments, which I have loved, and I will meditate in your statutes. Verse 49. Remember the word to your servant worker upon which you have caused me to hope. Verse 50. This is my comfort in my affliction, because your word has quickened me. Verse 51. The proud have had me greatly in derision, yet have I not declined from your instruction law. Verse 52. I remembered your judgments of old, O he exists, and have comforted myself. Verse 53. Horror has taken hold upon me because of the wicked that forsake your instruction law. Verse 54. Your statutes have been my songs in the house of my pilgrimage. Verse 55. I have remembered your name, O he exists, in the night, and have kept your instruction law. Verse 56. This I had because I kept your precepts. Verse 57. You are my portion, O he exists. I have said that I would keep your words. Verse 58. I entreated your favor with my whole inner thinking center. Be merciful to me according to your word. Verse 59. I thought on my ways and turned my feet to your testimonies. Verse 60. I made haste and delayed not to keep your commandments. Verse 61. The bands of the wicked have robbed me, but I have not forgotten your instruction law. Verse 62. At midnight I will rise to give thanks to you because of your right judgments. Verse 63. I am a companion of all them that fear you and of them that keep your precepts. Verse 64. The land, O he exists, is full of your binding agreement loyalty. Teach me your statutes. Verse 65. You have dealt well with your servant worker, O he exists, according to your word. Verse 66. Teach me good judgment and knowledge, because I have believed your commandments. Verse 67. Before I was afflicted I went astray, but now have I kept your word. Verse 68. You are good and do good. Teach me your statutes. Verse 69. The proud have forged a lie against me, but I will keep your precepts with my whole inner thinking center. Verse 70. Their inner thinking center is as fat as grease, but I delight in your instruction law. Verse 71. It is good for me that I have been afflicted, that I might learn your statutes. Verse 72. The instruction law of your mouth is better to me than thousands of gold and silver. Verse 73. Your hands have made me and fashioned me. Give me an understanding that I may learn your commandments. Verse 74. They that fear you will be glad when they see me, because I have hoped in your word. Verse 75. I know, O he exists, that your judgments are right, and that you in faithfulness have afflicted me. Verse 76. Let I pray your binding agreement loyalty be for my comfort according to your word to your servant worker. Verse 77. Let your tender mercies come to me that I may live, because your instruction law is my delight. Verse 78. Let the proud be ashamed, because they dealt perversely with me without a cause, but I will meditate in your precepts. Verse 79. Let those that fear you turn to me, and those that have known your testimonies. Verse 80. Let my inner thinking center be sound in your statutes, that I be not ashamed. Verse 81. My inner thinking center faints for your rescue, but I hope in your word. Verse 82. My eyes fail for your words, saying, when will you comfort me? Verse 83. Because I am become like a bottle in the smoke, yet do I not forget your statutes. Verse 84. How many are the days of your servant worker? When will you execute judgment on them that persecute me? Verse 85. The proud have dug pits for me, which are not after your instruction law. Verse 86. All your commandments are faithful, they persecute me wrongfully, help you me. Verse 87. They had almost consumed me upon land, but I forsook not your precepts. Verse 88. Quicken me after your binding agreement loyalty, so will I keep the testimony of your mouth. Verse 89. Forever, O he exists, your word is settled in heaven. Verse 90. Your faithfulness is to all generations, you have established the land and it abides. Verse 91. They continue this day according to your ordinances, because all are your servant workers. Verse 92. Unless your instruction law had been my delights, I should then have perished in my affliction. Verse 93. I will never forget your precepts, because with them you have quickened me. Verse 94. I am yours, save me, because I have sought your precepts. Verse 95. The wicked have waited for me to destroy me, but I will consider your testimonies. Verse 96. I have seen an end of all perfection, but your commandment is exceeding broad. Verse 97. Oh, how love I your instruction law, it is my meditation all the day. Verse 98. You through your commandments have made me wiser than my enemies, because they are ever with me. Verse 99. I have more understanding than all my teachers, because your testimonies are my meditation. Verse 100. I understand more than the ancients, because I keep your precepts. Verse 101. I have refrained my feet from every evil way, that I might keep your word. Verse 102. I have not departed from your judgments, because you have taught me. Verse 103. How sweet are your words to my taste, yes, sweeter than honey to my mouth. Verse 104. Through your precepts I get understanding, therefore I hate every false way. Verse 105. Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. Verse 106. I have sworn and I will perform it, that I will keep your right judgments. Verse 107. I am afflicted very much, quicken me, O he exists according to your word. Verse 108. Accept, I beseech you, the freewill offerings of my mouth, O he exists, and teach me your judgments. Verse 109. My inner thinking center is continually in my hand, yet do I not forget your instruction law. Verse 110. The wicked have laid a snare for me, yet I erred not from your precepts. Verse 111. Your testimonies have I taken as a heritage forever, because they are the rejoicing of my inner thinking center. Verse 112. I have inclined my inner thinking center to perform your statutes always, even to the end. Verse 113. I hate vain thoughts, but your instruction law do I love. Verse 114. You are my hiding place and my shield, I hope in your word. Verse 115. Depart from me, you evildoers, because I will keep the commandments of my supreme authority, mighty Creator. Verse 116. Uphold me according to your word, that I may live, and let me not be ashamed of my hope. Verse 117. Hold you me up, and I will be safe, and I will have respect to your statutes continually. Verse 118. You have trodden down all them that err from your statutes, because their deceit is falsehood. Verse 119. You put away all the wicked of the land like dross, therefore I love your testimonies. Verse 120. My flesh trembles for fear of you, and I am afraid of your judgments. Verse 121. I have done judgment and justice, leave me not to my oppressors. Verse 122. Be surety for your servant worker for good, let not the proud oppress me. Verse 123. My eyes fail for your rescue and for the word of your rightness. Verse 124. Deal with your servant worker according to your binding agreement loyalty, and teach me your statutes. Verse 125. I am your servant worker, give me understanding that I may know your testimonies. Verse 126. It is time for you, he exists, to work, because they have made void your instruction law. Verse 127. Therefore I love your commandments above gold, yes, above fine gold. Verse 128. Therefore I esteem all your precept concerning all things to be right, and I hate every false way. Verse 129. Your testimonies are wonderful, therefore does my inner thinking center keep them. Verse 130. The entrance of your words gives light, it gives understanding to the simple. Verse 131. I opened my mouth and panted because I longed for your commandments. Verse 132. Look you upon me and be merciful to me, as you used to do to those that love your name. Verse 133. Order my steps in your word, and let not any wrongdoing have dominion over me. Verse 134. Deliver me from the oppression of man, so will I keep your precepts. Verse 135. Make your face to shine upon your servant worker, and teach me your statutes. Verse 136. Rivers of waters run down my eyes, because they keep not your instruction law. Verse 137. Right are you, O he exists, and upright are your judgments. Verse 138. Your testimonies that you have commanded are right and very faithful. Verse 139. My zeal has consumed me because my enemies have forgotten your words. Verse 140. Your word is very pure, therefore your servant worker loves it. Verse 141. I am small and despised, yet do not I forget your precepts. Verse 142. Your rightness is an everlasting rightness, and your instruction law is the truth. Verse 143. Trouble and anguish have taken hold on me, yet your commandments are my delights. Verse 144. The rightness of your testimonies is everlasting, give me understanding, and I will live. Verse 145. I cried with my whole inner thinking center, hear me, O he exists, I will keep your statutes. Verse 146. I cried to you, save me, and I will keep your testimonies. Verse 147. I prevented the dawning of the morning and cried, I hoped in your word. Verse 148. My eyes prevent the night watches, that I might meditate in your word. Verse 149. Hear my voice according to your binding agreement loyalty, O he exists, quicken me according to your judgment. Verse 150. They draw near that follow after mischief, they are far from your instruction law. Verse 151. You are near, O he exists, and all your commandments are truth. Verse 152. Concerning your testimonies I have known of old, that you have founded them forever. Verse 153. Consider my affliction and deliver me, because I do not forget your instruction law. Verse 154. Plead my cause and deliver me, quicken me according to your word. Verse 155. Rescue is far from the wicked, because they seek not your statutes. Verse 156. Great are your tender mercies, O he exists, quicken me according to your judgments. Verse 157. Many are my persecutors and my enemies, Yet do I not decline from your testimonies. Verse 158, I beheld the transgressors and was grieved because they kept not your word. Verse 159, consider how I love your precepts, quicken me, O he exists, according to your binding agreement loyalty. Verse 160, your word is true from the beginning, and every one of your right judgments endures forever. Verse 161, princes have persecuted me without a cause, but my inner thinking center stands in awe of your word. Verse 162, I rejoice at your word as one that finds great spoil. Verse 163, I hate and abhor lying, but your instruction law do I love. Verse 164, 7 times a day do I praise you because of your right judgments. Verse 165, great peace have they which love your instruction law, and nothing will offend them. Verse 166, sovereign, I have hoped for your rescue and done your commandments. Verse 167, my inner thinking center has kept your testimonies, and I love them exceedingly. Verse 168, I have kept your precepts and your testimonies because all my ways are before you. Verse 169, let my cry come near before you, O he that exists, give me understanding according to your word. Verse 170, let my supplication come before you, deliver me according to your word. Verse 171, my lips will utter praise when you have taught me your statutes. Verse 172, my tongue will speak of your word because all your commandments are rightness. Verse 173, let your hand help me because I have chosen your precepts. Verse 174, I have longed for your rescue, O he exists, and your instruction law is my delight. Verse 175, let my inner thinking center live, and it will praise you, and let your judgments help me. Verse 176, I have gone astray like a lost sheep, seek your servant worker, because I do not forget your commandments. Psalms, chapter 120, verse 1. In my distress I cried to he exists, and he heard me. Verse 2. Deliver my inner thinking center, O he exists, from lying lips and from a deceitful tongue. Verse 3. What will be given to you, or what will be done to you, false tongue? Verse 4. Sharp arrows of the mighty with coals of juniper. Verse 5. Woe is me that I sojourn in Mesech, that I dwell in the tents of Kedar. Verse 6. My inner thinking center has long dwelt with him that hates peace. Verse 7. I am for peace, but when I speak they are for war. Psalms, chapter 121, verse 1. I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from where comes my help. Verse 2. My help comes from he exists, which made heaven and land. Verse 3. He will not suffer your foot to be moved, he that keeps you will not slumber. Verse 4. Look, he that keeps Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. Verse 5. He exists as your keeper, he exists as your shade upon your right hand. Verse 6. The sun will not smite you by day, nor the moon by night. Verse 7. He exists will preserve you from all evil, he will preserve your inner thinking center. Verse 8. He exists will preserve your going out and your coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Psalms, chapter 122, verse 1. I was glad when they said to me, let us go into the house of he exists. Verse 2. Our feet will stand within your gates, O Jerusalem. Verse 3, Jerusalem is built as a city that is compact together. Verse 4, where the tribes go up, the tribes of He exists, to the testimony of Israel, to give thanks to the name of He exists. Verse 5, because there are set thrones of judgment, the thrones of the house of David. Verse 6, pray for the peace of Jerusalem, they will prosper that love you. Verse 7, peace be within your walls and prosperity within your palaces. Verse 8, for my brothers and companions' sakes I will now say peace be within you. Verse 9, because of the house of He exists, our supreme authority, mighty Creator, I will seek your good. Psalms, chapter 123, verse 1. To you lift I up my eyes, O you that dwells in the heavens. Verse 2. Look as the eyes of servant workers look to the hand of their masters, and as the eyes of a maiden to the hand of her mistress, so our eyes wait upon He exists, our supreme authority, mighty Creator, until that He have mercy upon us. Verse 3. Have mercy upon us, O He exists, have mercy upon us, because we are exceedingly filled with contempt. Verse 4, our inner thinking center is exceedingly filled with the scorning of those that are at ease and with the contempt of the proud. Psalms, chapter 124, verse 1. If it had not been He exists who was on our side, now may Israel say. Verse 2, if it had not been He exists who was on our side when men rose up against us. Verse 3, then they had swallowed us up quick when their wrath was kindled against us. Verse 4, then the waters had overwhelmed us, the stream had gone over our inner thinking center. Verse 5, then the proud waters had gone over our inner thinking center. Verse 6, blessed be He exists who has not given us as a prey to their teeth. Verse 7, our inner thinking center is escaped as a bird out of the snare of the fowlers, the snare is broken and we are escaped. Verse 8, our help is in the name of He exists who made heaven and land. Psalms, chapter 125, verse 1. They that trust in He exists will be as Mount Zion, which cannot be removed but abides forever. Verse 2. As the mountains are round about Jerusalem, so He exists as round about His people group, from henceforth even forever. Verse 3. Because the rod of the wicked will not rest upon the lot of the right, lest the right put forth their hands to wrongdoing. Verse 4. Do good, O He exists to those that be good, and to them that are upright in their inner thinking centers. Verse 5. As for such as turn aside to their crooked ways, He exists will lead them forth with the workers of wrongdoing. But peace will be upon Israel. Psalms, chapter 126, verse 1. Where He exists turned again the captivity of Zion, we were like them that dream. Verse 2. Then was our mouth filled with laughter and our tongue with singing. Then said they among the people nations, He exists, has done great things for them. Verse 3. He exists, has done great things for us, whereof we are glad. Verse 4. Turn again our captivity, O He exists as the streams in the south. Verse 5. They that sow in tears will reap in joy. Verse 6. He that goes forth and weeps bearing precious seed will doubtless come again with rejoicing, bringing his sheaves with him. Psalms, chapter 127, verse 1. except he exists. Build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Except he exists, keep the city, the watchman wakes, but in vain. Verse 2. It is vain for you to rise up early, to sit up late, to eat the bread of sorrows, because so he gives his beloved sleep. Verse 3. Look, children are a heritage of he exists, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Verse 4. As arrows are in the hand of a mighty man, so are children of the youth. Verse 5. Happy is the man that has his quiver full of them. They will not be ashamed, but they will speak with the enemies in the gate. Psalms, chapter 128, verse 1. Blessed is everyone that fears he exists, that walks in his ways. Verse 2. Because you will eat the labor of your hands, happy will you be, and it will be well with you. Verse 3. Your wife will be as a fruitful vine by the sides of your house, your children like olive plants round about your table. Verse 4. Look, that thus will the man be blessed that fears he exists. Verse 5. He exists will bless you out of Zion, and you will see the good of Jerusalem all the days of your life. Verse 6. Yes, you will see your children's children, and peace upon Israel. Psalms, chapter 129, verse 1. Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth, may Israel now say. Verse 2. Many a time have they afflicted me from my youth, yet they have not prevailed against me. Verse 3. The plowers plowed upon my back, they made long their furrows. Verse 4. He exists is right, he has cut asunder the cords of the wicked. Verse 5. Let them all be confounded and turned back that hate Zion. Verse 6. Let them be as the grass upon the housetop, which withers before it grows up. Verse 7. Wherewith the mower fills not his hand, nor he that binds sheaves his bosom. Verse 8. Neither do they which go by say, the blessing of he exists be upon you, we bless you in the name of he exists. Psalms, chapter 130, verse 1. Out of the depths have I cried to you, O he exists. Verse 2. Sovereign, hear my voice, let your ears be attentive to the voice of my supplications. Verse 3. If you he exists should mark iniquities, O sovereign, who will stand? Verse 4. But there is forgiveness with you that you may be feared. Verse 5. I wait for he exists, my inner thinking center does wait, and in his word do I hope. Verse 6. My inner thinking center waits for the sovereign more than they that watch for the morning, I say more than they that watch for the morning. Verse 7. Let Israel hope in he exists, because with he exists there is binding agreement, loyalty, and with him is plenteous redemption. Verse 8. And he will redeem Israel from all his iniquities. Psalms, chapter 131, verse 1. He exists, my inner thinking center is not haughty, nor my eyes lofty, neither do I exercise myself in great matters or in things too high for me. Verse 2. Surely I have behaved and quieted myself as a child that is weaned of his mother. My inner thinking center is even as a weaned child. Verse 3. Let Israel hope in he exists from henceforth and forever. Psalms, chapter 132. Verse 1. He exists, remember David and all his afflictions. Verse 2. How he swore to he exists and vowed to the mighty supreme authority, mighty creator of Jacob. Verse 3. Surely I will not come into the tabernacle of my house nor go up into my bed. Verse 4. I will not give sleep to my eyes or slumber to my eyelids. Verse 5. Until I find out a place, for he exists, a habitation for the mighty supreme authority, mighty creator of Jacob. Verse 6. Look, we heard of it at Ephrata, we found it in the fields of the wood. Verse 7. We will go into his tabernacles, we will bow down at his footstool. Verse 8. Arise, O he exists, into your rest, you and the ark of your strength. Verse 9. Let your serving leaders be clothed with rightness, and let your set-apart ones shout for joy. Verse 10. For your servant David's sake, turn not away the face of your anointed. Verse 11. He exists, has sworn in truth. To David he will not turn from it. The fruit of your body will I set upon your throne. Verse 12. If your children will keep my binding agreement and my testimony, that I will teach them, their children will also sit upon your throne forevermore. Verse 13. Because he exists, has chosen Zion, he has desired it for his habitation. Verse 14. This is my rest forever, here will I dwell, because I have desired it. Verse 15. I will abundantly bless her provision, I will satisfy her poor with bread. Verse 16. I will also clothe her serving leaders with rescue, and her set-apart ones will shout aloud for joy. Verse 17. There will I make the horn of David, but I have ordained a lamp for my anointed. Verse 18. His enemies will I clothe with shame, but upon himself will his crown flourish. Psalms, chapter 133, verse 1. Look how good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in unity. Verse 2. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. Verse 3. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, because there he exists, commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Psalms, chapter 134, verse 1. Look, bless you, he exists, all you servant workers of he exists, which by night stand in the house of he exists. Verse 2. Lift up your hands in the sanctuary and bless he exists. Verse 3. He exists that made heaven and land, bless you out of Zion. Psalms, chapter 135, verse 1. Praise you, he exists, praise you, the name of he exists, praise him, O you servant workers of he exists. Verse 2. You that stand in the house of he exists, in the courts of the house of our supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 3. Praise you, he exists, because he exists is good, sing praises to his name because it is pleasant. Verse 4. Because he exists, has chosen Jacob to himself and Israel for his peculiar treasure. Verse 5. Because I know that he exists is great, and that our sovereign is above almighty ones. Verse 6. Whatsoever he exists, please that did he in heaven and in land, in the seas and all deep places. Verse 7. He causes the vapors to ascend from the ends of the land, he makes lightnings for the rain, he brings the wind out of his treasuries. Verse 8. Who smote the firstborn of Egypt, both of man and beast. Verse 9. Who sent tokens and wonders into the midst of you, O Egypt, upon Pharaoh and upon all his servant workers. Verse 10. Who smote great people, nations, and slew mighty king rulers. Verse 11. Sihon king of the Amorites, and Og king of Bashan, and all the kingdoms of Canaan. Verse 12. and gave their land for a heritage to Israel his people group. Verse 13. Your name, O he exists, endures forever, and your memorial, O he exists throughout all generations. Verse 14. Because he exists, will judge his people group, and he will repent himself concerning his servant workers. Verse 15. The idols of the people nations are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. Verse 16. They have mouths, but they speak not, eyes have they, but they see not. Verse 17. They have ears, but they hear not, neither is there any breath in their mouths. Verse 18. They that make them are like to them, so is everyone that trusts in them. Verse 19. Bless he exists, O house of Israel, bless he exists, O house of Aaron. Verse 20. Bless he exists, O house of Levi, you that fear he exists, bless he exists. Verse 21. Blessed be he exists out of Zion, which dwells at Jerusalem, praise you he exists. Psalms, chapter 136, verse 1. O give thanks to he exists, because he is good, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 2. O give thanks to the supreme authority, mighty creator of mighty ones, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 3. O give thanks to the sovereign of sovereigns, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 4. To him who alone does great wonders, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 5. To him that by wisdom made the heavens, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 6. To him that stretched out the land above the waters, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 7. To him that made great lights, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 8. The sun to rule by day, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 9. The moon and stars to rule by night, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 10. To him that smote Egypt in their firstborn, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 11. And brought out Israel from among them, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 12. With a strong hand and with a stretched out arm, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 13. To him which divided the Red Sea into parts, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 14. And made Israel to pass through the midst of it, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 15. But overthrew Pharaoh and his host in the Red Sea, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 16. To him which led his people group through the wilderness, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 17. To him which smote great king rulers, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 18. And slew famous king rulers, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 19. Sihon king of the Amorites, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 20. And Og king of Bashan, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 21. And gave their land for a heritage, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 22. Even a heritage to Israel his servant worker, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 23. Who remembered us in our low estate, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 24. And has redeemed us from our enemies, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 25. who gives food to all flesh, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Verse 26. O give thanks to the supreme authority, mighty creator of heaven, because his binding agreement loyalty endures forever. Psalms, chapter 137, verse 1. By the rivers of Babylon there we sat down, yes, we wept when we remembered Zion. Verse 2. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. Verse 3. Because there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion. Verse 4. How will we sing he exists, song in a strange land? Verse 5. If I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. Verse 6. If I do not remember you, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth, if I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. Verse 7. Remember, O he exists, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it even to the foundation thereof. Verse 8. O daughter of Babylon, who are to be destroyed, happy will he be that rewards you as you have served us. Verse 9. Happy will he be that takes and dashes your little ones against the stones. Psalms, chapter 138, verse 1. I will praise you with my whole inner thinking center, before the mighty ones will I sing praise to you. Verse 2. I will bow down toward your set apart house and praise your name for your binding agreement loyalty and for your truth, because you have magnified your word above all your name. Verse 3. In the day when I cried, you answered me and strengthened me with strength in my inner thinking center. Verse 4. All the king rulers of the land will praise you, O he exists, when they hear the words of your mouth. Verse 5. Yes, they will sing in the ways of he exists, because great is the glory of he exists. Verse 6. Though he exists be high, yet has he respect to the lowly, but the proud he knows afar off. Verse 7. Though I walk in the midst of trouble, you will revive me. You will stretch forth your hand against the wrath of my enemies, and your right hand will save me. Verse 8. He exists, will perfect that which concerns me. Your binding agreement loyalty, O he exists, endures forever. Forsake not the works of your own hands. Psalms, chapter 139, verse 1. O he exists, you have searched me and known me. Verse 2. You know my downsitting and my uprising, you understand my thought afar off. Verse 3. You compass my path and my lying down, and are acquainted with all my ways. Verse 4. Because there is not a word in my tongue, but look, O he exists, you know it altogether. Verse 5. You have beset me behind and before, and laid your hand upon me. Verse 6. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me, it is high, I cannot attain to it. Verse 7. Where will I go from your creative breath, or where will I flee from your presence? Verse 8. If I ascend up into heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol, look, you are there. Verse 9. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea. Verse 10. Even there will your hand lead me, and your right hand will hold me. Verse 11. If I say, surely the darkness will cover me, even the night will be light about me. Verse 12. Yes, the darkness hides not from you, but the night shines as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to you. Verse 13. Because you have possessed my inward parts, you have covered me in my mother's womb. Verse 14. I will praise you, because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are your works, and that my inner thinking center knows right well. Verse 15. My substance was not hid from you when I was made in secret and curiously wrought in the lowest parts of the land. Verse 16. Your eyes did see my substance yet being unperfect, and in your book all my members were written, which in continuance were fashioned, when as yet there was none of them. Verse 17. How precious also are your thoughts to me, O supreme authority, mighty creator, how great is the sum of them. Verse 18. If I should count them, they are more in number than the sand. When I awake, I am still with you. Verse 19. Surely you will slay the wicked, O supreme authority, mighty creator, depart from me therefore, you bloody men. Verse 20. Because they speak against you wickedly, and your enemies take your name in vain. Verse 21. Do not I hate them, O he exists that hate you, and am not I grieved with those that rise up against you. Verse 22. I hate them with perfect hatred, I count them my enemies. Verse 23. Search me, O supreme authority, mighty creator, and know my inner thinking center. Try me and know my thoughts. Verse 24. And see if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting. Psalms, chapter 140, verse 1. Deliver me, O he exists, from the evil man, preserve me from the violent man. Verse 2. Which imagine mischiefs in their inner thinking center continually, are they gathered together for war. Verse 3. They have sharpened their tongues like a serpent, adder's poison is under their lips. Verse 4. Keep me, O he exists, from the hands of the wicked, preserve me from the violent man who have purposed to overthrow my goings. Verse 5. The proud have hid a snare for me, and cords they have spread a net by the wayside, they have set traps for me. Verse 6. I said to he exists, you are my supreme authority, mighty creator, hear the voice of my supplications, O he exists. Verse 7. O supreme authority, mighty creator, the sovereign, the strength of my rescue, you have covered my head in the day of battle. Verse 8. Grant not, O he exists, the desires of the wicked, further not his wicked device, lest they exalt themselves. Verse 9. As for the head of those that compass me about, let the mischief of their own lips cover them. Verse 10. Let burning coals fall upon them, let them be cast into the fire, into deep pits, that they rise not up again. Verse 11. Let not an evil speaker be established in the land, evil will hunt the violent man to overthrow him. Verse 12. I know that he exists, will maintain the cause of the afflicted and the right of the poor. Verse 13. Surely the right will give thanks to your name, the upright will dwell in your presence. Psalms, chapter 141, verse 1. He exists, I cry to you, make haste to me, give ear to my voice when I cry to you. Verse 2. Let my prayer be set forth before you as incense, and the lifting up of my hands as the evening sacrifice. Verse 3. Set a watch, O he exists, before my mouth, keep the door of my lips. Verse 4. Incline not my inner thinking center to any evil thing, to practice wicked works with men that work wrongdoing, and let me not eat of their dainties. Verse 5. Let the right smite me, it will be a kindness, and let him reprove me, it will be an excellent oil, which will not break my head, because yet my prayer also will be in their calamities. Verse 6. When their judges are overthrown in stony places, they will hear my words, because they are sweet. Verse 7. Our bones are scattered at the grave's mouth, as when one cuts and cleaves wood upon the land. Verse 8. But my eyes are to you, O supreme authority, mighty creator, the sovereign. In you is my trust. Leave not my inner thinking center destitute. Verse 9. Keep me from the snares which they have laid for me, and the traps of the workers of wrongdoing. Verse 10. Let the wicked fall into their own nets, while that I withal escape. Psalms, chapter 142, verse 1. I cried to He exists, with my voice to He exists did I make my supplication. Verse 2. I poured out my complaint before Him, I showed before Him my trouble. Verse 3. When my spirit was overwhelmed within me, then you knew my path. In the way wherein I walked have they privily laid a snare for me. Verse 4. I looked on my right hand and beheld, but there was no man that would know me. Refuge failed me, no man cared for my inner thinking center. Verse 5. I cried to you, O He exists. I said, you are my refuge and my portion in the land of the living. Verse 6. Attend to my cry, because I am brought very low. Deliver me from my persecutors, because they are stronger than I. Verse 7. Bring my inner thinking center out of prison, that I may praise your name. The right will compass me about, because you will deal bountifully with me. Psalms, chapter 143, verse 1. Hear my prayer, O He exists. Give ear to my supplications. In your faithfulness answer me, and in your rightness. Verse 2. And enter not into judgment with your servant worker, because in your sight will no man living be justified. Verse 3. Because the enemy has persecuted my inner thinking center, he has smitten my life down to the ground. He has made me to dwell in darkness, as those that have been long dead. Verse 4. Therefore is my spirit overwhelmed within me, my inner thinking center within me is desolate. Verse 5. I remember the days of old, I meditate on all your works, I muse on the work of your hands. Verse 6. I stretch forth my hands to you, my inner thinking center thirsts after you as a thirsty land. Verse 7. Hear me speedily, O He exists. My spirit fails. Hide not your face from me, lest I be like to them that go down into the pit. Verse 8. Cause me to hear your binding agreement, loyalty in the morning, because in you do I trust. Cause me to know the way wherein I should walk, because I lift up my inner thinking center to you. Verse 9. Deliver me, O He exists, from my enemies. I flee to you to hide me. Verse 10. Teach me to do your will, because you are my supreme authority, mighty creator. Your creative breath is good. Lead me into the land of uprightness. Verse 11. Quicken me, O He exists, for your name's sake, for your rightness' sake. Bring my inner thinking center out of trouble. Verse 12. And of your binding agreement, loyalty, cut off my enemies and destroy all them that afflict my inner thinking center, because I am your servant worker. Psalms, chapter 144, verse 1. Blessed be He exists, my strength, which teaches my hands to war and my fingers to fight. Verse 2. My goodness, and my fortress, my high tower, and my deliverer, my shield, and He in whom I trust, who subdues my people under me. Verse 3. He exists. What is man that you take knowledge of him, or the son of man that you make account of him? Verse 4. Man is like to vanity, his days are as a shadow that passes away. Verse 5. Bow your heavens, O He exists, and come down, touch the mountains, and they will smoke. Verse 6. Cast forth lightning and scatter them, shoot out your arrows and destroy them. Verse 7. Send your hand from above, rid me, and deliver me out of great waters from the hand of strange children. Verse 8, whose mouth speaks vanity and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood. Verse 9, I will sing a new song to you, O supreme authority mighty, creator upon a psaltery, and an instrument of 10 strings will I sing praises to you. Verse 10, it is he that gives rescue to king rulers, who delivers David his servant worker from the hurtful sword. Verse 11, rid me and deliver me from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaks vanity and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood. Verse 12, that our sons may be as plants grown up in their youth, that our daughters may be as cornerstones polished after the similitude of a palace. Verse 13, that our garners may be full, affording all manner of store, that our sheep may bring forth thousands and 10,000s in our streets. Verse 14, that our oxen may be strong to labor, that there be no breaking in nor going out, that there be no complaining in our streets. Verse 15, happy is that people group that is in such a case. Yes, happy is that people group whose supreme authority, mighty creator, as he exists. Psalms, chapter 145, verse 1. I will extol you, my supreme authority, mighty creator, O King, and I will bless your name forever and ever. Verse 2. Every day will I bless you, and I will praise your name forever and ever. Verse 3. Great is he that exists, and greatly to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. Verse 4. One generation will praise your works to another, and will declare your mighty acts. Verse 5. I will speak of the glorious honor of your majesty and of your wondrous works. Verse 6. And men will speak of the might of your terrible acts, and I will declare your greatness. Verse 7. They will abundantly utter the memory of your great goodness, and will sing of your rightness. Verse 8. He exists, is gracious and full of compassion, slow to anger, and of great binding agreement, loyalty. Verse 9. He exists, is good to all, and his tender mercies are over all his works. Verse 10. All your works will praise you, O he who exists, and your set-apart ones will bless you. Verse 11. They will speak of the glory of your kingdom rule and talk of your power. Verse 12. To make known to the sons of men his mighty acts and the glorious majesty of his kingdom rule. Verse 13. Your kingdom rule is an everlasting kingdom rule, and your dominion endures throughout all generations. Verse 14. He who exists upholds all that fall, and raises up all those that be bowed down. Verse 15. The eyes of all wait upon you, and you give them their meat in due season. Verse 16. You open your hand and satisfy the desire of every living thing. Verse 17. He exists as right in all his ways and set apart in all his works. Verse 18. He exists as near to all them that call upon him, to all that call upon him in truth. Verse 19. He will fulfill the desire of them that fear him. He also will hear their cry, and will save them. Verse 20. He exists, preserves all them that love him, but all the wicked will he destroy. Verse 21. My mouth will speak the praise of he exists, and let all flesh bless his set-apart name forever and ever. Psalms, chapter 146, verse 1. Praise you, he exists, praise he exists, O my inner thinking center. Verse 2. While I live will I praise he exists, I will sing praises to my supreme authority, mighty creator, while I have any being. Verse 3. Put not your trust in princes, nor in the Son of Man, in whom there is no help. Verse 4. His breath goes forth, he returns to his land. In that very day his thoughts perish. Verse 5. Happy is he that has the supreme authority, mighty creator of Jacob, for his help whose hope is in he exists, his supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 6. Which made heaven and land, the sea and all that therein is, which keeps truth forever. Verse 7. Which executes judgment for the oppressed, which gives food to the hungry, he exists, looses the prisoners. Verse 8. He exists, opens the eyes of the blind, he exists, raises them that are bowed down, he exists, loves the right. Verse 9. He exists, preserves the strangers, he relieves the fatherless and widow. But the way of the wicked he turns upside down. Verse 10. He exists, will reign forever, even your supreme authority, mighty creator, O Zion, to all generations praise you, he exists. Psalms, chapter 147, verse 1. Praise you, he exists, because it is good to sing praises to our supreme authority, mighty creator, because it is pleasant and praise is comely. Verse 2. He exists, builds up Jerusalem, he gathers together the outcasts of Israel. Verse 3. He heals the broken in inner thinking center, and binds up their wounds. Verse 4. He tells the number of the stars, he calls them all by their names. Verse 5. Great is our sovereign, and of great power his understanding is infinite. Verse 6. He exists, lifts up the meek, he casts the wicked down to the ground. Verse 7. Sing to he exists with thanksgiving, sing praise upon the harp to our supreme authority, mighty creator. Verse 8. Who covers the heaven with clouds, who prepares rain for the land, who makes grass to grow upon the mountains. Verse 9. He gives to the beast his food, and to the young ravens which cry. Verse 10. He delights not in the strength of the horse, he takes not pleasure in the legs of a man. Verse 11. He exists, takes pleasure in them that fear him, and those that hope in his binding agreement, loyalty. Verse 12. Praise he exists, O Jerusalem, praise your supreme authority, mighty creator, O Zion. Verse 13. Because he has strengthened the bars of your gates, he has blessed your children within you. Verse 14. He makes peace in your borders and fills you with the finest of the wheat. Verse 15. He sends forth his commandment upon land, his word runs very swiftly. Verse 16. He gives snow like wool, he scatters the hoarfrost like ashes. Verse 17. He casts forth his ice like morsels, who can stand before his cold. Verse 18. He sends out his word and melts them, he causes his wind to blow, and the waters flow. Verse 19. He shows his word to Jacob, his statutes and his judgments to Israel. Verse 20. He has not dealt so with any nation, and as for his judgments they have not known them. Praise you, he exists. Psalms, chapter 148, verse 1. Praise you, he exists, praise you, he exists, from the heavens praise him in the heights. Verse 2. Praise you him, all his messengers, praise you him, all his hosts. Verse 3. Praise you him, sun and moon, praise him, all you stars of light. Verse 4. Praise him, you heavens of heavens, and you waters that be above the heavens. Verse 5. Let them praise the name of he that exists, because he commanded and they were created. Verse 6. He has also established them forever and ever, he has made a decree which will not pass. Verse 7. Praise he exists from the land, you dragons and all deeps. Verse 8. Fire and hail, snow and vapors, stormy wind fulfilling his word. Verse 9. Mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars. Verse 10. beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying fowl. Verse 11. King, rulers of the land, and all people, princes, and all judges of the land. Verse 12. Both young men and maidens, old men and children. Verse 13. Let them praise the name of He exists, because His name alone is excellent. His glory is above the land and heaven. Verse 14. He also exalts the horn of His people group, the praise of all His set-apart ones, even of the children of Israel, a people near to Him. Praise you, He exists. Psalms, chapter 149, verse 1. Praise you, He exists. Sing to He exists a new song and His praise in the congregation of set-apart ones. Verse 2. Let Israel rejoice in Him that made Him. Let the children of Zion be joyful in their King. Verse 3. Let them praise His name in the dance. Let them sing praises to Him with the timbrel and harp. Verse 4. Because He exists, takes pleasure in His people group, He will beautify the meek with rescue. Verse 5. Let the set-apart ones be joyful in glory. Let them sing aloud upon their beds. Verse 6. Let the high praises of the supreme authority, mighty Creator, be in their mouth, and a two-edged sword in their hand. Verse 7. To execute vengeance upon the people nations and punishments upon the people group. Verse 8. To bind their king rulers with chains and their nobles with fetters of iron. Verse 9. To execute upon them the judgment written. This honor have all His set-apart ones. Praise you, He exists. Psalms, chapter 150, verse 1. Praise you, He exists. Praise the supreme authority, mighty Creator in His sanctuary. Praise Him in the firmament of His power. Verse 2. Praise Him for His mighty acts. Praise Him according to His excellent greatness. Verse 3. Praise Him with the sound of the trumpet. Praise Him with the psaltery and harp. Verse 4. Praise Him with the timbrel and dance. Praise Him with stringed instruments and organs. Verse 5. Praise Him upon the loud cymbals. Praise Him upon the high-sounding cymbals. Verse 6. Let everything that has breath praise He exists. Praise you, He exists.